Peyton Manning had just...
Gives to a refrigerator Perry. And he flies into the end zone for a touchdown.
Joe Montana looking in the end zone, fires, and John Taylor is there. Touchdown.
Max McGee with a one-handed catch.
Smoke just moving along the street like some monster it was. It's another to see it from that high up in space. Perhaps we can get that picture up for you as time goes along. If you're at home anywhere in the country and asking yourself, what can I do? I mean, is there anything I can do? You may want to consider contacting the Red Cross or your local hospital to try to donate blood. Now, I want to make sure that there's an understanding here that some places in New York City, particularly in Manhattan, over the last 24 hours, they said, look, we have enough blood for the next 4 or 5 days, but we don't know where we're going. Right now, we're told that there are urgent appeals for blood across the country. Now, blood supplies have been in short supply for some little while. So if you're asking yourself, what can I do? Consider contacting the Red Cross, your local hospital, and give some blood. If it doesn't help directly in what's happening in New York and Washington today, it will wind up helping someone. Now, we've reported earlier, we want to underscore that while the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, intended to lift its ban on flights, at the very minimum airline flights, some of them around noon Eastern time today, they decided at the last minute not to do that. No airlines are flying today. None will be scheduled to fly today. And those of you who are traveling or intend to travel need to keep in mind that when the ban is lifted on flights, and let us hope it will be sometime over the next 24 hours. Even when it's lifted, it doesn't mean right away that the air service is going to be up to what it was before these cataclysmic events that have happened over the last 24 hours, because airplanes are out of place, crews are out of place. So you just want to keep that in mind. And also you have to be prepared, as Anthony Mason noted earlier, and I think Ed Bradley as well, there are going to be extensive security measures like you have never seen before at any airport. So the situation in the airports, it isn't a matter that, well, things are going to get pretty much back to normal sometime in the next 24, 48 hours. It simply isn't going to happen.
Well, and also, we've had warnings about this, Dan. I mean, this is nothing new. The GAO and the Inspector General found problems with both the people who work at airports screening luggage and checking passengers, as well as the equipment that they used. There was a report from the GAO in June of 2000 that airport screeners had missed as many as 20% of dangerous objects during tests. So it's not as if that this comes to us as a surprise. We've had warnings by official government agencies before.
Well, let one say gently, nor should it have come as a surprise to us, that there was we didn't treasure, we didn't put high value on the people responsible for airport security. Low paid, and this is not to denigrate anybody involved in airport security, but let's face it, it was pretty much a kiss-off for the airlines and everybody else. Now, there have been various calls for federal agencies to take over the security of U.S. airports. After all, these airports belong to the people of the United States, not to the airlines. Whether that will go anywhere, I don't know. We did have sky marshals for a while in the late 70s on into the 1980s. They were done away with. My assumption is, Anthony Mason helped me, that one reason we did away with them was a matter of budget, of money.
Well, I don't recall the reason myself, Dan, but I mean, anybody who's been through an airport knows the security isn't as stringent as it could be. To some degree, I think we're to blame for that. We're used to moving fast, and we don't like to be inconvenienced. So, I mean, when you have, on the days when I've seen tough security at airports, you see an awful lot of passengers complaining.
Well, that's true. And as Secretary Cohen said at some point in the hours preceding, we need to have a national discussion of security versus civil liberties.
Right.
That's to say nothing of our desire to get moving and get through the airport very quickly. All of this will be in the process of reassessment over the weeks and months to come. But I want to come back to, in a few seconds we have remaining here before we go to our break at 1 o'clock in the East, that we have a situation here where, we want the country to be steady. We want to get back to as close as normal as we can for all sorts of reasons, not the least of which to show those who made this attack on us that yes, they hit us a lick, they knocked us down, but we got up. But as the hours go by, and we're now into the second day, the enormity of actually doing that is beginning to sink in. It is not going to be easy. It is going to take time. But all of these things we've talked about.
Yeah. And there's also the concern that is there another shoe to drop? Yeah. That we have to get our system back up to normal. Our flight system, our economic system, the Wall Street open again, and all things going as best they can as they were before. But there has to be concern by the government, by security officials, is there a second page to these attacks? Mm-hmm. Was this just a one-day event with no follow-up? Or is there something else planned?
Is it in effect a war? I mean,
for example, they've closed the Potomac River north of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge in Washington.
Ed, you're watching continuing CBS News coverage of Attack on America.
This is the News on 6, a special edition.
There on those occasions when it swayed as it does in the winds. I don't know how people work there. The psychological impact of working in a building that was so tall and moved so much. Did you ever get used to it?
I don't know if you get used to it. You forget about it. You know, you go there to go to work, and you probably think about it more often as the elevators climb and the elevators drop every day. But once you get in there, it's just another office building, or it was.
And you had no difficulty getting out of the building?
Well, I would say, I guess, relatively speaking, it was fairly easy. It was very slow. It was very crowded. It was kind of like leaving a sporting event, wall-to-wall people. It was very smoky, and there were fumes. At the time, we didn't understand. I kept thinking kerosene, but in retrospect, it was probably jet fuel. And everyone covered their mouths with a piece of clothing to kind of try to filter the dust or smoke fumes. And by the time we got to about the 5th or 6th floor, apparently the sprinkler systems had come on, and about the last 5 floors, we were wading through 6 or 8 inches of water going down. So it was a bit treacherous. But
and did you have, and you really had no full appreciation of what was going on above you?
We had no idea. We had no idea.
Were there people who appeared to be in charge? Did you all, I mean, have you prepared for this sort of thing?
Well, we had the typical high-rise tower fire drills, where we would be notified that at 2:30 there would be a drill, and everyone was to move to the nearest staircase entrance and wait there for instructions. And we had conducted those drills quite frequently over the past couple years. We saw 2 firemen, or I assume firemen. They were in plain clothes, but they had badges of some sort, coming up the staircase as we were going down. And I remember saying to them there had been a gentleman in a wheelchair on the 27th floor, and we had said someone needs to help him down. And they said, fine, we'll take care of it, and they kept moving up. And those were the only officials that we ever encountered until we got down to the bottom.
And how have you spent the hours since? Just trying to be in touch with folks?
Yeah, family first. It was impossible to get phone calls out for many hours. And so that was...
Now, was it on a regular phone or a cell phone?
Everything we could get our hands on. I'm not even sure actually which I finally used to get through.
But it is one of the things that added immeasurably to people's anxiety and frustration yesterday, that the cell phone networks and the regular phone lines were just totally jammed.
Yeah, it was just impossible. It was probably 4 hours before I was able to get a call out. And then the rest of that, just trying to track down everyone and make sure that they were safe.
And as you look at what you see on the television today,
it's
very hard to deal with, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty surreal. Pretty surreal.
Well, I'm very grateful to you for giving us the time. As I've said on every occasion, we've had some people come up from the trade towers, that you share your story with us, and the rest you help us. I think I'll appreciate more. Thanks, Susan, very much.
Thank you very much.
Susan Doyle. I just ask how old you are? I know it's not a polite thing to do.
44.
Well, you don't look it. Susan Doyle, 44.
Thank you.
Works for the Kemper Insurance Company. She was on the 35th floor and tells a story which we have now heard, just bits and pieces all the time, and getting some sense of people moving out of the building, how they interconnected with one another, how difficult it was to contact their families and friends. And of course, this jamming up of the cell phone system and the regular phone system is what's made it very difficult for the relief and rescue operation to run as smoothly as everybody would like it as smooth. And there's one other reminder there. I realize this is I happen to be a fire warden at ABC for my floor. And every so often, as my colleagues know, we have a fire drill on the floor, and it's the fire warden's job to get everybody to that central location. Susan is nodding in appreciation of this, so they can be told one more time by the visitor from the fire department that we do certain things in the case of fire alarms. And it's always a reminder of how little authority I sometimes have with the World News Tonight staff, because they're hard to get moving. But on an occasion like this, listening to this story from Susan, who says that they conducted fire drills, high drills on a regular basis, is a very good reminder. Take your fire drills seriously, and don't ever make light of it again. And listen in this instance to a fireman describing what it's like to rescue people.
The initial search started probably about 11 o'clock last night when we started searching the pile after another building had collapsed. Chief kept us all out of there until it was safe to go on. We started initial search. We found 2 Port Authority workers were trapped. We got one out alive about 1 o'clock this morning, and then we got another one out about 5:30 this morning.
Could you describe the conditions for me that you're facing inside there, John?
Right now, it's not too good. You got a lot of heavy debris. We're really just on top of the pile. We can't even, there's just a lot of crevices and holes, things you can look down into. You really can't see. The visibility is real poor. A lot of smoke, a lot of heat coming off of the debris.
John, a question that's very difficult to ask, but we know that there are so many firefighters who may be inside who are helping in the rescue effort, and all of you may have lost so many of your own. How are you all dealing with that, knowing that you are also putting yourselves in danger now?
We're just doing our job out here, but the brothers that are trapped in there, we're hearing names. We haven't really heard positive names yet, but it's not a good feeling right now.
Could you hear any voices? Were those officers able to say anything to you, and how were you able to contact them and know where they were?
Supposedly the 2 guys last night were up on top of the rubble. They got trapped. One guy fell down about 40 feet. Another guy was down about 30 feet, and they pulled them 2 out. Like I said, one this morning, and then they got one out about 5:30. Supposedly there was other bodies that had come out. I'm not sure of the number. I'm not sure, who and what, but I do know right now they pulled us back off the pile again so the cranes could come in and start lifting all the heavy metal and get some heavy stuff out of the way so we could start digging deeper.
Firefighter number 9468 on the job for many hours today. And as you have heard us say before, the fire department in New York has suffered grievously, has lost 200 perhaps of its own men. Now we're looking at a live scene from Copley Square, and that's the Westin Hotel in beautiful Copley Square in Massachusetts, and a fairly large number of police officers, dozens of them, pulled up outside the Westin Hotel not long ago. We know, of course, that FBI teams are searching for suspects in New York and Washington and Boston and a variety of other places. But a couple of dozen officers just showed up here a while ago wearing bulletproof vests and carrying shields, and were seen bringing fiber optic equipment. I'm not quoting the Associated Press in this case, bringing fiber optic equipment into the Westin Hotel. And we don't fully know what that means. There's been at least one report in Boston that they were using it to check under hotel room doors on one floor in the hotel.
Here you see a Boston PD SWAT team coming out of their vehicle and heading into the hotel. This was recorded earlier, carrying automatic weapons with the heavy vests and the shields and the ballistic helmets.
What do you mean by a ballistic helmet?
It's a bulletproof helmet, or as close as you can get to that, and it's standard gear for a SWAT entry team. In fact, what you saw there was a fairly heavy special weapons entry team. You note that there's not a lot of footage of them suiting up when they arrive. It means they showed up, suited
Ready
up,
to go.
vested already with the helmets on, which meant they suited up on the way. Meant they had some kind of information that they were going to be hitting a door or a location there. Now, this could be very significant in that they could be going after somebody. We're obviously speculating here. Or it could be anything from an anonymous tip that a suspect is there to the much more mundane, and I would suggest more likely, which is the FBI and the local police in the Boston area have been ticking through leads all day. They have the name of one suspect, which we've now confirmed, but not anybody they expect to find alive. The man that they believe was sitting in row 10 of that plane,
right.
the man the stewardess named on her phone call, Satan Sugami. But they've been going back through the records, looking to see where did these 5 men who rented the car, were they registered in local hotels, did they stay somewhere? And I think you'll see a lot of activity like this there if this is a lead that they're following from that case. You also notice that there's an ambulance on the scene standing by.
And now that we're talking about the FBI and SWAT teams and what you and I were noting just a short while ago, that in fact I think we noted it at first yesterday, that one of the people who's missing in the trade tower is a former FBI official who was hired by the World Trade Towers very recently in order to beef up their anti-terrorist activities, or their security, I suppose, in more general terms. Talk about John O'Neill for a sec.
John P. O'Neill, special agent in charge of the National Security Division in the New York office. He was a former FBI liaison to the National Security Council at the White House. He ran the counterterrorism operations out of New York, including the embassy bombing cases, the bombing of the USS Cole. He was the man in charge on the ground in Yemen. He was part of the FBI team that had to leave in a hurry when they received intelligence information that the FBI team was going to be under attack at the U.S. Embassy by terrorists.
In Yemen itself.
In Yemen, which makes it so much more of a dark coincidence that he should get a civilian job in a much safer environment, a tall office tower where he would be a security director looking to harden the target, and now be among those who is unaccounted for. We've spoken, I've actually called his phone a number of times. We've spoken to people who are very close to him. I've spoken to the FBI director in New York, the assistant director in charge.
You're basically saying he's been out of touch for how long?
For 24 hours, a little more. He called people from the scene yesterday morning, and then after the collapse, no one was able to reach him. So while no one knows his fate, the possibilities aren't pretty.
Thank you, John. John P. O'Neill played an enormous role in the fight against terrorism, and it takes us right back to the crime scene in downtown New York, and George Stephanopoulos, who is with one of those working so hard to find folks.
That's right, Peter. I'm here with Jerry Schwartz, who came here from Whitpain Township, Pennsylvania. That's in Montgomery County outside of Philadelphia. He and 4 of his colleagues drove here last night, got here about midnight, and have been working ever since. What exactly have you been doing, Jerry?
Working through the rubble, assisting rescuers up at the first tower, and just removing rubble, concrete, steel, anything in the way, trying to look for people that are alive, any bodies.
Why don't you try and describe the scene there at Ground Zero where the World Trade Center was?
It's devastating there. It's just twisted metal. It just looks like there was a giant explosion. There's just concrete laying everywhere, twisted metal. Nothing's normal there. Everything is just blown apart.
And there have been some rescues, but you haven't found many bodies, have you?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea why?
No, not right now. There's so much rubble, and some of the steel is so heavy, there's just no way a human being can pick it up. You have to get heavy equipment in there. It just takes time.
And you're actually picking it up by hand?
Yes. Yes, well, there's numerous people up there, firefighters, police officers, not just from New York, but from all over the area, outside of state. And they're up there, everybody's grabbing, heavy steel. You're talking like 10, 20 guys at a shot, picking it up and throwing it, and just keep on going and keep digging and digging and digging. And that's what they're doing.
And about how much longer do you think you'll stay here working on the site?
We'll probably stay here until we drop tonight. That's what we'll do. We've been here since 12. We haven't stopped yet. We just took a little break, and then we're going to go back up again.
Well, thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Peter?
Thanks very much, George. I just want to take a quick look at Boston again now, because that's an unresolved situation. We just punch up the nothing at the Westin Hotel at Topley Square, but we're outside that hotel at the moment, and we'll keep on top of exactly what is happening there. We know that SWAT team has gone inside. We have no serious appreciation of what has happened inside, but as John Miller was just pointing out, these guys have gone in, have been ready before they arrived on the scene, and have gone in either on a legitimate tip or on something else, or maybe even the suspicion of something else. What I find interesting is so many people so close to the hotel. I don't know what that suggests, a relaxed atmosphere or not. We have on the telephone at the moment Jacqueline Galligan. Ms. Galligan, can you hear me? Where, may I ask, are you calling from?
I'm calling from Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, where we live.
From Brooklyn, New York?
Yes, Brooklyn.
And I gather they're still looking for your husband.
I'm still looking for him. He worked on the 104th floor at Cantor Fitzgerald's, and I've recently heard from people on the floor that they know of 3 survivors from his floor in Jersey hospitals, but I don't know which hospital.
And have you tried to get in touch with the hospitals?
I have a wonderful neighborhood, and they're all calling the hospitals, and nobody seems to have my husband's name or anyone else's name.
And have you been able to see on television some of the hotline numbers which appear that you can call for information?
I have called the cancer hotline, and my husband's name is still not listed on that line, on that hotline, and I've been calling everything possibly, but there are a lot of busy signals, and it's very hard to get through, and I just really want to know if anyone has any information on cancer people, because they were up on the hundreds in the first building that was hit by the plane, and I just want to know that a lot of people from those upper floors made it and which hospitals they're in.
Well, Ms. Galligan, I am in the dreadful position of not being able to help you very much, and I know you know that, and I wonder if it's, I hope it's of benefit to you and other people of deep concern, deeply concerned at the moment, to at least have your names on television so that somebody may be aware, based on what you said, that your husband is missing. Have you got a pencil handy?
Yes, a pencil?
I have... we have some numbers. I'm going to ask our control room to look. I have only one number in my notes at the moment, and I know there are other numbers. We'll get them up for you and other people. But 1-800-331 0075 is a number that I have in my, well, actually, are you anywhere near a television screen at the moment?
I didn't know if I could put it on. I could put it on?
Well, you can certainly put it on.
Okay.
Maybe you want to keep the sound down for a second, but you raise a very good point. And you raise a very good point. Here is some help information on the television screen at the moment. The first number for victims of crime. This may not be directly pertinent to your husband, but there are some 2 telephone numbers. There's 1 telephone number, because unless you're giving a tip to the FBI, you don't want to be using the second one. But I think perhaps by getting your husband's name I know is Donald.
Donald Gavigan. G-A-V-A-G-A-N. And the two of the people that supposedly are in Jersey hospitals, Mark and Stephen Kaleo, you know, they were really close, all 3 of them. So I'm hoping my husband didn't have a wallet on him, and he is with Mark and Stephen, because knowing those 3, they wouldn't separate. You know, so I'm hoping they found Mark and Stephen Kaleo, and they'll find Donald Gavigan.
Now, do you believe that they have found Mark and Stephen safe?
Stephen is listed as critical. Mark is listed as injured.
Well, Mrs. Gavigan, I'm glad you called in, because you certainly remind, and I'm glad you called in.
Can I give my number out if anyone knows of other cancer survivors?
Well, we'll get someone in the control room to take your number, Mrs. Gavigan, because I think if you put it up on television, you may be bothered by any number of people you may not want to talk to.
Okay.
But when you and I are finished, but you keep referring to cancer.
Cancer.
Would you spell that for me?
C-A-N-C K-A-N-T-O-R.
Cancer. Is that the name of a company?
Yeah, Cantor Fitzgerald.
Okay, Cancer Fitzgerald is the name of the company for which your husband worked. And if you give your Cantor, K-A-N-T-O-R.
No, C-A-N-T-O-R.
C-A-N-T-O-R, Cantor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
On the 104th floor of the World Trade Center, and you know of at least 2 of your husband's colleagues who have been located.
Actually, 3.
3, okay.
Yes.
Well, I really do hope that it has helped that you've made contact with us, and I know, gosh, I know how frustrated
Yes.
you must be at not being able to get through.
I'm 7.5 months pregnant, and I have a set of twins at home, so I really need him home.
I understand that.
Thank you.
I understand that completely, Mrs. Gavigan. I think everybody in the country understands that. And thanks very much.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Gavigan, 3-year-old twins at home, and telling us that she is 7 months pregnant and is like so many people in a desperate search for a relative or a colleague. And it's just so hard. The system is just simply stressed in so many ways. Any other suggestions, John, at this point? That's the only line I know, but...
Actually, while you were working that, I was working something else. I don't have the same pad as yesterday where we wrote those numbers.
Yeah.
In conferring with Boston police sources, they confirm that they are at the Westin Hotel to assist the FBI. The FBI's major job in Boston today, of course, is this case. The SWAT team is there to back them up if they want to search 1 or more rooms. The fiber optic equipment, as you described, is used to either go under doors or through walls to take a look in a room before you go in it for the safety of the officers. So it looks like they're prepared to take a look in 1 or more of the rooms of that hotel to see if either people they're interested stayed there or may still be staying there.
Very interesting. One of the best hotels in Boston. Westin Hotel on Coughlin Square.
Right in the middle of town, just off Boylston Street.
Right in the middle, close to the Back Bay, and a very posh hotel. ABC's Bill Blakemore is downtown. Bill?
Peter, up on the roof here, I have a very strong impression of 3 parallels with the major earthquakes we've covered. First,
Bill, hold it. Bill, hold it. Well, I apologize. What roof are you on, and where are you?
I'm on the roof of 40 Harrison. It's just above the staging area of the search and rescue operation on the west side. That's the rubble just down to the south of us here. And as I was saying, very strong impression when I arrived. I'd left just before dawn, but in the sight of day now, 3 parallels to the major earthquakes we've covered. The acrid smell and smoke and dust in the air that we usually see in earthquake rescue operations. The sight of all of this twisted metal, which, as we know from so much experience, is the kind of rubble that in earthquakes we've seen them pulling people alive a week or 2 weeks after the event. And thirdly, the eerie feeling of an enormous city normally bustling all around us here, virtually a ghost town. What's not like an earthquake is the sound of these military jets circling overhead. That feels more like a war.
Thanks, Bill. And let me just, before you, ask you a couple more questions about the possibilities of rescue, because Bill knows an awful lot about us as he's covered any number of earthquakes. We've covered a couple together. Is the F-15s and F-16s literally flying through New York airspace? Are the only thing that are flying through New York airspace or any other airspace in the country at the moment, for that matter? This is what it looked like a couple of minutes ago. Either it may be Air Force, it may be Marines, it may be Navy at the moment, which are flying in this no-fly zone for everybody else in not dissimilar fashion from the way they fly in the no-fly zones in northern and southern Iraq at the moment. This is a precautionary measure which the Department of Defense instituted almost immediately yesterday after the first and then second attack on the trade towers. Nobody had any idea what was going to happen next, and so this was put into place very quickly, and they continue to monitor this airspace lest there ever be another attempted incursion. Now, Bill, let's come back to the question of rescue, because you've had an awful lot of experience. And we both know that it is true that you can go, I think we once went 2 or 3 weeks in Mexico City or somewhere, and they still found people under the rubble. But what is the process now? What have they got to do in order to make the rescue an effective operation?
The tricky thing to do is to take a collapsed building apart carefully enough so that if there are any people alive inside, perhaps in a coma, which can help them live longer, they won't get further hurt by shifting rubble. That's why they can't go in just with a bulldozer and bulldoze it out of the way if they have any suspicion at all that there might be people alive in there, such as the firemen who are in the midst of trying to rescue people or the thousands of civilians. So they put in sniffer dog teams that are specially trained to tell their handlers whether they indicate that they detect dead bodies or living people. They have listening devices if they can get quiet enough around them. But it's very complicated. This is a very difficult art, to take apart a building that's collapsed like this in a way that wouldn't hurt people inside.
Yeah, well, we hear a lot of noise, and I think I said once before that noise is a real issue for rescues, because you've got to make the noise to get the heavy pieces out. But if you're making too much noise, you cannot hear the sounds of survivors.
Exactly, and that takes enormous coordination. When we've covered earthquakes in small villages, say in the mountains of southern Italy, it was relatively easy for the local police to suddenly ask absolutely everybody to be quiet. We saw the same thing in Mexico City, where suddenly a bullhorn would go out because somebody had gotten to the overall coordinator and said, in this area, everybody be quiet for the next 60 seconds, and then they'd listen to the phones trying to hear if there was cries for help from below. This is much more complicated. You'd have to get the jets overhead to go away for a bit. There's a couple of police helicopters that you'd have to move. And there are so many people from so many agencies and organizations down below moving around that it's hard to tell if they'd be able to really get too quiet to use the phone. So I suspect they're relying on sniffer dogs and engineers telling them what the substructures of buildings is.
And Bill has just helped a lot, of course, by reminding us that what we're looking at in the immediate foreground for him is the staging area. And as the camera is able to get closer, you are seeing the fringes of where the trade towers collapsed onto themselves. And there is a perimeter of heavy equipment, and you now get some larger sense that of the heavy debris of the twin towers. There's been something misinterpretation if you look at that picture. We go back to that picture for a second, because in the foreground there, this is not the area. It is deep in between those buildings. This is as close as cameras are allowed to get in a fixed position, and it is around the corners behind those buildings where the worst debris is evident. I have a couple of people, thank you, Bill, I'll come back to you. A couple of people on the phone we'd like to talk to. First, want to check in with Gillian Findley, who is our bureau chief in the Middle East. Gillian's on the phone, I think, from Jerusalem. Gillian, do you hear me?
And I am in Jerusalem.
And can you give me some sense of what the mood is there today? In a couple of respects. A lot of people, I assume, are talking about and focused on this, but as they are every day, focused very much on their own violence.
Every Israeli has said to us in one we can probably identify people in the world.
Julian, hang on just a sec, will you please? We have a serious communications problem. I don't know if it's your phone or it is us. What do we think in the control room? Is this Jillian's phone that's an issue? Okay. Well, Jillian, we think that your digital phone, used much more regularly in the Middle East where everybody has a cell phone, may be breaking up. Would you try again, please?
Is this any better, Peter?
A little bit better, but it's still difficult. So talk slowly, and we may have to get you to go to another phone.
Okay. Saying certainly every Israeli that we spoke today cannot identify with what the American people are through. We can talk people in the world because we too are victims of terror attacks, and there's many of those in the last number of years.
Jillian, I apologize. If we can get you to are you on a mobile telephone?
No, I'm not, but I can try to dial in on a mobile.
All right, would you mind trying to dial into us again, because we'd like very much to hear what you have to say. But I mean, it's not difficult to pick up, I think, what the sentiment
through the day and again through the night. We go now back to Los Angeles International Airport and Sandra Hughes. Sandra?
Dan, more West Coast airport news. CBS News has learned that officials at Seattle-Tacoma Airport have been told by the FAA that they will be able to reopen the airport by 3 p.m. Pacific. That's 3 p.m. Pacific this afternoon. Now, that is only if the individual airlines have certification from the FAA that they comply with all safety and security measures. One sign at the Seattle-Tacoma Airport, and this might be a temporary measure, warns passengers no carry-on luggage. This even includes women's purses. All they will allow on board is a wallet. Dan?
Sandra Hughes, well, this is yet another development and yet another turn by the FAA, which is trying to get at least some airlines flying. Let's go to Bob Orr in Washington, who covers aviation for us. Bob, what's happening now? The FAA had said at first they might allow some flights at noon, then they said no, but now information comes that at least in the far west they're going to allow some flights.
And Dan, I think it remains to be seen whether operations at SeaTac really do get off and running at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Frankly, the FAA and the Department of Transportation have been in high meetings throughout the night and the morning with the Department of Defense and with the White House, the national security folks, and they're trying to come up with a coordinated response that makes some sense, that balances the issue of the need to get the system back online from an economic sense, from a symbolism sense, against the very real risk that security could still be problematic. What Sandra Hughes said there is very important. One of the very first ways we expect the FAA to attack this security problem is to have this almost draconian crackdown on carry-on bags. Think about what happened yesterday. These hijackers went through, presumably, security checkpoints that are equipped with X-ray machines and metal detectors, principally designed to identify guns. Well, they didn't have guns. They had, we're told now, knife-like instruments, in one sense, box cutters with retractable knives. There is no equipment in place at any airport in America today that could take something that looks basically like this pen and identify it if it was in a travel case as a weapon. It's a significant vulnerable point in the aviation security system, and until the folks at the FAA and DOT really come to some kind of resolution as to how to figure out how to fix that, I don't think the planes are going to fly again, Dan. And certainly, even if they do start on a very limited basis in some spotty markets, the system is going to be badly impacted, if not gridlocked, for days, I think.
Bob Orr, live in our Washington Bureau. Let's now go to our chief Washington correspondent, Bob Schieffer. He's with United States Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama, who, Bob, is my understanding, has just been briefed.
Yes, he has, and Senator Shelby is, Dan, was the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee when the Republicans controlled the Senate. He's now the ranking Republican on the Intelligence Committee and has always been one of the most informed senators on matters such as this. Senator, just bring us up to date. What is the latest? Where do we think this investigation is pointing to right now?
The investigation is ongoing in a big way. It's the #1 priority of the FBI and the Justice Department, and it should be in America. I'm sure there will be breaking news, but I'm not here to announce that because of the ongoing investigation. But I believe we will get to the bottom of this. But the question, Bob, is going to be, what are we going to do about it? It can't be a political response. It can't be a tepid response. It's going to be all-out war. The President talked about war. This is real war. And this is not going to go away if we don't really become aggressive to eradicate these cells, wherever they are, wherever they're being trained, wherever they're operating from, in a massive, destructive way. They're going to be coming back. If you don't carry the war to them, we're going to be waiting around, waiting for the next incident here in America. And the American people don't want that.
Well, I don't think there's any question that this Congress, at this particular point in time, would support this president in a war against whoever it is.
Whoever it is.
But who is it?
Well, we're not sure at this moment exactly who it is, but we're getting close, and we're going to know who it is. And when we know who it is, we're going after them. And it can't be a one-shot deal. It's got to be continued until they're gone.
Senator, at this point, though, you can't say, and the intelligence community is not certain at this point, is that correct, who is behind this? I mean, there are many parallels to Osama bin Laden, but you can't say for sure.
Well, I'm not going to say right now. That would be ultimately up to the CIA director and perhaps the President of the United States to say, but I can tell you there are a lot of parallels. There are just too many. This was a very sophisticated, a well-planned operation with a lot of discipline. A lot of terrorist cells don't have that. I would venture to say that it is either Osama bin Laden and his group or some spin-off from it.
Senator, are you satisfied at this point with the intelligence on this operation? Should we have known about this? Is there any way on God's earth we could have known about it?
Well, that's the question. You know, if we didn't have any information, if we didn't have any inkling at all, then we've been hoodwinked. You know, we've we lost the day, and look at the results. But the intelligence community, all agencies, can do better than this if we put the resources behind it. But I think they're going to have to be much more aggressive. And we have great agencies. They've had a lot of good successes. But this was not a success. If it had been a success, it wouldn't happen.
Well, there is some question that perhaps the rules are too rigid now on who we can recruit for our human spies, as it were.
Well, I have advocated this, so is my colleague Senator Graham from Florida on the committee, that we've got to beef up. This has been going on 5 years that I chaired the committee. 5 years we've got to beef up the human intelligence. We've got to restructure NSA in a big way. There were people that wouldn't do that, said we don't need it. Today they know we need it.
Senator Shelby, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Bob Schieffer interviewing, thank you, Bob, Senator Richard Shelby. And the senators, while saying he wasn't going to announce anything, clearly indicates that the briefing given to him is additional evidence that U.S. intelligence is pointing at Osama bin Laden and or at the very least what I think the senator called cells, terrorist cells associated with Osama bin Laden. So this is a significant development in terms of an indication of where the upper tiers of the U.S. government are going. It's one thing to talk about, well, maybe Saddam Hussein, maybe some state-sponsored terrorism, but the senator made it pretty clear that the indicators increasingly point to Osama bin Laden. We'll see what happens with that as time goes along. Now, bulletin from Washington, the FAA says airports will remain closed. We've had a little bit of this, a little bit of that, some indication maybe somebody on the West Coast would ease up, but the FAA says airports to remain closed. They do not say when the airports will reopen. And so, Ed Bradley, this transportation emergency, again, trying not to use the word crisis, but transportation emergency will continue for at least another day.
We're not sure how long it will continue. And as I said before, I don't think that there will be a blanket reopening across the country. I think they will open up airport or section by section, one region of the country. Also, I might point out, Dan, that what else is closed is that we've got 50 U.S. missions around the world that have been closed down. The State Department says that there have been no specific threats, no direct threats against any embassy or any consulate. There are about 260 of them around the world, but they've left it up to the ambassador or the consul general to take action given their own specific security requirements. And I think about a quarter of those have been closed down as of now.
You know, Ed, increasingly over the last few years, I think this goes back 10 or 15 years, the State Department hasn't been able to get the funds from Congress to significantly upgrade security at most, if not all, U.S. embassies abroad. I wonder if that will change in the wake of what's happened here this week.
Dan, I think it will change. I think that there are a lot of things that will change as a result of what's happened here, particularly the funding for intelligence and for security at embassies, and I think for the FAA as well.
Ed, switching to something else, I have said repeatedly that it's pretty hard to imagine this operation not being very well financed and extremely well organized. I gather you have a different view of that.
You know, I don't think it takes a lot of money to do this, Dan. I think what you have to have is someone who had enough money to train half a dozen pilots, which is a significant amount of money, but not an extraordinary amount of money. They had to have enough money to get them either to Mexico or Canada to get them in this country. That's an airline ticket. That's not a lot of money. And they had to buy an OAG, an official airline guide, which you can get for a couple of dollars, so that they can decide which planes they were going to take. I don't think that it takes a lot of money to do that.
Well, about this, you and I may disagree. My own sense is that there's got to be a daddy warbuck somewhere, and that somewhere might be in the capital of some country leading the Hate America charge. But we'll see. You, ladies and gentlemen, are watching continuing CBS News coverage of Attack on America.
Good afternoon, I'm Terry Hood. We're going to take a few minutes here to update you on local news. The Oklahoma Secondary School Activities Association met today in Oklahoma City. They are recommending that Oklahoma high schools not cancel football games scheduled for this weekend. However, they are leaving the final decision up to each individual school district. The Jenks Union game is scheduled for this Friday night. We have calls into both school districts. So far, no word yet on whether that game will go forward. Now, we have been talking to you all morning about the Spirit of Oklahoma Crisis Relief Fund and Blood Drive. It's going on in front of our studios. Tremendous response from the people of Green Country this morning, and it continues this afternoon. Kim Graham and Rick Wells are in front of our studios, and they are, hey, Kim, join it with,
well, hello there,
the
Terry.
latest.
Listen, let me tell you, as of 11:30 today, the total was over $25,000. Now, that's just at 6 o'clock this morning. The response has been phenomenal. Let me tell you very quickly about a couple of stories. We had a young mother and her 2 children stop by a few minutes ago, and she said, here, this is the money we were going to use at the state fair. We want you to have it. We had a young teenager stop by with her allowance. She said, this is my allowance for the week. I wouldn't let anyone else have it but you. We want this money to go to the people in New York and Washington. The stories are many, and we just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who stopped by. Thank you in advance for those of you who are still going to come by. We're going to be out here for the rest of the day, so we certainly encourage you to come out. The Red Cross thanks you. We're teamed up with them in this effort, and we just know that this money is going to do wonderful things. So, Terry, again, we're going to be out here throughout the day. And remember also, the Red Cross is not only accepting cash donations, but also blood donations. We still need a lot of blood out there, not just for the folks in New York and Washington, but for right here in Oklahoma. Back to you, Terry.
All right, Kim, thank you so much. And we are going to return you to network coverage now. We'll be back again in about 30 minutes with more local events. We'll see you then.
There's also one report that, quoting an anonymous source, said that the suspects purchased one-way tickets, that they used cash to do that they arrived late at the airport, and that they appeared to be Middle Eastern. All of those are red flags for security personnel, but no one picked up on it.
And in Lower Manhattan at this hour, we may or may not be able to show folks the pictures of it, that the pace of the effort to remove the debris, the steel and the concrete to get at the dead, and also to see if any more people can be found alive, as some have been found alive over the last 18 to 20 hours.
This is going to be an ongoing effort for months to get to the bottom of this debris. I mean, unlike Oklahoma City, where you had 9 stories that came down, and given that, it was relatively easy, or certainly much easier to pick through it. You've got 2 buildings here, 100 stories each that came down.
And a third building, 47 stories.
That's a lot of rubble to go through. And it is going to be an ongoing process. We're going to be seeing this going on in New York for months to come.
Let's check in with Bob Orr in Washington for the very latest on the air traffic situation. Bob?
Dan, I think we have to be a little careful. There is genuine confusion, even
of all that we have seen and been witness to.
Dawn, Tuesday, the day after the worst day in modern American memory. Americans wake up to a world changed forever. And on the first day of this new and uncertain era, a soldier turned statesman talks of a war that must be fought and won.
We're mad. We were assaulted. But our spirit wasn't assaulted, and our fighting spirit was not assaulted, so we want to respond. You don't attack America like this and get away with it.
In the debris field where the iconic Twin Towers once stood, 18 search and rescue teams, hundreds of people, have been working all night long, sometimes digging with their bare hands, hoping to reach survivors. Against all odds, 6 firefighters were freed yesterday from a pocket in the ruins so intact that one of them was said to be surprised the building had collapsed around them. And this morning, reports that at least one other police officer had also been pulled out alive. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani this morning.
We were able to move 120 dump trucks out of the city last night, which will give you a sense of the work that was done overnight. So some of the debris has already been removed. More of it is being removed, and it'll be done by barge all throughout the day today.
And the question on everyone's mind, how many died? The mayor says he is preparing for the worst.
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands. Obviously, we hope that's not the case.
At the city's hospitals, the hope is there would be more survivors to treat.
We have seen, for those patients that have been referred here, really the first wave of patients that were able to be gotten to. The next wave of patients will be what is excavated.
And that police officer rescued this morning, word now of his heroic effort to save others before he himself became trapped.
He said that as soon as they discovered him, that the EMS personnel at the scene were doing an outstanding job of comforting him. They were giving him water to drink. They were doing He's had a great job of trying to get him out of the scene, but it was very difficult, very dangerous. He was actually pinned for quite a while until they were able to get him out.
This morning at the Pentagon, the all-night effort merely to extinguish the fires is still underway.
We were never able to fully extinguish the fire in the roof structure. We were able to get it mostly knocked down, and again, because we're having extreme difficulty making access under the slate roof, it's to be expected to take a while to get there. We have had the fuel from the jet catch fire again, and we're now in there with some additional hand lines and some phone lines with aircraft firefighters inside of the insides of the Pentagon, trying to suppress it, this time with firefighting foam.
And even as the struggle to contain the fires continues, the death count begins. Word this morning that the number would exceed 100, mostly from the Army and Navy, and some intelligence personnel. From the White House this morning, another address from the President.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life.
As he did last night, the President seeks to reassure Americans that life would go on, but it is going to be different.
The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens.
Across the nation, it is clear things are far from normal. This morning, air travel still shut down, stock markets closed, sporting events postponed, Broadway shows dark, and U.S. military forces worldwide on high alert. Warships patrolling the waters off Washington and New York, AWACS radar planes patrolling the skies. As rescuers toil, another high-stakes effort is underway to find those responsible for the carnage. NBC's Chris Hansen reports investigators are making swift progress.
Authorities may have identified some of the actual hijackers, and here's how they think they might have done that. Yesterday, they got a phone call from a passenger who had left Logan and arrived at his destination. Of course, he saw on the television monitors what had happened at the World Trade Center. He called investigators to say that he had had an altercation with two men he described as being Arabic in the central parking garage near the American Airlines terminal here at Boston Logan. He described the car that they were near, which was turned out to be a rental car, a Mitsubishi sedan. Investigators arrived at the sedan, took a quick look, and they found inside that there were flight training manuals in Arabic. They were able to connect that sedan to two men who are now identified as brothers, both of whom have passports from the United Arab Emirates, one of whom is a trained pilot. 2 to 3 other suspects may have come across the border into the U.S. from Canada and flown here yesterday morning from Portland, Maine, to take part in the hijacking.
And today in Florida, FBI agents spend hours questioning instructors at a flight school and confiscating potential evidence. Their focus, 2 men described as Middle Eastern who trained at the school last year. By midday, reports that the FBI has connected the two with yesterday's terrorist acts.
All right, that's Stone Phillips bringing us up to date on everything that has happened since the attacks yesterday beginning this morning. Let's go to Florida now, and NBC's Kerry Sanders, who knows some more about those 2 suspects who were trained as pilots in Florida in the fall of last year. Kerry?
Well, on the flight manifest, one of the names that shows up is Muhammad Atta, and that is one of the people who trained at that Venice Flying School on Florida's West Coast. I'm here on the East Coast in Coral Springs, which isn't too far from Fort Lauderdale, and behind me is an apartment complex where Muhammad Atta lived for a short period of time. The FBI came out here last night. They searched the apartment. There were some more FBI agents who came out again today. they have since left. Now, when Muhammad Atta left this part of Florida and moved over to the West Coast in Venice, Florida, on the Gulf Coast, he actually had a roommate whose name was Marwan al-Shahi, and they housed for about a week at a home of a resident over there, and they told the residents there that they were German, that they were not Arabs, that they were in the area learning to fly planes. And I've spoken to the flight certification, let me get the actual name. It's called a designated pilot examiner. That's a person who the FAA designates to take these people up after they spent time flying to see if indeed they qualify for a commercial rating. He says that he took them up about 3 times each individually, and as they were flying, they went ahead and met all of the certifications, and at that point he went ahead and rubber stamped them, and on they went. He says nothing really stood out about them. It's not unusual in Florida to get people from foreign countries learning to fly to get their commercial ratings, because the weather is so good down here and you have flat land, and it appeals to a lot of people to come to this country to learn to fly. They were learning to fly at the Venice Flying School, and I spoke to one of the representatives there at the flying school who went through some of the records that they had. Most of the records were picked up early this morning. The FBI picked up about 8 to 10 boxes of records and have since taken them away. But a few remaining records that they looked through, including date of birth. But the one thing that this administrator there at the school says that she remembers was that these 2 guys sort of hung out together. They didn't really mingle with the other students. And I asked her, did they have a problem paying for these classes? Because, as you may guess, it's not inexpensive to learn to fly, especially to get a commercial rating. She said it was about $25,000 per person to get this rating, to learn to fly a commercial plane. And she said they had no problem paying. They wrote with checks. The checks always cleared. They were always on time with their pay. Getting back to the designated pilot examiner, the one question I wondered was, after they finished learning to fly and actually got their rating, could they then just get into the cockpit of a 757 or a 767? Because all they got their rating on was a twin-engine piston plane, a Seneca. He says you could not get into a 757 and a 767 after getting this rating, take off and land. But you could get into a Boeing 757 or 767, have this training, sit down and fly the plane in the air for a short period of time. So he says, that it would be no problem for these people to have gotten into the seats of the cockpit there and to have flown the plane with the training that they had. Now, at this point, the one thing that we were able to trace is that Muhammad Atta and Marwan al-Shahi both had this very temporary Florida address, and they have Florida driver's licenses, but they also had addresses in Germany. And we had some producers go by that location in Germany, in Hamburg, and as they arrived, the German police were just arriving, and the German police were taking out boxes of evidence there. So at this point, the authorities are focusing considerably on Florida, here on the East Coast in Coral Springs, as well as the flying school, and they're trying to connect the dots. The last thing I have, which just sort of shows that they have been in the country for some time, was that they enrolled last July into the Venice Flying School, and they really completed their training there in January, even though they had actually gotten their commercial ratings in November and December. They wrapped up in January. So at this point, the FBI is going to be possibly saying...
Anyone there who has any hope that they can still find survivors under all of this rubble at this point?
And no one really is willing to tell us that they have no hope, but everyone here acknowledges that there's very, very little chance. We're in an area, Ed, between the 2 towers, what were the 2 towers. There is a massive debris here. There are no signs of life, haven't been any signs of life in this area for the past several hours. One fireman told us candidly, look, for all intents and purposes, this isn't a rescue effort anymore, it's a cleanup effort. Now, there are hundreds of volunteers here standing by, waiting to save anyone that can be found. I've got an army of doctors and nurses just off to the left, standing by and waiting. So no one's going to say never, but everyone understands what the reality of this scene is.
Thank you, Scott. The latest information we have is that the FEMA has confirmed that they've pulled 40 bodies. 40 bodies have been recovered from the rubble at the World Trade Center. 1,600 people have been treated for injuries. They expect this cleanup to take anywhere from a month to the next 2 to 3 months. Let's go to Bob Orr now in Washington for more news on the air transportation system. Bob?
Well, Ed, in fact, maybe we do have some news. We've got a clarification now that makes some sense from the Department of Transportation. I just got this. I'm going to have to read part of it to you, but Secretary of Transportation Mineta basically has decided to allow a limited reopening of the aviation system, but for one reason only, and that is to allow those flights that were diverted yesterday to go on to their original destinations. Now, as I understand the order, what will happen is passengers who were on the flights yesterday, and only those passengers, no new ones, will be allowed to go back to the airport they were diverted to, reboard the aircraft, and then go on to their original destinations. Beyond that, the temporary ground stop, that is the shutdown of the system, will remain in effect indefinitely. Airlines will be allowed to move around empty planes, but not with passengers on board. And then finally, once all of the new security measures go in place and the system is reopened, these are some of the things that passengers will notice. There will be increased searches of airplanes and airports. There'll be no more curbside check-in. You will no longer allowed to be check-in from, say, an off-airport location like a hotel. There'll be passengers only in boarding areas. There'll be no parking near terminals, and all auto traffic near terminals will be severely restricted. So just to recap, for today at least, there may be some flights that take off, but these are flights that had to be diverted yesterday. The only people on those flights would be
by people like you, Tom, who know the nuances of foreign policy, because Russia obviously has a long-standing, many decades grievance against Afghanistan and would like nothing better than to take some steps with intelligence through shared borders and the like that would help the U.S. in some sort of retaliatory mode if that is the direction they're going. China, because of their concern about some of these terror groups and unrest in that very complicated country, and their concern about keeping control and security control over their citizenry. So there are a number of nations. I was just talking to the Prime Minister of Australia the other day, who was talking about their concern about people coming through Manila who might be influenced by bin Laden or under bin Laden's control, trying to create terror seeds in Australia, some 1,500 miles away from the most previously known outposts of bin Laden's empire in the Philippines and in Indonesia. So there is quite a global reach, and that is the kind of thing that Powell and others and other agencies are trying to accomplish.
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell. Let's go to NBC's Robert Hager now, who's keeping track of aviation developments. There had been some thought that planes would be allowed to take off at around noon Eastern time today. Obviously, we have passed that deadline. Most of the majors are saying it will be 6 or later before they begin to fly. Midway, which was a highly valued airline in the Midwest, until the economic times took a tumble, it has gone out of business today, Bob tells us. Bob, what is the latest on scheduled flights from the major carriers?
Well, as you say, the last time we talked, they were all over the lot. Some carriers were going to try to get back in the air after 6 o'clock tonight. Others just weren't going to try it. Now the FAA has laid down the rules, so we know the operation at this point. They're essentially grounding all U.S. air traffic, throwing in the towel for a second day now.
Right here in the corner. Stay in the corner.
So after the first strike, you're not thinking terrorist attack, are you?
You're thinking this is a really huge accident that I should be seeing this, so we just decided to go even closer.
The brothers continued shooting this videotape. As people trapped in the building began falling from the windows.
It almost looked as if someone had just like stepped backwards and had fallen through a window.
What's this other jet doing? But the terrorists weren't done. 20 minutes later, another plane, another tower, another devastating attack.
Boom, just a loud explosion, and then you just look up to the sky because that's where it came from. The noise came from above. You look up and it's just like confetti in the sky.
And that was just the beginning. On the ground, chaos as one of the famed Twin Towers crumbles. Firefighters and rescue workers attack the other tower, still standing, still burning. Who knows how many trapped inside.
So start going to your trucks. Make sure you got flashlights. If you don't have any lights, then let me know.
Then that tower collapses too.
And we had some time to get some of the people out, but then there was those secondary explosions and then the subsequent collapses. So I don't know how many people were in there. I know there was a lot of firefighters, a lot of public safety personnel were in there.
You call her and you tell her, let her hear your voice. She's going to need to hear your voice. Just like you need to hear my voice, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you. Bye. See you later. I love you.
All day long, more fallout.
Because it might be a bomb in the school, maybe.
A reported bomb threat. A dangerous gas leak.
This is Ed Sullivan. I want that building evacuated. All civilians, please head north of Morris Street.
Then, a nearby building collapses from the day's damage.
You are watching Building 7 at the World Trade Center collapse.
Amid the destruction and devastation, though, one remarkable thing did happen. Today's tragedy brought out the best in a city not always known for its kindness and humanity. 3 hours after the attack, area residents have put out an open call for volunteers to search the rubble for any signs of possible survivors.
They're here to volunteer. They're a laborer, they're a plumber, they're an electrician, whatever they are, it's to stay with you guys. If they're medical, they go across the street.
We're CPR and first aid trained.
You're prepared to go into that rubble?
Yeah, unfortunately we are. You know, whatever we can do to help out. I know there's not enough people in the city of New York to do it. I mean, it's a mess over there.
These volunteers say there is just one thing they want, something uniquely New York. Street justice, tough and immediate.
I hope they're sending planes over there right now. Take care of business.
The focus all day on the East Coast because that's where the terrorists were able to hit their marks. But on the West Coast, all up and down the West Coast, they were scrambling as well. Bill Whitaker has more on that.
Fearing the nation's second largest city might also be a target, workers fled downtown high-rises, leaving the heart of Los Angeles a ghost town. With the Pentagon in flames, giant West Coast defense contractors, Boeing and Raytheon, sent Los Angeles workers home for safety's sake. FBI agents with fingers at the ready ring the main federal building. City government, law enforcement, indeed the entire city was on high alert.
We believe that whatever could have happened in New York could very likely happen here.
The busy borders with Mexico and Canada intensified security and remained open, but little else did. Urban icons, the Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco, even Seattle's Space Needle closed down, leaving tourists stunned.
To Pearl Harbor magnified 10 times.
There's heightened alert on the Golden Gate and Bay Bridges, San Francisco's main links. Even Disneyland, the self-proclaimed happiest place on earth, joined other California amusement parks and closed down in fear.
Obviously, what they want is to shut down the country, and that's exactly what they've done.
I mean, it's scary to think that something like this could happen in the United States. I mean, you feel safe here, and now you don't feel as safe.
The West's water and energy suppliers are taking no chances either. At Hoover Dam, boats and bomb-sniffing dogs are on patrol. Armed guards stand outside the San Onofre nuclear plant near San Diego. Up the road, Marine Camp Pendleton is on Threat Condition D, the highest level of alert, meaning an attack is expected or imminent.
Right now, they are checking every car that's on base, and we are restricting access if you're not a military affiliated.
In Los Angeles, Muslim groups citing death threats said don't blame all for the alleged actions of a few.
The pain of this country is, in fact, our pain.
Saying there's clearly too much hatred, the Crystal Cathedral in Orange County invited people of all faiths to come together and pray for the victims of terror. So here, like the rest of the country, there are prayers for the victims and concern for the country's future and safety. Bill Whitaker, CBS News, Los Angeles, for Up to the Minute.
And we're going to take a break at this moment as the information continues to come in. We're going to take a check at that, update it, give you the latest information. CBS News coverage of the attack on America continues in just a moment.
I'm alive. I'm going to go home. I'm going to hug my wife. And thank God I'm alive. I'm 69, but I can still run. Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out. This is a federal building. That's a federal building. The safety can happen here. Get out of here. All the way to the ground. We do not have a signal on our Nextel, so I can't get ISP. Is there somebody who can hear me off this radio?
Put a jacket over my head, 3 or 4 of us huddled together, and it was just black everywhere.
And with everyone asking the obvious question, how in the world, answers will be coming in fragments.
The American Airlines Flight 11, the 767 from Boston to Los Angeles, a flight attendant called the American Airlines Operations Center to let them know that 2 flight attendants had been stabbed and the perpetrators had broken into the flight deck.
Then, just before lunchtime, in a green field in Pennsylvania, one final crash. A United Airlines 757 carrying 45 people from Newark to San Francisco. Reportedly, a passenger on board used his cell phone to call 911 before the plane went down. The president's safety had become an issue.
We flew for a couple of hours on Air Force One at what appeared to be a very high altitude. We were not told where we would land until the time came. There were jet fighters accompanying the president's aircraft. He has been traveling, we are told, by Ari Fleischer, and he will continue to travel.
Mr. Bush reached Washington earlier this evening. Already, we have these images that no one can ever forget. A tough guy mayor pained by what he saw.
The situation is that 2 airplanes have attacked apparently. Can't go to sleep. What? They should not go to sleep. All right, well then let's go north then.
The dust, everywhere the dust. And how it just wouldn't come off. And the desperate choice by desperate people who had no way out.
We saw what we thought was debris, and we realized it was people jumping. I can't do anymore.
Late this afternoon, another building weakened by the blast went down like a domino. This evening, an address to the nation.
These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation.
At this point, it's hard to believe that all of this happened in a morning. Military jets are crisscrossing the skies over Manhattan. National Guard units are out. Washington is shut down. Airports in the U.S. and Canada are closed. And the death toll is still uncountable and unimaginable. John Donvan, ABC News, Washington.
Unimaginable indeed. ABC's John Donvan perfectly capturing the shock I think so many of us are still feeling, still reeling at the attacks that were launched this morning. There is an unbelievability to the fact that we in the United States find ourselves in this position. We do want to recap for you. This is ABC's continuing coverage of the terrorist attacks on the United States. We have a live look now at the site of the World Trade Center where rescue crews are working around the clock trying to reach bodies of survivors. Many are feared buried beneath the rubble of the Trade Center's twin towers. Both towers collapsed after two hijacked jetliners slammed into them early yesterday morning. You can see there the eerie sight down in lower Manhattan, the rubble, the dust, the wreckage, and the unimaginable body count, as I'm sure. And here we have the very first pictures of the first jetliner slamming into that first tower. This is home video. Somebody down in lower Manhattan just happened to be rolling when that happened, when the very first part of this multi-pronged terrorist attack occurred. And it is a devastating sight, an unbelievable sight to see a jet of that size. All four jets hijacked this morning were 757s or 767s, massive jets starting out on the East Coast, flying for destinations on the West Coast. We were told, or there's been speculation here, in fact, ABC's John Miller thought that perhaps that was a deliberate selection by the terrorists because those jets would have been full of jet fuel, making them extremely incendiary, extremely inflammatory, and extremely devastating. And that was at least a successful selection on the terrorist part. It is a similar scene of devastation tonight at the Pentagon, where another hijacked plane was attacked and crashed into the Pentagon yesterday. Officials fear hundreds of people there may have died. They were there for work in the morning. One wall of the Pentagon's 5 walls apparently has collapsed. The military is reacting by putting all of its forces around the world on the very highest state of alert. And as we've been saying to you, there is also going to be mobilization. We've got aircraft carriers moving to positions off the coast of New York City and Washington, D.C., as well as Seattle, Washington. Standing by in case any other attacks will be launched, standing by, able to defend those cities and our country from whatever may happen. Despite the heavy damage at the Pentagon, it is scheduled to be open today, even as it burns and even as officials deal with what appears to be a large death toll there as well. ABC's Jim Sciutto is at the Pentagon. Jim, I understand there have been several not credible, incredible claims of responsibility, but there's been a new claim of responsibility that just came in a few moments ago that we're just learning about. Any credibility at all to this one?
Well, we've checked it out. Well, first let me tell you what it is. It's the Associated Press wires quoting foreign wire services saying that a Pakistan-based Islamic group fighting against Indian rule in the Kashmir, that, as you know, the disputed province between Pakistan and India, that this group called Lashkar-e-Taiba is claiming responsibility for the hijacking. But as you did mention, there have been many rumors. We've been in touch with the Joint Information Bureau of the Armed Forces as well as the Pentagon, both of them saying they know nothing of this.
And this is a Lashkar-e or Taiba, as you just said, a Pakistan-based Islamic militant group. Have they ever been responsible for any other forms of terrorism, or do we know what they might have accomplished in previous attempts?
No information beyond what I've said, and as I said, the Joint Information Bureau and the Pentagon saying they have no information about this.
And we should caution people as we say that they're, unfortunately, and after scenes of devastation like this, oftentimes terrorist groups are eager to claim responsibility for the terrible devastation, oftentimes many claiming responsibility when they had nothing, in fact, to do with the attack. Jim, the Pentagon is still burning at this hour?
It is still burning, still smoke coming out of the top, firefighters pouring water on the roof of the Pentagon. As I mentioned earlier, we saw flames breaking through about an hour ago. That's stopped now, but the fire chief here in Arlington, Virginia, where the Pentagon is located, saying they still don't have the fire under control and they want to get that fire under control before they continue the search and rescue and the recovery of victims as well.
How on earth is the Pentagon going to be open and operating given the fact that it's burning and given the fact that victims are still buried in the rubble there?
Well, it's still open and operating as we speak. On the other side of the building, offices, the Joint Military Command Center, where Donald Rumsfeld, the Defense Secretary, was in action earlier today, they're still in action. People working as we speak and planning to come to work in the morning, although they do plan to close off this section of the Pentagon. If you can imagine the spokes of the wheel emanating from the middle of it, they're going to shut off about a third of it between the 2nd and the 6th corridors. There are 10 corridors around like spokes of a wheel. They're going to shut off about a third of the building, but still the rest of it back to business in the morning.
And
Elizabeth, I just wanted to mention
business.
one thing. There have been many estimates of casualties so far here at the Pentagon and certainly in New York, but Pentagon officials convinced that something that I don't believe we've had a chance to report yet has made a difference. In the latest renovation of the Pentagon, all the windows were coated with mylar, a very strong, transparent substance which is used to prevent the glass from shattering during explosions. During previous attacks on the U.S. embassies in Africa in 1998, as well as the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia in 1996, a lot of the deaths, perhaps even the majority of the deaths and injuries resulting from shattered glass. Tonight, Pentagon officials saying that the fact that the windows in the Pentagon were coated with mylar, preventing that glass from shattering, may have made a very big difference.
That is a nice bit of good news. And obviously, I didn't mean to interrupt you a moment ago, but the Pentagon having very important business being done there tonight. So it is an important place that, even despite the devastation right there, needs to be up and operating.
To look at it from this side and see the smoke still coming out and the damage on this side of the building, to know that people are still at work in this building, really is quite incredible.
All right, Jim, thank you so much for that report. We'll be checking back with you in just a few minutes. Public officials here in New York are obviously under an enormous amount of stress, as they have been since the disaster began. It has been especially difficult and deadly for New York's fire department. ABC's Chris Cuomo looks at their heroic efforts and the price so many of them paid.
An unprecedented terrorist attack. While thousands fled for safety, New York City firefighters were heading straight into the blast.
As soon as this happened, people were calling on the phone, every station in the city. How can I help? How can I help?
But with buildings of this size and fires of this magnitude, on this day, even their best wasn't enough.
We tried our best, and it was just too much. It was unbelievable. For me, it was.
When the towers showed signs of collapsing, they scrambled to escape. Most made it, but some couldn't get out fast enough. Exactly how many, we may not know for days.
Firehouse.
But what about the others? At this station, calls started pouring in.
Unfortunately, we don't really have much to tell them.
In all the chaos, there would be no quick answers. Just firefighters looking for their lost brothers.
Get our brothers. Get our brothers. A couple brothers are also trapped down there.
It's a scene of frustration and fear. Trucks as far as the eye can see, blocked from going back. And a triage center, already seeing too many firefighters.
Have you ever heard of an incident where so many firemen and so many policemen were hurt?
No, and I used to work at EMS many years ago, and no. I mean, firemen were coming in and telling us that there was 3 rescue companies that never made it out.
As of tonight, as many as 200 firefighters are feared to be dead. Many are missing, and still, the rescue effort has barely begun.
That is ABC's Chris Cuomo reporting on the New York City Fire Department. We have here, just to our desk, a report from the Boston Herald saying that authorities in Massachusetts have identified at least 5 Arab men as potential suspects in the terror attacks launched yesterday morning from Logan International Airport. They apparently have seized in the central parking garage a car laden with Arabic language flight training manuals. Of course, there's been a lot of speculation that whoever hijacked these airplanes needed to know how to fly them, being unable to convince any sane pilot to deliberately fly his commercial jet into a landmark, the Pentagon, the Trade Center towers. Also, there apparently the sources in this Boston Herald report are saying that hijackers in one plane began to kill flight attendants on board the flight in order to lure the pilot out of the cockpit. At that point, they were able to then go into the cockpit and take control of the aircraft. Apparently, according to the source, they started killing stewardesses as a diversion. The pilot came back to help, and that's how they got into the cockpit, according to this Boston Herald report. Also, according to that report, the suspects did all of this on all 4 of the flights that you're seeing right there, 2 American Airlines flights, 2 United Airlines flights, all originating here on the East Coast from Boston, Logan Airport, from Dulles Airport, from Newark Airport, all heading to California, all heavy with fuel, airline fuel, and apparently, according to the Boston Herald report, the suspects used knives that they had hidden in their shaving kits and other carry-on luggage, and that was how they were able to smuggle these weapons on board. No guns were used, but apparently the knife-like weapons were made up of plastic handles embedded with razor blade, according to sources in this Boston Herald report. Indeed, authorities were led to the rental car by a civilian who apparently said got into some sort of an altercation with these suspects, with several Arab men as they were parking their car, which was apparently some sort of sedan. The man, whose name was not available last night, called state police from an out-of-town airport to report that he'd gotten into this argument with these suspects to check out the car. They, in fact, did, and found this Arab language literature as well as training manuals. 2 of the suspects, 2 of the men apparently, whose passports were traced to the United Arab Emirates, are brothers, according to this report, one of whom was a trained pilot. That's all in the Boston Herald. Obviously this is a huge crime investigation being launched right now. Federal agents going over the flight manifests on all 4 of these commercial jets, trying to figure out who on board was in fact beyond this, trying to trace this back to the source. Lower Manhattan and the Pentagon, an enormous crime scene, as well as the scene of an enormous tragedy of historic proportions. Recapping the very latest on this unprecedented terrorist attack on the United States, massive and grim searching going on for survivors and bodies. It's going on underway right now in New York after 2 hijacked jetliners slammed into the World Trade Center's Twin Towers. You're looking there at the devastation tonight, early this morning. City buses, whole streets, which are just filled with the wreckage. And this is videotape of one of those jets slamming in, the second jet slamming into the second Trade Center tower. You see it just go right in. An unbelievable sight as it, and here's the first jet again. This videotape we just got into our newsroom, a home video. Somebody just happened to be downtown, happened to be rolling and captured that horrifying image. That, the start of what was meant to be, in the minds of the terrorist, a 4-pronged terrorist attack. The 4th jet crashing in the countryside in Pennsylvania. Apparently, authorities believe it might have been on its way to Camp David. But obviously, these are not just the scenes of tragedy, but crime scenes. The FBI will be going over this with a fine-tooth comb, looking for the clues as to who might have been responsible. One of the things that could help, one of the flight attendants on the American Airlines jet, as it was being hijacked, was able to call American Airlines flight operations somehow to report that, in fact, the jet was being hijacked, that 2 flight attendants had been stabbed. We just heard from that Boston Herald report that was seen as a diversion, a way to get the pilot, lure him out of the cockpit. That flight attendant was able to give the seat number of one of the hijackers, so I'm sure FBI agents will be tracking that down as well, trying to find out from the flight manifest who these people were, trace them back to the terrorist cell that committed this terrible act of terrorism. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani here in New York City says the number of casualties from the Trade Center attacks will be, quote, more than most of us can bear. Officials say establishing the final death toll could, in fact, take weeks. And at the Pentagon, we just saw Jim Sciutto outside there, where it is still burning. Investigators fear hundreds of people were killed when another hijacked jetliner slammed into that building. One wall of the Pentagon has collapsed. You can see there that flames coming out of the windows. And even now at night and early morning, as it continues to burn, and the search for victims has really been stalled because of that fire. Folks in the Pentagon are working at defending this country, the very important work that they do there, continuing despite the devastation and tragedy all around them. The military is responding by putting its forces around the world on the very highest alert, and an aircraft carrier due to come home tomorrow from the Persian Gulf has been ordered to remain in the Persian Gulf area indefinitely. Let's go now to ABC News' Barry Serafin, who is in Washington, D.C. Barry, we've been hearing already a lot of talk about quick and swift and severe retaliation. The mood in Capitol Hill tonight?
Well, that's the mood, Elizabeth, but I think cooler heads are going to argue for taking time to make sure that we're right about who was responsible, and indeed if some nation was harbored.
States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy, and we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
But the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, which harbors the chief suspect, Osama bin Laden, rushed to deny that he could have had anything to do with it. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan warned that it would be a great mistake for America to retaliate before completing an investigation. Former Israeli leader Ehud Barak, who was visiting London, was unequivocal in his demand that terrorism be stamped out.
Whoever is ready to host these kind of activities should be automatically isolated from the community of nations and be treated as a rogue state, and every group of terrorists headed by whoever is there should be dealt with as terror thugs. Only the policy that our ancestors were ready to take against pirates on the high seas is appropriate.
But unofficially, the steadfast support for the United States was also being tempered with a hint of reality.
Europeans may consider that perhaps the close alignment of European and American policy over the trouble spots in the world, over general issues of world policy, may not be as appropriate as it seemed, that the transatlantic relationship that appeared to be seamless may in fact not be quite so close in the future as it's been in the past.
That nervousness was echoed by stock markets as they began to open up around the world. Stocks took a dive. One expert suggested that capitalism is a prime target for terrorists.
Because they're against capitalism, because they're against the spread of globalization, because they're against the spread of American economic power. Therefore, their aim was to attack the economy, to attack capitalism, and to declare that it is their enemy, and they're going to destroy it.
So, as you can imagine, there's an extreme state of nervousness here. The European stock markets, which have just opened, are really quite sharply down, and so the main losers have included, as you can imagine, travel stocks and travel companies and airlines. Melissa?
All right, Tom Fenton from London, thank you. Let's come back here to the soil in New York City, to what's going on here. Whenever there's a time of disaster, of course this is uncharted territory, but in times of disaster we assume that rescue workers will be there to help and to save people. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case this morning, as rescue workers themselves were becoming the casualties and making up the death toll. More than 300 firefighters sent to the World Trade Center are missing, as are many of the city's police officers. CBS News correspondent Scott Pelley filed this report earlier with Dan Rather.
Dan, there are estimates being released tonight by the New York City Firefighters Union of as many as 200 firefighters killed today. The New York City Police Union says there may be as many as 87 police officers who are missing. Those are estimates, of course. The numbers will change, but it does give you a sense of the magnitude of what has been happening here. We spent virtually the entire day near the seat of the disaster with those who were called upon to risk their lives to save others. On some of the highest floors, the inferno and the smoke fueled a panic that led some to the windows, where they were either blown out or chose to fall.
I've seen at least 12 people either jump or they had no choice. I don't know if it was by force, they didn't want to get burned or they didn't want to blow up, but they just jumped. And just look at them flying out the buildings like they're paper.
For New Yorkers who witnessed the catastrophe, there was no doubt for an instant that it was terrorism.
It was too nice a day for that to be an accident. We just talking amongst ourselves.
You knew the plane hadn't gotten lost?
Not a day like today, first thing. It's a beautiful day. How does a plane hit a building on a beautiful day like that?
Firefighters working at the center of the attack describe a scene of overwhelming devastation. Pieces of bodies in the streets and in the rubble. Rescuers climbed the girders of the shattered building searching for any sign of life, but there were precious few. Many firefighters and officers were wounded or killed when the first responders were caught in the collapse of the towers. One police officer told us, "No one has ever seen anything like this, unless they were in Dresden in World War II."
Horrible, horrible. The whole building just collapsed on us inside the lobby.
1 block from the base of the World Trade Center tower, the inferno burned 4 hours after the attack. Police cars, the first to respond, were incinerated by the collapse of the second tower. Many firefighters and officers were wounded in the collapse, perhaps killed. No one can say how many.
No idea how many people, cops are dead. Many people hurt.
What about the casualties? What have you seen?
Uncountable. Let's go.
Courageous firefighters responded from all over New York City, called from off-duty, called from vacation. Renee Davila was the first EMS supervisor at the scene.
I was there, and I saw the building collapse. We all started running. And I ended up inside the Hilton somewhere. I was like trapped. I don't know where I was. I couldn't find my way out with all the smoke and the debris in there. I finally just closed the door behind me and covered it so no more smoke and debris would come in. And what I did was I called my wife. I told her I love her.
Go again. Another one. Hours after the attack, many smaller explosions rumbled through downtown. Firemen, paramedics, and police officers walked out of the carnage in shock and disbelief.
It was unbelievable in there. This guy's still trapped. We couldn't get to him.
Anybody want to volunteer?
Many New Yorkers rushed downtown to volunteer. These construction workers were from Iron Workers Local 40.
What's the job in there? Whatever it is. To save somebody, one person saved, it's a life saved.
Through the day, an inferno raged in World Trade Center Building Number 7, another massive office tower. Firefighters feared that it would collapse, and a little more than 8 hours after the attack, the abandoned building fell. 47 stories in the street. This is what's left of the carefully organized files and lives that were the World Trade Center. Bits of paper blasted into the street, construction dust 1 inch or 2 inches deep everywhere you look. What's eerie about this place now, several hours after the initial disaster, is just how quiet it is. You don't hear any ambulances racing away from the World Trade Center anymore.
I saw many injuries.
Hundreds, thousands.
My eyesight did not see hundreds and thousands. I know that my heart and my brain tells me they were hundreds.
We spoke to some firefighters earlier today near the scene of the World Trade Center towers. They told us that they were under the towers when they began to fall, and as they looked up and saw the buildings coming down on top of them, they glanced over their shoulders and saw the entrance to a subway station. They threw themselves down the stairs of the subway. The building collapsed. These firefighters told us they dug themselves out of the subway and went back to work. We talked to those firefighters at the base of World Trade Center Building Number 7. We left them there 1 hour before that building collapsed. We don't know whether they escaped a second time.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended.
Everybody back. Everybody back.
Now let's go. Move it out.
We have no sense yet of the enormity of it with regard to the number of people that we lost.
Come on, where's your... Over here, over here. Over here. It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down.
What's that?
Holy...
Oh my God! Jesus Christ!
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy.
Holy
fuck! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Do you have any water? Give me one.
Somebody to come get us out.
Bring it back in.
Jack!
You'll be fine.
Don't worry, don't worry. Come on, where's your... Over here, over here. Withstanding tower number 1. Just, we saw some kind of explosion, a lot of smoke come out of the top of the tower, and then it collapsed down onto the streets below, much like we saw the first tower just about a half hour ago.
You are watching continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. And we begin another half hour of our coverage of the attack on America. It is Wednesday, September 12th, a day all of us will remember all over the world. From CBS News headquarters in New York City, I'm Melissa McDermott, and we do continue our coverage. The people of the United States are trying to come to grips with the fact that they are victims of the worst terrorist attack in history. 4 jetliners hijacked and used as flying bombs in an attack on America. Thousands of people are believed dead. At least 260 of those victims died aboard the doomed hijacked plane. And President Bush has vowed that the United States will not distinguish between the terrorists behind the acts and the people or countries who harbor them. The horror of the attacks unfolded on nationwide TV. CBS News correspondent Russ Mitchell gives us a look at how it all played out. In New York City, the desperate search for victims runs through the morning at the site where 2 hijacked commercial U.S. jetliners were used to ram the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Both towers, where 50,000 work, collapsed. A third building in the tower complex collapsed later in the day. President Bush says the death toll is in the thousands. A third hijacked jetliner crashed into the Pentagon, and a fourth, possibly being diverted to the Washington area, came down in Pennsylvania. All told, an estimated 285 dead on the hijacked planes alone. The FAA has ordered an unprecedented shutdown of air traffic nationwide at least through noon, and the U.S. military is on alert. And once again, put this in perspective, we're going to show you a timeline. The horror of the attacks unfolded on nationwide TV. CBS News correspondent Russ Mitchell gives us a look at how it all played out.
Morning, the 11th of September, 2001. It began as a shimmering late summer day.
WCBS News Time 8:48. It's traffic and weather together. Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we are just currently getting a look at the World Trade Center. We have something that has happened here at the World Trade Center.
And within half an hour, became America's second Pearl Harbor.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
By now, you've seen the pictures. But it's been a long, agonizing, and confusing 12 hours.
Oh, it was chaos. It's something out of a movie.
So briefly, here's what we know about exactly what happened. 8:48 a.m., American Airlines Flight 11, hijacked en route from Boston to Los Angeles, slams into the North Tower of the World Trade Center, 2/3 of the way up the 110-story building.
We had seen a fireball, and I can tell you it appears as though something has gone into the World Trade Center.
20 minutes later, at 9:08 a.m., a United Airlines flight, number 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles, tips its wings and crashes into the South Tower.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
An incredible fireball, so remarkable, it didn't even seem real.
Looked like a plane rammed into the second building.
35 minutes after that, 9:43 a.m., American Airlines Flight 77, scheduled to fly to Los Angeles from Dulles Airport outside Washington, dives into the Pentagon, destroying one of the building's 5 sides.
I happened to heard a plane come through. It sounded like it was running normal.
10:10 a.m., the 4th hijacked plane, United 93 from Newark to San Francisco, crashes in a remote area 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh.
It just come down like it was going to land, but instead of landing, it just went nose right into the ground.
In a little more than an hour, 4 horrific plane crashes, hundreds believed dead. But far worse was yet to come. At 10:05 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center, possibly weakened beyond hope by the plane's impact, collapses. People can be seen jumping from the high floors.
The building came just rumbling down. It was like a war zone.
10:28 a.m., and the North Tower, choked with smoke and flames from its upper floors, disintegrates. Smoke and ash from the destruction combined to make parts of New York City look like ancient Pompeii after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Rescue firemen were coated with thick white dust.
This is terrible. We lost tons of guys. We lost tons of guys.
Cars were under blankets of ash. Rescuers were just happy to be alive. As for the death toll, even tonight there were no hard numbers. But New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani feared it might extend into the thousands. Half a world away, there was a far different reaction. Gunmen appearing to applaud today's terrorism. But Palestine Liberation Organization leader Yasser Arafat did not join in.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked.
In Afghanistan, a spokesman for the ruling Taliban, who provides sanctuary for terrorist leader Osama bin Laden, said he could not have been behind the attack.
Everybody out! Everybody out!
Back home, it was as if war had been declared.
Ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families.
President Bush spoke to the nation, first briefly in Florida, and later from a military base in Louisiana.
The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Then, heading to another military base outside Omaha.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
All international flights into the U.S. were diverted to Canada. The FAA stopped every single commercial airplane flight for the first time ever. As the day ended in New York City, another skyscraper in the World Trade Center complex crumbled. Building number 7, 47 stories high.
Russ Mitchell reporting. Now, among the dead, the wife of U.S. Solicitor General Ted Olson was aboard the jetliner that crashed into the Pentagon. It is hard to even imagine this moment I'm about to tell you about that took place between this woman and her husband. Barbara Olson called her husband as the plane was being hijacked. And this happened with a number of the passengers and their loved ones on the ground. Also a passenger on American Airlines Flight 11, Doug Stone. His son is Zach Stone.
I know this is difficult.
I know.
How did you get the word?
I was woken up by one of his best friends.
One of his best friends?
Yeah.
Was your dad often traveling from Boston?
Yeah, he
He lives there primarily, but he's worked back and forth for the last few months.
And he was due to be home for a while?
Yeah, he's probably been here for about 2 or 3 weeks before he went back again.
And your mother also was gone, I understand?
Yeah, she had to work in Texas.
She knows, obviously, as well?
Yeah, I talked to her. She's driving home.
She's driving home. If it's not too painful, your dad was, obviously, is your father, and love him very much?
Yeah, of course. I love her dad. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. God, he's great to me.
When you heard when you heard what happened, did you have any inkling at all that your father could have been on one of those planes?
Yeah. Well, they called me. I woke up to it. And it was the same. He's taken that flight 100 times. I've taken that flight. I've traveled back there to visit him. And, yeah, I figured it was this flight. I mean, I'm just waiting for the confirmation, but we got it.
Okay, I thank you for talking to us. I mean, you have any other thoughts about this whole crazy thing? I mean, for a young man, it must be difficult to understand what terrorism does.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's horrible. I don't know why they think they have to do it when it's, I don't know why they attack us, just because they think we're siding with someone else, see what our people have to do with it, but they do what they want.
You never thought anything like this could happen, obviously?
I mean, I knew it could happen, but I didn't expect it, obviously. But it can happen, yeah.
We talked earlier about cell phones, communications between loved ones on the doomed flights and the ones on the ground. As you can imagine, all over the world tonight, people are calling the cell phones of people, their loved ones they believe were in the World Trade Center at the time of the attacks. They only hope no one answering those cell phones, and hopefully the ringing phone could be what brings rescuers to their loved ones. Overseas, one of the many world leaders expressing support for the United States is Russian President Vladimir Putin. In a speech televised throughout Russia, he condemned the attacks and offered support to President Bush. Condolences are also coming from the Russian people to Americans. CBS News correspondent Elizabeth Palmer is in Moscow. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Overnight, visibly shocked and grieving Russians placed flowers and messages of support outside the American embassy in Moscow. We remember the terrorist bombings of apartment buildings here, says Anya, and we know the fear people feel when they aren't even safe in their own homes. When I first saw the pictures, I couldn't believe my eyes, said Edward. I thought I was watching a science fiction movie. Shortly after the first plane crashed, Russia's Security Council met in emergency session. The national militia has been put on alert, and airspace over Moscow and St. Petersburg has been closed. President Vladimir Putin spoke on Russian television to express his sympathy and his outrage. This goes beyond the United States' national borders, he said. It's a wanton act of contempt against all humanity. I want to tell the American people on behalf of Russia, we are with you. We share and feel your pain. We support you. Coverage of the unfolding tragedy was carried live in special programming on Russian television most of the day and dominated the headlines in newspapers. This morning, the American embassy in Moscow is under heavier guard than usual, and the flag is flying at half-mast. The Russian government also says that it's got a plane full of emergency rescue experts waiting at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow should the American government call for backup assistance. Melissa.
You mentioned the embassy, Elizabeth. What about other U.S. residents in Russia? Are there any other preventative measures being taken to help them?
I know that the American embassy is working overtime to make sure that they're in contact with the United States, despite communication difficulties. People were trying to call yesterday and only meeting silence on the lines because I guess they're terribly jammed, and also some of the communications equipment has been destroyed. So their first preoccupation, obviously, is to reassure people who have loved ones who lived or worked in that part of Manhattan that they're okay, or if there's bad news, that it arrives as quickly as possible. Melissa.
Now, Putin had said in his speech that he knows how America feels, I assume comparing this to Chechnya. Talk more about that.
Well, Russia, I think Russians were especially moved and shocked by this. First of all, perhaps because they never expected it to happen. America won the Cold War. America, in Russians' eyes and minds, is largely impregnable. So for this to happen was unthinkable. Furthermore, the Russians have had a particularly violent century themselves.
Can I ask another question?
They had a series of terrorist attacks here in Moscow. Apartment buildings were blown up, and hundreds of people died. And so I think that they feel as if there's some kinship here with what Americans are feeling today. Melissa.
Elizabeth, there were talks going on regarding the U.S. pulling out of the ABM treaty as news of the attack spread, and we understand that's when Russia signaled it's no longer seeking to talk the U.S. out of withdrawing. How is this affecting U.S. and Russia relations?
Vladimir Putin and President Bush made it clear that one of the things they do see eye to is some sort of international cooperation.
And he said it's something to the effect of it's true. And then the phone.
Terrible remarks from the mother of one of the victims on board those flights, those commercial jets that were hijacked early yesterday morning. We're going to go now to ABC's Bill Blakemore, who is near Ground Zero down near Lower Manhattan, where there is this massive effort underway to get near the wreckage, the rubble, to unearth the victims. Bill, any update you can give us?
Well, they're still working down there with the search and rescue operation. The smoke seems to be slightly less than it was before, but that building is still on fire just to the west of the trade towers, and there's still smoke coming out from the base of the trade towers. It's getting chillier here at night, but the crews are still going down in there covered with ash, covered with a great deal of dust and soot. There's a lot of heavy machinery down around the edges of the trade towers, what's left of them, moving bits of debris out of the way, but we've had no further word of anybody being found in the rubble. And although we have seen many cases, of course, in earthquake collapsed buildings where they find people alive even weeks after, there's not a great expectation that there will be many such cases here, because when those two towers collapsed in upon themselves, they seem to have almost completely disintegrated in the enormous heat, and the heat went out throughout the day in that area. There still could be, however, people found, and there's always hope.
You were talking earlier, Bill, that there was still concern that some of the buildings near the perimeter of this disaster area might be unstable. And in addition, there are fires still burning that are hampering rescue efforts. How is all that going?
Well, that's part of the big problem, is the fact that they still have firefighting operations as well right next to places that they are trying to rescue people. So it's two different kinds of operations all at once. And the fact that a couple of the buildings are still unstable means that they're having to assess bit by bit just exactly where they can take the sniffer dog teams and where they can send people in to try to look for pockets where people might be trapped.
As we talk to you, Bill, we're taking yet another look at this videotape that just came into our newsroom from a home video camera of the first airplane crashing into that tower. We had reports after this. Again, what a horrific scene. We had reports after, as the fire spread in the two twin towers, that people were leaping out of top floors, many of them from the 80th floor. Eyewitness reports that different victims were actually, one man and a woman held hands as they jumped, we presume to escape the flames, knowing full well that it was a choice of leaping to your death as opposed to burning.
Yes, indeed. I talked to some people when I got down here just after that was happening, describing it to me, and they were completely broken up and sobbing as they were telling me about the fact that they had to stand here and watch people leap out of this building at such a great height, because they clearly knew that they were watching people, knowing that they were leaping to their death without wanting to have to do that. Apparently the heat just driving them out of the building.
Absolutely horrific. And all day and all night over Manhattan, a huge cloud of dust and smoke. You mentioned that is beginning to clear?
Just a little bit. There's still a very high cloud of smoke just over to the left of me here. That's over to the west, because there's one large building on fire, and it's been on fire since early morning, since the trade tower collapsed right next to it.
All right. All right, so Bill, go ahead, finish.
Well, I was just going to say, so that the fire is still not completely out. It's not as bad as it was about 3 hours ago when we had great billows of smoke here. You can still see down at the end of the street, perhaps, that there's one area where there's still a lot of smoke coming out, however, and so they just haven't solved that problem yet.
All right, Bill Blakemore, stand by. We'll be checking back with you in just a few moments. This is obviously tremendously upsetting, not just to the people who witnessed this terrible tragedy, to those people who are impacted in some way, and I think we all are to some extent, but for children as well, this can be a tremendously difficult thing. Derek, you have some information on how to help your kids understand something.
The experts say the key thing for children, as we know, in a general...
A little glimmer of hope, a little light in all of this. We did see those EMS trucks come, and we did see those very people that Molly's interview was talking about. So actually, two of them we saw were conscious. Not sure about the other person because they actually backed them up. If you can see behind me, they backed up a couple of trucks, and some came up along the side. You know, obviously, this being a hospital and there being so many people in Manhattan, to a certain degree, they have their other business as usual. So we've been real careful tonight to be able to discern between, victims related to this tragedy and victims related to perhaps another tragedy. And one way we've been able to obviously tell that these were victims related to the Twin Towers is that when they would come up, the EMS workers had masks on, the debris, just that look. What is that look that unfortunately we've gotten used to seeing after several hours of seeing so many people emerge from that horrible sea of destruction downtown. So once again, we are getting survivors. It seems to be very true that there were people underneath that rubble that remained alive, had incredible courage. And just like Molly's interview was saying, you know, when you see that, you all of a sudden get this amazing burst of energy. You can see it here at the hospital. I mean, I feel it. How many hours have we all been up? But, you know, when you see that there are people alive, people who have been through it and are staying strong and want to survive despite everything they've seen, well, you get a rush of energy. You know, you feel like you want to be there with them. You want to help them. So one little piece of light that we can offer in all of this is that definitely expect to see more people coming up to this hospital alive. Back to you guys.
All right, Daria Alexander, we certainly hope that Daria's prediction comes true. Shortly after two planes smashed into the World Trade Center, the nerve center of the American military, the Pentagon, was struck by a third hijacked plane.
But business kept going. Brian Wilson has the latest from the Pentagon.
3 words: threat condition Delta. The United States military...
Filled with tens of thousands of gallons of volatile fuel. They were literally flying bombs, each with an explosive power far greater than the blast that leveled the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Based on radio communications from the planes, FAA authorities knew they were dealing with a terrorist attack and immediately moved to close New York and Washington airports. And for the first time in U.S. history, all flights across the country were grounded.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
But there were still 2 hijacked jets in the air, and one of them, American Airlines Flight 77, took aim on the Pentagon. It crashed in a fireball at 9:38. Meanwhile, the 4th plane, the flight from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the 4-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to hear a plane come through. It sounded like it was running normally. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here. Everything was running fine on the plane, it sounded like.
FAA officials say they may reopen the national airspace later today, but then again, they may not. When the flights do resume, we're told we'll see an unprecedented level of security for U.S. aviation. But even then, it will not be an aviation system that's well equipped to prevent suicide attacks. Bob Orr, CBS News, Washington.
While the Pentagon burned, aircraft carrier battle groups were dispatched to the seas off Washington, D.C. and New York City. CBS's David Martin has the story from the Pentagon.
Fires are still burning, although Pentagon officials say the flames are under control and the Pentagon will be open for business. We now have new close-up pictures of the damage done by that plane, and Defense Secretary Rumsfeld had a grim warning that casualties will be high.
Some people have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
The first attack ever on the Pentagon occurred at 9:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Flipped this pole over here, hit another pole and slammed right into the building. Huge explosion, and then utter pandemonium, as you might imagine. I mean, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God."
A hijacked American Airlines jet, which had just taken off from Dulles Airport, flew right up the main highway leading north into Washington and straight into the citadel of American military power.
There was no doubt about it. It was American Airlines slammed right into the building, and there was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Fearful that, like the World Trade Center, a second airliner was on its way, most of the building's 23,000 workers fled.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense.
One ray of hope. The Pentagon is undergoing a major renovation, and some of the offices in the path of the plane were vacant.
We're trying to find out who made it out okay and account for the people that may not have made it out.
When the plane hit, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld moved from his office on the other side of the building into the National Military Command Center in the basement. With smoke hanging in the air, he ordered aircraft carriers, amphibious ships, cruisers, and destroyers to New York and Washington, where they can serve as floating hospitals, help with the cleanup, and provide air defense against the possibility of more attacks. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs made a clear threat of military retaliation.
I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Right now, suspicion focuses on Osama bin Laden, but first things first. The FBI is combing the wreckage for evidence, and all U.S. military bases and embassies are at the highest state of alert. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
And our latest information is that the fire at the Pentagon has been put out, but there are 100 to up to 800 people who must be located and could possibly have been killed. One hijacked plane apparently never did reach its target. That's the United Airlines jetliner that went down near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, possibly heading toward Camp David. There were no survivors. CBS News correspondent Steve Hartman was there.
This may be the hijacking that did not go as planned. This morning, United Flight 93 crashed in a cornfield 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, killing all 45 people aboard. The plane was en route from Newark to San Francisco when somewhere near Cleveland, it made a sharp left turn and started heading, at least in the direction of Washington, D.C. Authorities can only speculate as to what may have been the intended target. Investigators say the plane crashed at a very steep angle, leaving a gaping hole in the ground, but only tiny pieces of airplane. Shortly before the crash, a 911 operator outside of Pittsburgh got a call from a man who had locked himself in the bathroom of the plane. He told the operator the plane had been hijacked and stayed on the line for at least 1 minute. Then, authorities say, the line went dead, probably before the plane crashed. That tape is now in the hands of the FBI, because whoever that man was, he may be their only witness.
Steve Hartman reporting. For reaction in Europe to the catastrophic events here in the United States, we're joined this morning by CBS News correspondent Tom Fenton in London. Tom, good morning.
Good morning. Well, the shockwaves are being felt not only in Europe, but around the world. Aviation schedules have been disrupted as flights to the United States are canceled. Security has been heightened at public buildings, at airports, and in ports. And governments everywhere are assuming that if it can happen in America, it can happen here.
There's only one story this morning, only one image. Reflecting the stunned incomprehension, commuters gazed at TV screens as the scenes were carried round the world. Some of it turned into hysteria. But there were measured tones from the BBC.
Doomsday in Manhattan, a terrorist apocalypse.
World leaders were steadfast in their support. Germany's Gerhard Schröder said the attacks were a declaration of war. Cuban President Fidel Castro, an old enemy of the United States, expressed his solidarity and condolences. Britain's leader was all-embracing.
This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy, and we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
But the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, which harbors the chief suspect, Osama bin Laden, rushed to deny that he could have had anything to do with it. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan warned that it would be a great mistake for America to retaliate before completing an investigation. Former Israeli leader Ehud Barak, who was visiting London, was unequivocal in his demand that terrorism be stamped out.
Whoever is ready to host these kind of activities should be automatically isolated from the community of nations and be treated as a rogue state, and every group of terrorists headed by whoever is there should be dealt with as terror thugs. Only the policy that our ancestors were ready to take against pirates on the high seas is appropriate.
But unofficially, the steadfast support for the United States was also being tempered with a hint of reality.
Europeans may consider that perhaps the close alignment of European and American policy over the trouble spots in the world, over general issues of world policy, may not be as appropriate as it seemed, that the transatlantic relationship that appeared to be seamless may in fact not be quite so close in the future as it's been in the past.
That nervousness was echoed by stock markets as they began to open up around the world. Stocks took a dive. One expert suggested that capitalism is a prime target for terrorists.
Because they're against capitalism, because they're against the spread of globalization, because they're against the spread of American economic power. Therefore, their aim was to attack the economy, to attack capitalism, and to declare that it is their enemy, and they're going to destroy it.
There have been a number of bomb scares around the world. The highest building in the world in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, was temporarily evacuated. So was a skyscraper in Frankfurt. The American Armed Forces are on the highest state of alert, and everyone is now asking, how will the United States government react? Listen.
Tom Fenton from London. Tom, thank you. In some parts of the Middle East, there are actually celebrations. CBS's David Hawkins is in Tel Aviv.
There's no shortage of people in the Middle East who, for various reasons, hate the United States. Much of the Arab world condemns the U.S. for its support of Israel, and there were some scattered celebrations when news of the carnage reached this part of the world. But while some Palestinian militants said America had it coming, all denied having anything to do with the attacks. Palestinian Authority President Yasser Arafat seemed as astonished as anyone else.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked. Unbelievable.
Some Israeli terrorism experts say Palestinian groups don't have the ability to carry out attacks of such magnitude and complexity. Then, of course, there's Iraq, which has its own scores to settle with the United States. But for radical Islamic fundamentalists like Osama bin Laden, who's declared a religious war against America and has carried out successful attacks in the past, the hatred of the United States runs deeper than politics.
Most Islamic groups are first and foremost interested in domestic issues. Osama bin Laden's group, on the other hand, is interested in the situation of Islam worldwide. Osama bin Laden views himself as the fighter for Islam against Western ways of life.
While the conflict between Palestinians and Israelis and the unhealed wounds of the Gulf War may fuel Osama bin Laden and his followers, their hatred of America and anything not in line with their extreme religious views is far more fundamental. David Hawkins, CBS News, Tel Aviv.
And President Bush has been huddling all morning, all evening with security officials to try to determine who is behind this, seeking to reassure the American public, though earlier, and send a strong message to the rest of the world. President Bush addressed the nation last night.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
On Capitol Hill this morning, partisan bickering is forgotten. Everyone is lining up, of course, on one side against terrorism. Chief Washington correspondent Bob Schieffer has more on that.
The Capitol was shut down today. The workers were sent home, and the congressional leaders, in a security measure that has never been used before, were helicoptered away to a secure location. But tonight, in an incredible show of bipartisan resolve, hundreds of members of Congress gathered on the steps of the Capitol to say these acts of terrorism will not stand, the government will continue to operate, and Congress will continue to function, and that the two parties will come together to support the president.
When American suffers, and when people perpetrate acts against this country, we as a Congress and as a government stand united, and we stand together.
We will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice. It was a kind of thing seldom seen here, and in a touching close, they literally sang the praises of their country.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
And so it was that Congress put aside its partisan sniping on the steps of the Capitol. All those arguments about who lost the surplus, they just didn't seem very important anymore. Bob Schieffer, CBS News, Washington.
The attack on America was an attack, first and foremost, on powerful symbols of America. Richard Schlesinger now with what these symbols represent and why they were targets.
Oh, there's another one.
It is difficult to overestimate the power of these images.
Oh, my God.
It's difficult to put into words what today's attacks have done to the nation. Calamities almost unparalleled in the country's history.
Pearl Harbor is one of the first things that comes to mind.
Evan Cornog is a historian and journalist at Columbia University. As the attack unfolded live before our eyes, it was hard not to be reminded of the most recent large-scale sneak attack, almost 60 years ago.
A date which will live in infamy.
After Pearl Harbor, there was the Japanese fleet to go after. One knew where to find the enemy. Here, it's a much more complicated issue.
Just as the U.S. Navy was a symbol of our power then, the Pentagon and the World Trade Center were symbols of our power now, our place in the world.
Those towers are saying, look at us, we're important. And somebody has come along and said, you're not as important as you think.
We are certainly not as invulnerable as we may have thought. For years, authorities have practiced for terrorist attacks, many times under the direction of Jerome Hauer, a former emergency management official in New York.
You have to plan for the worst. That's just, particularly in a city like in New York, in Washington, D.C., the real thing is never like a drill. The enormity of the situation today was just, it was just incredible.
The symbolism of the attack was impossible to ignore overseas.
The feeling is that throughout the world, the Americans are not as powerful as they were thought to be. Therefore, these terrorists were really going to achieve a symbolic victory.
But officials here in New York and in Washington know the difference between a symbolic victory and a real victory. When the World Trade Center was brought to the ground, the country was brought to its knees. But terrorism experts say just for a while.
Did the bad guys win today? They got that image. They got, well, they certainly just struck a blow today. There's no question about it. We are a very resilient nation, and we are very resilient people.
And we're a very different people than we were just before 9 o'clock this morning when this all began. Richard Schlesinger, CBS News, New York.
After watching all this, you may be sitting there right now saying, what can I do? Well, what you can do is contact your local Red Cross, go to your local Red Cross, donate blood. That blood will be shuttled to victims in Washington and New York. They especially need blood types O positive and O negative. And now you are up to the minute. That ends our part of the coverage for CBS, but stay with CBS News for the rest of today as we continue coverage of Attack on America. You are watching continuous CBS News coverage of the attack on America. An attack on America.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Terrorist strike in New York and Washington. Thousands are killed, millions more frightened. On the morning after, America mourns the dead and searches for answers. I'm Julie Chen, and this is special extended coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News for Wednesday, September 12th. It is being called an act of war, another Pearl Harbor. There is no way to know yet how many people died in Tuesday's wide-ranging terrorist attack. Here is the latest. Thousands of victims are trapped in the remains of New York's World Trade Center, including up to 300 firefighters. Hundreds more may be trapped at the Pentagon. President Bush met with his top national security officials Tuesday night and called the attacks evil, despicable acts of terror. Airports nationwide are shut down and financial markets are closed. Rescue crews have been working all night at the World Trade Center, or what was the World Trade Center. The task they face is beyond belief. Lee Cowan is in Lower Manhattan with the latest. Lee, what can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Julie. New York is certainly a very different place this morning. Indeed, the country is a very different place this morning. We want to take you to ground zero at what used to be the World Trade Center, where we returned from just a short while ago, where rescue efforts are, in fact, underway there this morning, and there are, believe it or not, some success stories. Talking to a firefighter just about an hour and a half ago, he said he was there when they pulled a Port Authority worker out of some of the wreckage this morning. He had been buried in that wreckage for more than 16 hours. He came out alive. He said the first thing he wanted to do is call his wife on a cell phone. He did that. He walked away, apparently with relatively minor injuries. Unfortunately, however, that does not seem to be the case for everybody. That story seems to be somewhat of an anomaly. Even physicians that are down here volunteering their efforts to try and help the wounded say, unfortunately, there is very little for them to do. Take a listen.
Looks like everything stopped in mid-action. There's an EMF stretcher right there. Doors are open. They were going to save people and they never made it. We got a call on a cell phone that there might be some people alive, but we haven't found any.
So far, the estimates for the casualties are in the thousands, but that is about as specific as anyone can get at this point. Doctors, for the most part, are really treating injuries that the rescuers are receiving at this point, and the grim statistic is that there are far more dead than there are wounded at this point, and really the numbers have only begun to trickle in this morning. Julie.
Lee, can you give me a sense of the mood where you are? I know that driving in this morning in the middle of the night, it was a very eerie feeling going through town, but give us a sense of what the mood is at ground zero where you are.
You know, it's hard to describe, Julie. It's shock, it's disbelief. You see a lot of people walking around with dazed expressions on their faces. There are still people that tears come to their eyes when you ask them what they've seen. There's some people telling you they don't want to tell you what they've seen. I don't think anybody here was certainly prepared for any of this, and I don't think that they're prepared for what they may see in the coming days either.
Would you say, what are we, 18 hours since the first explosion? Would you say there's a sense of controlled chaos at this hour, or is everyone completely focused on this search and what we're still calling search and rescue operation instead of a search and recovery operation?
Well, I think there's a sense of frustration because so many of the search and rescue teams are here, and a lot of them are still waiting to be able to get in and start that search and rescue effort. To some extent, that is going on into some buildings and in the places where they can get at some of the debris, but further in, and some of the places where the fires continue to burn, especially in some of the lower areas. One of the firefighters we were talking to said some of the buildings are still burning very intensely. You just can't see it because it's under so much debris. Presumably, there are people in those areas. Firefighters say there are a lot of pockets in there that they are hopeful that they will find people, but there is that sense of frustration at this point. They can't get in and get to some of those pockets.
Lee Cowan at what was the World Trade Center. Thank you for that report this morning. A grim-faced President Bush spoke to the nation last night from the Oval Office. He talked for about 5 minutes, vowed to bring those responsible to justice, and promised not to distinguish between the terrorists and those who give them refuge.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism.
Congress will be in session today. On the steps of the Capitol Tuesday, members expressed strong bipartisan support for the president. In the wake of the terrorist attacks, some closings and cancellations for the day. The New York and American stock exchanges will be closed today, as will the NASDAQ. Airports around the nation will be closed at least until noon Eastern time. Federal offices will be open. Major League Baseball games may be postponed today, as they were Tuesday. Broadway performances in New York are canceled indefinitely. By now, the images are etched in the nation's consciousness, an unprecedented show of terrorist horror directed at the towers of New York's World Trade Center. Byron Pitts reports on the attack that's being compared to Pearl Harbor in 1941.
8:48 a.m., mayhem in Manhattan.
We saw a plane coming very low, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low. I was walking to work, and all of a sudden, I see a jet crash into the first tower.
An American Airlines flight loaded with 92 people crashes head-on into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the Trade Center.
We hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, get out.
And minutes later.
There's another one. Another plane just hit. Right. Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit.
I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
A second commercial plane, a United Airlines jet, also hijacked, carrying 65 people, plows into the South Tower.
First one we thought was an accident. When we heard there was a second one, we definitely thought it was terrorism.
On the ground, witnesses could not believe their eyes. 70 stories up with the building burning. Reason gave way to desperation. New York's bravest never had a chance.
We really never even got to that close to the building. The explosion blew and it knocked everybody over.
Less than an hour later, the South Tower came crumbling down.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God. I'm 69, but I can still run.
But it was far from over.
Tower 2 collapsed into Tower 1. Within minutes after that, we were ordered out.
When the dust settled, signs of life started to emerge.
Chaos. It's just chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall.
It's amazing. It's crazy. I can't believe this shit is happening. I really can't. It's nightmares. Armageddon right here.
This was the worst act of terrorism on U.S. soil, but not the first attack on the World Trade Center. 8 years ago, terrorists set off bombs in the basement in an effort to take down the two towers. They failed. Mission accomplished.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
Firefighters and police officers and paramedics by the hundreds stood by, many of them feeling helpless. There was nothing they could do at this point because the building was still unsecure.
Our main priority is to get in, do a search and rescue, look for survivors, and then clean up what's left. And we can't do that until the building is deemed safe.
Ankle deep in debris and despair, rescue workers waited. Some had relatives of their own inside. One police officer told me her sister worked here on the 40th floor, due in at 9 a.m. She was always early, she said. Always. A sign on a paramedic's van spoke volumes.
We know we have some of the major brass of our department missing. We're trying to find them still.
New York Port Authority Police Chief William Hall choked back tears. For him, this was no longer just work.
On a personal level, because I know that these are all your men and it's a business, but I'm sure that a lot of these guys are your friends. How you
It's
holding
not a
up?
business now, it's personal now.
Sir?
It's personal now. We have to get them.
As many officials concede, it could be weeks before we know how many died in the deadliest terror attack ever waged against the United States. In Washington, where the terrorists crashed a third plane into the nerve center of the U.S. military, the Pentagon is open for business this morning. But officials concede 100 to 800 bodies may be buried beneath the rubble. David Martin reports.
Some people have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
The first attack ever on the Pentagon occurred at 9:38 a.m. Eastern Time.
Flipped this ball over here, hit another ball and slammed right into the building. Huge explosion, and then utter pandemonium, as you might imagine. I mean, everybody was screaming, "Oh my God."
A hijacked American Airlines jet, which had just taken off from Dulles Airport, flew right up the main highway leading north into Washington and straight into the citadel of American military power.
There was no doubt about it. It was American Airlines slammed right into the building, and there was no doubt about it. Whoever was piloting that plane was aiming for the Pentagon.
Fearful that, like the World Trade Center, a second airliner was on its way, most of the building's 23,000 workers fled.
Plane's coming in. Come on. Let's go. Come on. We're not playing around here. Let's go.
F-16 fighters circled overhead looking for a second attack, but the damage had already been done. The plane had drilled a hole about a third of the way through the world's largest office building. The wounded were rushed to nearby hospitals as the fire spread and an entire section of the building collapsed, trapping many, many more inside.
Arlington search and rescue personnel are just now, and it's about almost 2 o'clock, just now gaining access to portions of the building where the plane hit because the fires were too intense.
One ray of hope. The Pentagon is undergoing a major renovation, and some of the offices in the path of the plane were vacant.
We're trying to find out who made it out okay and account for the people that may not have made it out.
When the plane hit, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld moved from his office on the other side of the building into the National Military Command Center in the basement. With smoke hanging in the air, he ordered aircraft carriers, amphibious ships, cruisers, and destroyers to New York and Washington, where they can serve as floating hospitals, help with the cleanup, and provide air defense against the possibility of more attacks. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs made a clear threat of military retaliation.
I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Right now, suspicion focuses on Osama bin Laden, but first things first. The FBI is combing the wreckage for evidence, and all U.S. military bases and embassies are at the highest state of alert. David Martin, CBS News, the Pentagon.
A fourth hijacked plane crashed in Pennsylvania. The 4 airliners had a total of 266 people on board. There are no known survivors. No one is claiming responsibility for the attacks, but the Bush administration says early evidence points to suspected fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden. New York Times reporter Judith Miller is an expert on bin Laden. She told CBS News he may not be directly involved.
Well, I have a problem saying it's absolutely bin Laden because
We don't know yet whether or not a group like the bin Laden network, and I think it's very important to emphasize the network as opposed to this one man. We don't know yet if his networks received help from a state, perhaps a state that had long-standing grievances against our country.
For instance, tick off a few states that might be.
Iran, Iraq, much more likely. We don't know enough yet, and that's why I think people are hesitant to immediately point the finger. However, the New York Times is going to be reporting that all preliminary indications point to the Osama bin Laden networks, to the Al-Qaeda group.
The networks, Al-Qaeda. In the last trials recently concluded in...
Ongoing in
the penalty phase. There was some discussion that and attempt to portray some of these folks as bumbling Keystone cops, regular guys.
No, I interviewed some of the Al-Qaeda members and parts of his networks, both in prison in Jordan and on to visit. And when I interviewed prisoners, I did not see the wild-eyed, crazy guy who stands on a street corner in an Arab capital screaming for American death. What I saw often were well-educated, middle-class people, well-trained, who are willing to sacrifice their own lives to kill Americans. This is a new kind of terrorism and a new kind of terrorist that we're seeing.
I asked you, is it possible they actually had pilots that were flying these planes into the buildings? He said, of course.
Yes, we know that one of the former terrorists who is now assisting the U.S. government in prosecuting the Africa bombing cases, he himself was a pilot. He used to be Osama bin Laden's pilot. And American intelligence has apparently had information since the early 90s suggesting that Osama bin Laden's camps trained, among other things, pilots. So this is a long-planned operation. This is not something you can pull off in an afternoon or with 2 or 6 weeks of work. In all cases that I've looked at of his operations, the preparations go back in some cases for years.
Nations around the world are condemning the deadly suicide bombings, including Israel, the biggest U.S. ally in the Middle East. But there is also joy. David Hawkins is in Tel Aviv with that story. Morning, David.
Good morning, Julie. There are pockets of celebration in the Middle East over America's tragedy. Iraqi television played a patriotic song with the lyrics, "Death to America," over pictures of the carnage. In the Palestinian territories, some Palestinians danced in the streets. Many Arabs despise the U.S. for its staunch support of Israel. But most Palestinians, however, including Palestinian Authority President Yasser Arafat, appeared genuinely horrified at the news.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked. Unbelievable.
Mr. Arafat condemned those few of his people who celebrated the tragedy and expressed his condolences to America and Americans. Israel's Prime Minister Ariel Sharon declared today a national day of mourning. Israelis are lining up to donate blood and are laying wreaths outside the U.S. Embassy here in Tel Aviv. Fearing copycat attacks, Israel has sealed its borders to non-Israelis for 24 hours, and all non-Israeli flights in and out of the country have been canceled. Many Israelis with friends and relatives in the United States found their usual roles reversed, making rather than receiving anxious telephone calls in the aftermath of a terrorist attack. Julie?
David, there are some reports this morning that some Israelis are saying that Arafat is their bin Laden. Can you address that at all?
Well, there's certainly a common feeling now. Prime Minister Ariel Sharon last night said that Israel and the United States, as well as other nations, should unite to fight an international terrorist threat. Julie?
Thank you. David, one more question before you go. Some people are saying that now Americans are getting a sense of what it must be like to live in fear, to live in the Middle East where bombings are unfortunately very common. Can you talk to me about that at all? You've been based in Tel Aviv for months now. And you're an American.
Many people are.
I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
Many people are drawing the comparison. There's at least one big difference. The scale and scope and the magnitude of the attack in the United States
far exceeds anything that's happened here in recent months, in the last 11 months, if not ever. I think, however, it certainly does create a sense of solidarity, a sense of understanding amongst Americans for what Israelis have been living with for a very long time. Julie?
David Hawkins reporting from Tel Aviv for us this morning. Thank you for that report. The skies over America remain quiet as a flight ban continues. The FAA says the ban will not be lifted until at least noon Eastern time today. When planes take to the air again, air travel and the security surrounding it will likely never be the same. Correspondent Vince Gonzalez is in Los Angeles with that story. Morning to you, Vince.
Good morning, Julie. There's an eerie quiet here this morning, except for the occasional military jet. The skies are empty. Passenger jets sit on the tarmac, completely silent. Inside the terminals at LAX, automated messages go out over the PA system, but there's no one there to hear them except security personnel. There's no word yet on exactly when planes will begin taking off, but last night there were questions about how officials here and across the country will guarantee the safety of the traveling public.
Isn't this a wake-up call that the security, especially the screening of passengers, obviously needs to be improved in the United States?
I don't think it's appropriate to speculate on what caused this and where the problem is.
But a review of government records reveals serious problems with America's airport security.
Oh my God!
The two airlines involved in yesterday's terrorist attack have been repeatedly cited for security violations. In the last 6 months of 2000, American Airlines was fined more than $400,000 for 49 incidents. United Airlines was fined $356,000 for 38 incidents. Just a month ago, the FAA proposed fining American Airlines an additional $99,000 for security violations at several airports, including Boston's Logan Airport, where two of yesterday's doomed flights originated. And from 1997 to 1999, Logan Airport and airlines operating there were cited at least 136 times by the FAA for violations, including passenger screening problems, allowing weapons through checkpoints, and letting unauthorized people into secure areas. In a separate investigation in May, federal agents with fake badges or IDs purchased on the internet penetrated the most secure areas of America's federal buildings and airports. After a series of security breaches at Los Angeles International Airport, a reporter from KCBS TV went undercover in 1999.
Is security so loose that it's possible for a terrorist to get a weapon on an airplane? We found out it's not only possible, in some cases, it's easy.
Security staff failed to properly check passengers. A producer posing as a traveler in a wheelchair was pushed around metal detectors and not adequately inspected. The government says security staff is poorly trained and many make less than fast food workers.
Now, after those stories aired, airport officials say changes were made here in Los Angeles, but security experts caution that no level of security will prevent a suicidal terrorist bent on bringing a plane down. Julie?
Unfortunately, that is true. Vince Gonzalez in Los Angeles, thank you. Let's take another look at the very latest. Fires and unstable debris are hampering rescue efforts at the wreckage of New York's World Trade Center, where thousands of people died Tuesday. Rescuers did find at least one survivor this morning. At the Pentagon, hundreds of bodies may still be trapped in the rubble after Tuesday's attack. The Secretary of Defense says the Pentagon will be open for business today. American forces worldwide remain on a high state of alert. President Bush is promising that the U.S. will find out who is responsible and bring them to justice. 5 suspects reportedly have been identified and tied to evidence. Some of you will be joining your local stations. Stay with us for special coverage of the attack on America. In the hours after Tuesday's attack, dozens of world leaders offered their condolences. Among them, Russian President Vladimir Putin. Elizabeth Palmer has more.
Overnight, visibly shocked and grieving Russians placed flowers and messages of support outside the American embassy in Moscow. We remember the terrorist bombings of apartment buildings here, says Anya, and we know the fear people feel when they aren't even safe in their own homes. When I first saw the pictures, I couldn't believe my eyes, said Eduard. I thought I was watching a science fiction movie. Shortly after the first plane crashed, Russia's Security Council met in emergency session. The national militia has been put on alert, and airspace over Moscow and St. Petersburg has been closed. President Vladimir Putin spoke on Russian television to express his sympathy and his outrage. This goes beyond the United States' national borders, he said. It's a wanton act of contempt against all humanity. I want to tell the American people on behalf of Russia, we are with you. We share and feel your pain. We support you. Coverage of the unfolding tragedy was carried live in special programming on Russian television most of the day. Newspaper sales were brisk, as Russians, many of whom have visited or have family in the United States, searched for details.
I've been many times in World Trade Center, and I can imagine what is it. And it's terrible, incredible.
This morning, the American embassy in Moscow is under heavier guard than usual, and the flag is flying at half-mast. The government also says it has a plane load of emergency rescue specialists waiting at Moscow's airport in case the American government does need further assistance. Julie.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You've been watching special extended coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News. Our coverage will continue in just a moment. Stations, stay with us as we cover this story that started at 8:45. Let's go back for a minute now to Elizabeth Palmer in Moscow. Elizabeth, are you still with me?
I'm still with you, Julie.
Okay, I'm sorry, as this is a ongoing story. We're a little bit confused here, but can you give me a sense of what the mood is like on the streets of Moscow? I imagine complete shock.
Complete shock, I think partly because Russians have thought of America as Fortress America, impregnable, the winner of the Cold War, and so that they are stunned to think that, in fact, America was this vulnerable all along. Also, just massive outpouring of grief and sympathy at a deeply human level. I myself had lots of phone calls last night from Russian friends just wanting to say, have you lost anybody close? We can't tell you how terribly sorry we are.
It really is.
Really.
It really is unimaginable that something of this scale could happen on U.S. soil. You also get a sense that there is a sort of bond that is bringing what years ago, with the Cold War, Moscow was considered the enemy, and now suddenly Moscow and the United States are being brought together by such a tragic and horrific event.
Terrible circumstances and a very sad reminder of how quickly politics can change. There was certainly no hint of any post-Cold War chill in the Russian emotional reaction to this disaster. I think also the Russians are very sensitive to this, because if the American government does indeed pursue Islamic extremists for this act, it's going to touch something that Russians are aware of. They have borders with countries which have very dangerous Islamic extremist groups, and so in a certain sense they feel this threat quite closely.
In a time of tragedy like this, many different nations lend support. Are you getting a sense that Vladimir Putin is going to try and reach out to President Bush and offer any sort of resources at all?
Well, I mentioned the plane load of search and emergency rescue specialists. If you'll recall, a couple of years ago, Moscow had terrible terrorist bombings of apartment buildings here in the city, which were never really solved. However, they do have very highly trained experts who are experts at getting into buildings in situations like this, collapsed buildings after explosions, and I know that they're ready and waiting to go if needed. I think maybe on the foreign policy front, Vladimir Putin is very eager to offer Russian assistance for intelligence help in combating international terrorism.
Elizabeth Palmer, thank you. You've been watching special extended coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News. Our coverage will continue in a moment. Searching through the night for victims in New York and at the Pentagon. America tries to recover after the worst terrorist attack in our history. I'm Julie Chen, and this is the continuation of special extended coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News. Investigators have learned more overnight about Tuesday's terrorist attacks on New York and Washington, but facts and figures can hardly describe the horror. This is a live picture of the scene in Lower Manhattan where 19 hours ago, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center collapsed after two hijacked airliners crashed into them. Outside Washington, the Pentagon is still smoldering after a third jetliner rammed it, causing part of the building to crumble. A fourth hijacked jet crashed in southwestern Pennsylvania. The tip of Manhattan has been blocked off as rescue crews do their work. Lee Cowan is there with the latest. Lee, what can you tell us at this hour?
Well, Julie, they're using everything from shovels to pickaxes to cranes to their own hands. The search for survivors began in earnest in the wee hours of this morning as some of the rescuers anyway were able to at least get in to Ground Zero where the World Trade Center towers used to be. We want to give you a sense of what that looks like, at least as best as we can, through television pictures. It's a maze of twisted girders and steel, the concrete dust and ash throughout that area of the city is sometimes ankle deep in many of the places as you're walking through it. And there's an eerie silence, even though so many of the rescuers now are starting to try and cut through some of those girders and try to get to some of the survivors, if indeed there are any. One volunteer fireman told me this morning that the scene that he's been seeing over the last several hours is as unimaginable as it is unspeakable.
What are some of the things you've seen?
Some of it I'd rather not talk about. But basically, even all the guys on the job, everybody's just in shock. No one really knows where to go, what to do. Just, you get assigned to a spot, the next second you know, they're calling you somewhere else. It's
never ending.
Yeah, this will be going on for months. I would think you'd have a crime scene for more than a year.
Some 3,000 National Guard troops will be joining the rescuers here later on this morning to continue on with their search. There have been some positive stories. Talking to one firefighter earlier, he said he was there as one person was, in fact, rescued out of the rubble of the World Trade Center. He'd been in that rubble for some 16 hours. He came out. First thing he wanted to do was call his wife. He did that. Unfortunately, though, that story seems to be somewhat of an anomaly. And as this day progresses, as that same firefighter told me, the nightmare really begins at dawn. Julie.
Lee, I also want to ask you, there have been some reporters down the scene who described the piles of the rubble 7 stories high. I don't know how close you are or if you can see that, but is that accurate? I mean, the World Trade Center was 110 stories high. The rubble would have to be somewhat on that scale. Is that true?
Well, it's interesting. I think it depends on where you are. Where we were, we were sort of struck by the fact that there wasn't as much rubble as you might expect, and you sort of wonder where it all went. I think we were at a spot, however, where the rubble perhaps didn't fall our way. We may have been on the other side. As incredible a scene as it is, and as much devastation as it is, there isn't as much debris as you might expect. And I think if you look at some of those pictures as the World Trade Center towers were collapsing, you might see why, because as it collapsed, the rain of debris really covered several blocks. It wasn't as concentrated as you might expect. So if you go down and you walk around, you may be in an area, but some of that debris was scattered for 15, 20, 30 blocks in some cases. So it's spread out over a wide area.
Lee Cowan reporting for us from what was the World Trade Center. Thank you. President Bush spoke from the Oval Office last night saying thousands are dead and vowing to bring those responsible to justice. He vowed not to distinguish between the terrorists and those who harbor them.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature. And we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism.
In a show of bipartisanship, members of Congress gathered on the steps of the Capitol to express strong support for the president. The catastrophic attacks against the World Trade Towers and the Pentagon were carefully coordinated and designed to inflict maximum damage. Russ Mitchell reports.
Half a world away, there was a far different reaction. Gunmen appearing to applaud today's terrorism. But Palestine Liberation Organization leader Yasser Arafat did not join in.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked.
In Afghanistan, a spokesman for the ruling Taliban, who provides sanctuary for terrorist leader Osama bin Laden, said he could not have been behind the attack.
Everybody out! Everybody out!
Back home, it was as if war had been declared.
Ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families.
President Bush spoke to the nation, first briefly in Florida, and later from a military base in Louisiana.
The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Then, heading to another military base outside Omaha.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
All international flights into the U.S. were diverted to Canada. The FAA stopped every single commercial airplane flight for the first time ever. And terrorism experts made it a point to remind everyone that tomorrow had been set as a sentencing date for an associate of Osama bin Laden for his role in the 1988 bombing of the American embassy in Tanzania. That sentencing had been set for a federal courthouse near the World Trade Center. As the day ended in New York City, another skyscraper in the World Trade Center complex crumbled. Building number 7, 47 stories high. And tonight, while smoke from the collapse of the Twin Towers still lingered over New York City, most who saw and survived this day still had trouble believing what they saw. The phrase you heard over and over again was, "It seemed just like a movie."
Normally, 50,000 people work in the World Trade Center towers, but the first attack came when many workers were not yet in the offices. Tales of terror continue to pour in from victims who managed to escape the attack and its aftermath. Among them, 60 Minutes 2 correspondent Carol Marine, who was only a block away from the World Trade Center when the second tower collapsed.
As I'm making my way toward the Trade Center, along the water line, thousands of people were walking towards me, streaming out, almost not talking, trying to get through on cell phones that didn't work. Some of them crying, all of them looking pretty agonized. all of a sudden I heard a roar, and I saw one of the towers blow and then collapse and fill the horizon with smoke, and I yelled, "Oh my God!" And I saw from street level, as though it had exploded up, a giant rolling ball of flame, and the firefighters screamed, "Run!" And I turned to run, but I fell, and I felt someone scoop me up, tell me to throw my high heels off, and I was running in my stocking feet with him. And finally, as we ran and ran, he slammed me into a wall and covered my body with his. I could feel his heart beating against my backbone. And I think both of us were sure we were dead, because there was no way you could run fast enough, and there was no way to avoid it. But somehow we escaped the flame, which was immediately followed by a storm of debris. We were breathing, it felt like giant particles of plaster, and there was smoke, so that if you tried to put your hand out in front of you, you couldn't really see it. It was the thickest, most intense particle and smoke I've ever been in. And somewhere along the line, the firefighter handed me off to a New York police officer. The thing that struck me, though, was that I didn't see many wounded people in the street, which led me to believe, at least where I was by the Trade Center, they had never even gotten out of the building. I thought I was going to die. It is as close as I've ever come as a reporter to thinking I was going to die.
At last word, New York rescuers are still hoping to find survivors amidst the carnage. The most burning question about the attacks is who could have orchestrated such a careful series of catastrophic events. The Bush administration says the prime suspect may be fugitive terrorist leader Osama bin Laden. Terrorism expert Gwyn Roberts is in London. Mr. Roberts, good morning to you.
Good morning.
You met Mr. bin Laden. How long ago was that meeting?
I met him about 4 years ago in a temporary camp 2 hours drive from Jalalabad in Afghanistan.
What was the purpose of your meeting? What were the circumstances of your meeting?
I was making a documentary for Channel 4 television about the Saudi opposition, and part of that documentary involved trying to find Osama bin Laden, which I eventually did in Afghanistan. I met him very late at night. It was a curfew. I was taken from my hotel by Arab Mujahideen and piled into a 4x4 vehicle and driven past Taliban checkpoints. Code words were exchanged, and the Arab group that I was with was allowed through, and eventually I ended up in a camp surrounded by Taliban tanks. There were 3 tents, and in one of these tents I met bin Laden.
Give me a sense of what he was like.
He is not charismatic. He was very quietly spoken. He talks almost he's got a biblical tone of phrase. But what he's saying was quite chilling. He talked about terrorism. He said there were 2 forms of terrorism. Bad terrorism, which he was opposed to, which involved terrorizing people without justification. However, he said good terrorism was when you terrorized your oppressor, an aggressor. And he made clear that he included America in that definition. He said there was no government, no civilization that had not used terrorism to frighten the corrupt. And in this case, he meant America and its allies.
If there was a mission statement that he and his followers abide by, in one sentence, what do you think that would be?
Well, they are totally committed to opposing the West at any point throughout the world, and they are for upholding Sharia law.
Why do you suppose he granted you access to him? Did you get a sense that he actually enjoys his notorious reputation?
It was extremely difficult. I think I was the first TV journalist to get to him, and that took a year's preparation. The initial approach was turned down. And then through contacts in London, I managed to establish a link. I spent weeks in Afghanistan waiting for that interview, and there were very extraordinary conditions attached to it. They were completely paranoid that the CIA would find out their location. They warned me that if I had anything on my person, a beacon of any description, that I would not get out of that interview alive.
How long was that interview, and were you fearful for your own safety?
The interview lasted about 3 hours. I had supper with bin Laden. It was a supper of cold French fries and cold chicken. And we talked about, obviously the main issue.
I have 20 seconds left. Can you tell me, in the time remaining, if you got a sense of what sort of resources he has access to? Some refer to it as this bin Laden network.
Well, my feeling is that what I saw was not a highly organized organization. Obviously, they have a cell structure throughout the world. My feeling is that we are possibly looking at the involvement of an actual country in this equation.
Gwyn Roberts, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but we are out of time. Gwyn Roberts, thank you for shedding some light into this. From around the world, there were condemnations of the U.S. attacks and expressions of condolence. Tom Fenton is in London with that part of the story. Tom, morning to you.
Good morning, Julie. Well, there have been a series of bomb scares around the world this morning, and a number of tall buildings have been evacuated. Governments are tightening security and urging calm as the world reacts to America's tragedy.
There's only one story this morning, only one image. Reflecting the stunned incomprehension, commuters gazed at TV screens as the scenes were carried round the world. Some of it turned into hysteria. But there were measured tones from the BBC.
Doomsday in Manhattan, a terrorist apocalypse.
World leaders were steadfast in their support. Germany's Gerhard Schröder said the attacks were a declaration of war. Cuban President Fidel Castro, an old enemy of the United States, expressed his solidarity and condolences. Britain's leader was all-embracing.
This is not a battle between the United States of America and terrorism, but between the free and democratic world and terrorism. We therefore here in Britain stand shoulder to shoulder with our American friends in this hour of tragedy, and we, like them, will not rest until this evil is driven from our world.
But the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, which harbors the chief suspect, Osama bin Laden, rushed to deny that he could have had anything to do with it. The Taliban ambassador to Pakistan warned that it would be a great mistake for America to retaliate before completing an investigation. Former Israeli leader Ehud Barak, who was visiting London, was unequivocal in his demand that terrorism be stamped out.
Whoever is ready to host these kind of activities should be automatically isolated from the community of nations and be treated as a rogue state, and every group of terrorists headed by whoever is there should be dealt with as terror thugs. Only the policy that our ancestors were ready to take against pirates on the high seas is appropriate.
But unofficially, the steadfast support for the United States was also being tempered with a hint of reality.
Europeans may consider that perhaps the close alignment of European and American policy over the trouble spots in the world, over general issues of world policy, may not be as appropriate as it seemed, that the transatlantic relationship that appeared to be seamless may in fact not be quite so close in the future as it's been in the past.
That nervousness was echoed by stock markets as they began to open up around the world. Stocks took a dive. One expert suggested that capitalism is a prime target for terrorists.
Because they're against capitalism, because they're against the spread of globalization, because they're against the spread of American economic power. Therefore, their aim was to attack the economy, to attack capitalism, and to declare that it is their enemy, and they're going to destroy it.
American armed forces around the world are on a high state of alert. They're being held in threat condition Delta, and the question that everyone is asking now is how will the United States government react? Julie?
Thank you, Tom. Tom Fenton in London. The terrorist attacks are forcing some changes and cancellations in schedules today. The New York and American stock exchanges are closed, as is the NASDAQ. Airports around the nation will remain closed until at least noon Eastern time. All federal offices will be open. Major League Baseball games may be postponed today as they were on Tuesday. New Yorkers, reputed worldwide for their tough-as-nails demeanor, have been deeply shaken. One apparently coordinated attack was all it took to shatter the confidence and security of millions. Mika Brzezinski reports.
By nightfall, the mayor of New York City made his way to the scene to assess the damage and boost morale. Heavy hitters and heavy equipment have been hauled in to help. Where the Twin Towers used to be, a slow, confusing search for life is underway.
They're going to be working all night on the rubble, trying to find body recovery, trying to find people that are still alive underneath everything. It's going to be hectic. Go see the lieutenant right there.
Oh, all the dump trucks are around the corner ready to rock and roll.
Go see the lieutenant.
It is a frustrating maze for people who care, trying to get to survivors like this doctor who rushed from a hospital across town to lend a hand.
Rescue teams are having a hard time getting in the rubble because of danger to the rescue teams themselves. So many firefighters were lost already when the buildings collapsed, and they're doing the best that they can, but I think it's just very difficult to get in there.
The city has come out by the numbers. Doctors, EMTs, and nurses have rushed to triage scenes, hoping to tend to survivors. It is not for lack of resources. It is just a matter of trying to coordinate such a massive disaster scene.
Just saw a lot of, bodies laying around and destruction, and it's just hard to fathom. And you're right, there is no training for this type of thing.
For many here, it is clear this scene will take weeks to sort out, and exhaustion is setting in. Exhausted for sure, but everyone we spoke to at the scene still had hope that somewhere underneath where the Twin Towers stood, there is some small pocket of life that can be saved. But of course, it is a race against time, and of course, the scene is far too dangerous for a full-scale probe for life. Mika Brzezinski, CBS News, New York.
Let's get you up to date on the very latest. Rescue crews have spent the night doing what they can at New York's World Trade Center, or what was New York's World Trade Center, I should say, where thousands of victims are trapped in the wreckage. One firefighter says he lost count of all the bodies he saw. At the Pentagon, hundreds more are missing and feared dead. President Bush called the attacks evil, despicable acts of terror and promised the U.S. will find and punish the people responsible. One U.S. official says there is already credible evidence linking the attack to suspected terror mastermind Osama bin Laden. Let's take a live picture of Lower Manhattan this morning, where the view is very eerie. It is hard to identify the skyline without the Twin Towers, which were built from 1970 to 1975. There were 6 buildings that make up the World Trade Center. 3 of them are now gone. Tower 1 went down at about 9 o'clock, 9:20 Eastern Time on Tuesday morning. What you're looking at there is the Empire State Building. It is now the tallest building in New York City. Tower number 2 went down a few minutes after tower number 1. Building 7 went down hours later. Some of you will cut away now to your local news. The terror and carnage of Tuesday's horrific events will be indelibly etched into the minds of anybody who sees the pictures. Lee Cowan reports.
Well, Julie, the search and rescue effort is really at this point just getting underway. Really started in the wee hours of this morning. For a good part of the day yesterday, it was incredibly frustrating for rescuers because they couldn't actually get in to Ground Zero, where where they feared a lot of the survivors might be. Now they're starting to begin that effort at least. But the problem is some of the buildings are still burning. One of the firefighters we talked to said that the basement, or what was left of the basement of the World Trade Center, is still burning. It's a very hot fire. They can't even get to it in order to put it out. It's those kind of stories that you're hearing over and over again. Frustration from the point of rescuers, frustration from the point of view of people who think that they may have friends or relatives that are buried in the rubble. There have been, however, some relatively good stories. One firefighter we were talking to just a short while ago said that he did in fact see someone from the Port Authority that was rescued who was buried under the rubble for some 16 hours. He managed to get out, and there are other stories like that for the most part. But unfortunately, it does seem like at this point that those stories are fewer and far between, Julie.
Lee, tell me, who do you see around you? I imagine there are only firefighters and rescuers. There are absolutely no civilians standing by trying to either get a sense of the situation or even help out.
Well, there are volunteers coming from all over the country, at least those that can get in. There are volunteer volunteer physicians and things like that. Everybody has been here to help. Here's a look at what we shot a little earlier in the day. Take a look.
For those inside the World Trade Center, it wasn't just hell on earth. For Bob Fox, it was hell 39 stories up.
It was unbelievable. I was on the 39th floor about 8:45 when a tremendous explosion hit.
Those lucky enough to get out walked out of one danger right into another. A moonscape of ash and debris, smoke and fire, leaking gas, and already the smell of death.
Debris, smoke, all the dust, everything, just couldn't see nothing. And I was praying to God then that, let me get by this now.
Ironworker Tony Cabrera rushed toward the cartage to try and help.
Then I seen the second plane hit. And I went into this lobby. And I went into the lobby. I was there with the fire department and everything, and just, it was starting to give away. This and that, pieces of people coming down, parts, and whatever.
Never seen anything like it.
Never.
Rescuers were at a loss. Smoke so thick they couldn't see the damage. The clamor of falling debris so loud they couldn't hear the cries for help. All of it made worse when the first of the Twin Towers came tumbling down upon them. After the first series of explosions, there was hardly time to get in, and those that did were right in line of fire for the next series of explosions. As the second tower collapsed, Val Coleman had a front row seat to disaster, watching it all unfold out of his apartment window just 5 blocks away.
And a great blossom of flame, a huge red fireball, scared the hell out of me.
Val Coleman was inside the World Trade Center just 15 minutes before the initial attack and remembers the last person he talked with.
A very nice young man answered me very politely. I left, came back here, and boom, he's probably dead.
And as he sat watching the building burn, Coleman could see tiny black specks near the top floors. They were people jumping off instead of being burned alive.
I must have seen 10 or 15 people come down, one after another. Off what appeared to be the top.
The bombings today brought one horrific scene after another. But rescuers know once they get closer to what's left of the Twin Towers, the images are sure to get worse.
This morning, those rescuers will be joined by some 3,000 National Guard troops. Heavy equipment is now being moved into the area to begin removing some of the rubble away. But as one rescuer said, this is the beginning of a very, very long day. Yet another one. Julie.
Lee Cowan, thank you very much. Long lines are expected across the nation today for those who will be donating blood. I'm Julie Chen, and this has been special extended coverage of the attack on America. CBS Morning News continues. Mayhem in Manhattan as a band of terrorists strikes. This morning, eerie calm and a search for answers. I'm Julie Chen, and this is the continuation of our special extended coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News for Wednesday, September 12th. Almost nothing is moving in New York this morning except for rescue crews looking for victims at the scene of the World Trade Center attack and collapse. Here is the latest. Thousands of people are trapped in the rubble and feared dead. City officials say that includes 300 or more firefighters. At the Pentagon, hundreds more are missing. President Bush is calling Tuesday's attacks evil and despicable. This morning, airports across the country are closed until at least noon Eastern time, and financial markets are also closed. Before a Tuesday night meeting with his national security team, Mr. Bush addressed the nation and promised the U.S. will find and punish the people responsible for the attacks.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
The president is expected to meet with congressional leaders this morning. The spectacle of the burning World Trade Center towers collapsing like a hellish demolition project are being seen around the world. Tuesday's events began on a bright, sunny day that quickly turned into one of the darkest days in history.
We saw a plane coming very low from this direction, and everyone said, wow, that plane is very, very low. And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
What's this other jet doing? What's this other jet doing?
Oh, there's another one. Another plane just hit.
Oh, my God!
Oh, my God. Another plane has just hit. It hit another building.
And I heard a roar, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit. Had to be a commercial-sized airliner. I'm seeing bodies falling out of buildings.
And I look up, and the tower just starts crumbling down. And everybody in the street just stops and started crying and bawling.
We heard a rumble like I've never heard before, and a firefighter ran towards me. We ran as fast as we could. I fell down. He picked me up and slammed me into a wall.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down. I saw it blow and then ran like hell. Thank God.
Take the hole. Give him room to breathe. Come on. Do it. Breathe.
Chaos. It's chaos out here. It really is.
Okay. I will go. Where?
We was in the explosion. We was in the lobby, and the third explosion, the whole lobby collapsed on us.
What was it like? What was it like?
Horrible.
Like hell. You don't want to know.
The whole building just collapsed on us.
So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
A terrible, terrible tragedy has befallen my nation, but has befallen all the nations of this region, all the nations of the world. Once again, we see terrorism. We see terrorists, people who don't believe in democracy, people who believe that with the destruction of buildings, with the murder of people, they can somehow achieve a political purpose.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people.
What type of debris did you see?
Very little debris.
Did you hear anyone?
No, I didn't. There was really nothing left.
I used to work there. I got a lot of friends that's there. It hurts.
Nobody's safe. We're not safe.
I tell you what, it's a sad day for America. It really is.
Scores of firefighters who arrived first on the scene remain unaccounted for. U.S. officials have begun to focus on fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden as the architect of the devastation, which experts say was carried out with military precision. Jim Stewart reports.
Sensing that bin Laden would quickly become a suspect, Afghanistan's ruling Taliban party, which has been giving him safe refuge, called a press conference. We do not allow Osama bin Laden to operate from our land, the Taliban said, warning the U.S. not to take any, quote, speedy actions to retaliate. Slowly, FBI evidence teams are starting to piece together what happened on the aircraft and zeroing in on how the terrorists pulled off the hijackings. Attorney General John Ashcroft provided one insight when he said that the hijackers of one of the aircraft had apparently sneaked knives through airport security.
American Airlines Flight 11 departed Boston for Los Angeles, hijacked by suspects armed with knives. This plane crashed into the World Trade Center.
Within minutes of today's attacks, officials were pointing to the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center by a group with ties to bin Laden, citing it as proof that bin Laden has never given up on his dream to destroy the symbol of America's economic power. And in recent months, analysts say bin Laden has only become more and more sophisticated in his attempts to strike at the United States. They point specifically to his simultaneous attack on 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa.
They also went directly against a U.S. destroyer, which was heavily guarded, and they did put a hole in that ship, the USS Cole. So they have a track record of conducting attacks that one would think they might not be capable of.
Late today, the U.S. intelligence community was rapidly sorting through a priority list of potential suspects within the U.S. for electronic eavesdropping, with sources saying the number may reach into the hundreds. Some of the very doomed passengers themselves may have provided authorities with their first valuable tips. In panic desperation, some of the passengers, including, we're told, the wife of U.S. Solicitor General Ted Olson, called from a cell phone to say their plane had been hijacked. Another passenger called from the restroom at the rear of the aircraft. One passenger, it's been suggested, provided detailed information about one of the hijackers. The working theory by lawmen so far is that the hijackers were pilots themselves who forcefully took over the controls to dive their jets straight into the targets. Jim Stewart, CBS News, Washington.
London-based journalist Gwen Roberts has more on the workings of Osama bin Laden. Good morning again, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning.
You met with bin Laden in 1997, sat down for a 3-hour interview with him. You don't think he acted alone. Why not? And go through the likely suspects with me.
Well, the group that I met in 1997 did not seem capable to launch an operation of this sophistication. More recently, these attacks have become more sophisticated. And I must say, to me, I am very, very suspicious that we are dealing also here with another country.
What other country?
In 1993, bin Laden himself, I was told, was actually in Baghdad. He was attending a conference, an Islamic conference, an anti-American Islamic conference. And there have been a lot of stories that I've been picking up that the Muhabarat, the Iraqi Muhabarat, had been in continual touch with him. I think one has to ask whether the Iraqis have actually played some sort of role in structuring his organization and making it much more efficient. The Iraqi Muhabarat is certainly one of the most effective intelligence setups in the world.
Isn't it risky right now to jump on Iraq and perhaps look in that direction as playing some sort of role in yesterday's tragic events?
I don't know. I mean, we're looking for, I think every particular avenue has to be carefully looked at. And in this one, there are some clues. And I think
Talk to me about
CIA...
the clues. Talk to me about the clues. Talk to me about those clues and what evidence.
Firstly, the presence of the bin Laden group in Baghdad. They've also, I may say, been approaching Kurdish Islamic groups, you know, looking for materials that might be available on the black market in northern Iraq. There are stories that Iraqi intelligence officials have actually been visiting bin Laden inside Afghanistan. Obviously, these are stories. Some of them, I must say, originate from the Iraqi opposition, who you might say have a vested interest in attacking Iraq. But all of this has to be looked at very seriously because we're dealing with a very, very sophisticated operation.
Give me a sense of what bin Laden was like during that 3-hour interview, and specifically, what did he say about the United States?
Well, he is actually highly intelligent. He was very amiable. He's incredibly quietly spoken, but what he says is pretty chilling. He accuses the Americans of confiscating the holy shrines in Saudi Arabia. He says that the Americans have embezzled the natural resources of the Middle East, and he made there was no doubt that he was going to do to the Americans what he says they had done to, I quote, the Islamic nation.
Although the operation that you saw that day in 1997 you describe as unsophisticated, can you give me an idea of what sort of resources he has available to him? Some people talk about this bin Laden network.
Well, he, in his own right, is a multi-millionaire, and he has thrived on publicity. I think that the American view of him has, and the way it's been portrayed in the media, has improved his status in the Middle East and has meant that he's got a lot of contributions, financial contributions from very wealthy people there who are playing, you know, both horses. I mean, the Saudi regime and also bin Laden at the same time. You know, he is an extremely wealthy man. Now, I think what we see, he is a figurehead, in my opinion. There is a cell structure which spans the world, I think, of groups who follow general guidelines, but who specifically work on their own plans of attack. Now, I think that what we've seen more recently is the formation of a very, very substantial and hard-headed and clever command group which is able to muster resources and carry out this sort of operation.
Any way you look at it, it is frightening. Documentary producer Gwynn Roberts, thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The attack was extraordinary in its precision. Hijackers armed with knives took over 4 airliners at once Tuesday morning. Air traffic controllers were able to follow those planes to their doom. Bob Orr reports.
American Flight 11, a Boeing 767, took off first at 7:45 from Boston, bound for Los Angeles. 13 minutes later, another 767, United Flight 175, also left Boston for L.A. At virtually the same moment, United Flight 93, a 757, took off from Newark for San Francisco. And to the south at Washington's Dulles Airport, another 757, American Flight 77, flew off towards Los Angeles. The first sign that anything was wrong was noticed by air traffic controllers, who watched the jets stray from their planned routes. This computerized radar path shows how the first plane, American Airlines Flight 11, climbed out of Boston and, as expected, headed northwest across Massachusetts. But watch what happened. As the plane entered eastern New York, it turned sharply to the south and headed straight for Manhattan. The 767 hit the World Trade Center at 8:48, and 16 minutes later, United Flight 175 delivered the second blow. The jets, fueled for cross-country flights, were filled with tens of thousands of gallons of volatile fuel. They were literally flying bombs, each with an explosive power far greater than the blast that leveled the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Based on radio communications from the planes, FAA authorities knew they were dealing with a terrorist attack and immediately moved to close New York and Washington airports. And for the first time in U.S. history, all flights across the country were grounded.
The airport being evacuated, they need to go home.
But there were still 2 hijacked jets in the air, and one of them, American Airlines Flight 77, took aim on the Pentagon. It crashed in a fireball at 9:38. Meanwhile, the 4th plane, the flight from Newark to San Francisco, was heading west, and it traveled all the way into northeastern Ohio. The controllers monitoring radar watched as the jet then did a U-turn and headed back towards the East Coast. At 10:20, 2.5 hours after the 4-pronged attack was launched, the plane crashed in a rural Pennsylvania field.
I happened to hear the plane come through. It sounded like it was running normally. When it come down over top of me, I seen it go nosedive straight into the ground down here. Everything was running fine on the plane, it sounded like.
FAA officials say they may reopen the national airspace later today, but then again, they may not. When the flights do resume, we're told we'll see an unprecedented level of security for U.S. aviation. But even then, it will not be an aviation system that's well equipped to prevent suicide attacks. Bob Orr, CBS News, Washington.
The aftermath of the attack looked like a war zone as doctors and emergency service personnel struggled to save the victims. Randall Pinkston has more on that.
In the shadow of the Statue of Liberty, triage in a New Jersey state park for victims of the disaster in Lower Manhattan. Every rescue team in the region rushed to help the injured, setting up supplies and equipment to handle the overflow from New York hospitals. A few miles away, dazed survivors stepped off ferry boats.
I know. It's,
Her name is Flora. She's safe, but not relieved.
I want to I'm not letting you go.
Her anguish is shared by tens of thousands, still wondering if loved ones made it out alive.
You don't know if your wife made it out yet?
Yeah, I'm trying to check.
She's on which floor?
71st to 1 World Trade. I'm going to check on that.
Hours later, this man was still waiting and hoping. Angelique Green, still in her pajamas, spent most of the day looking for her husband.
I was sure that he was in the subway. I was positive that he was in the subways and that this building had collapsed on him.
Across the nation today, thousands of people are expected to line up and donate desperately needed blood. U.S. stock markets will be closed today. Some financial firms had headquarters in the World Trade Center, others in buildings nearby. Many overseas markets took a hit. Barry Peterson is in Tokyo with that story. Morning to you, Barry.
Well, it's evening here, Julie, and fear turned into falling prices across Asia. Hong Kong's market down about 9%, Singapore about 7%. Tokyo, the biggest market by far, down about 6.6%. And of course, the reaction here went well beyond just stocks and bonds. U.S. forces in Asia were quick to respond. The amphibious assault ship Essex making its way out of port. More sailors and soldiers who were on leave were called back to their bases. Security was stepped up at all military installations across the region. There are about 100,000 U.S. troops in Asia. Helping out here in Japan, extra security provided by Japanese police. There were some quick closures of selected embassies like the one here in Tokyo, and a warning to Americans here in Japan told to, quote, review their personal security. Strong words of support from Japan's Prime Minister, who called the attack extremely vicious and unforgivable. He also assured the Japanese people in a nationwide address that Japan stands ready to do anything necessary to prevent a global financial crisis. Now, during this day, this trading day, the Japanese government poured some $16 billion into the banking system, extra liquidity to make sure the banks have plenty of cash so the markets can keep operating. Julie?
Barry, during this time of tragedy, is there any sense of any normalcy in Tokyo?
Well, there's beginning to be. In Tokyo today, the U.S. Embassy was closed down, as were consulates across Japan and also the embassy in South Korea. But now we're told that tomorrow the embassy will open as usual, so there's a sense perhaps that things here will be getting back to normal. Julie?
Barry, remind me again, the Nikkei plummeted how much percent this past day?
About 6.6% for the first time below 10,000 in 17 years, so it was a pretty bad hit. It was down even a little lower and managed to come back a bit, so we have to wait until tomorrow, again, another trading day, to see exactly how it's going to come out.
That is huge. Was there any talk at any point of temporarily shutting down the market, as we've seen done on Wall Street when there is too much activity going on? Was that considered at all during the day?
Absolutely. The Japanese government made it very clear that there would be some stock, that they would stop trading if the market dropped too far. As best we can tell, we didn't see that actually happening. It seemed as if the market was finding its own ground there and settled down at some point. It was even lower than what it closed at. It came up a little bit. And at the moment, as I say, we're really not sure what direction it's going. We know it's taken a hit today. European markets at the moment are up a little bit, so we have to kind of wait and see what happens tomorrow.
Give me a personal perspective of the situation there. You've been based in Tokyo Bureau for a few years now. What is the mood like?
Well, I got to tell you, I've never seen a story like this one that just seems to have captured everyone's attention. All day long on every single Japanese station that we watched, all it was coverage of this story. And over again, as I'm sure you saw, Julie, constantly seeing those pictures. The Japanese, I think, were rapt by what they saw. And in fact, for the first time in my career here in Tokyo, we had a visit from the local police department, and the local police chief came to our bureau here in the Tokyo Broadcasting System building. He wanted to make sure that we as Americans were safe, and he said he would make sure to protect us, and he also extended his condolences several times for what had happened.
Would you say there was fear since the police chief came out to the Tokyo Bureau there?
I think there was some fear. There were some buildings that were, security was obviously tightened in some places, and we saw that. The building where I live closed all of its doors save one, and everybody had to sign in before they got in. Very unusual in this very safe society.
Absolutely. Barry Peterson in our Tokyo Bureau, thank you so much. Russian President Vladimir Putin is offering Russia's deepest sympathy for the attacks. Russians left flowers and candles outside the U.S. Embassy in Moscow for the victims. One Russian newspaper likened the attacks to the start of a third world war. Most other nations around the world condemned what happened in New York and Washington. But Iraqi President Saddam Hussein said the U.S. deserved the attacks as, quote, the fruits of its crimes against humanity. Some of you will cut away now for your local news. For the rest of you, we'll continue with our special extended coverage of Attack on America. Reaction to the terror in Manhattan and Washington, D.C. rippled across the nation, striking fear into the hearts of Americans 3,000 miles away. Bill Whitaker reports the acts of terrorism in the East essentially shut down operations in the West.
The Crystal Cathedral in Orange County opened its doors to all faiths to come together for comfort and support. While some turned to prayer, others turned to force. FBI agents with fingers at the ready ring the main federal building in Los Angeles. For some, the shock is turning to anger. Muslim groups in Los Angeles say they're receiving death threats and pleaded with their countrymen not to blame all for what a few may have done.
The pain of this country is in fact our pain.
The Los Angeles city attorney called for unity and calm.
As residents of the most diverse city in the world, we must also be careful not to allow these terrorists to turn us against each other and target or blame certain ethnic groups.
But with all the hijacked planes originally headed for California, the state is feeling vulnerable. Fearing the nation's second-largest city might also be a target, workers fled downtown high-rises, leaving the heart of Los Angeles a ghost town. City government, law enforcement, indeed the entire city was on high alert.
We believe that whatever could have happened in New York could very likely happen here.
The entire West was on alert. The Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco, even Seattle's Space Needle closed down, leaving tourists stunned.
To Pearl Harbor magnified 10 times.
There's heightened alert on the Golden Gate and Bay Bridges, San Francisco's main links. Even Disneyland, the self-proclaimed happiest place on earth, joined other California amusement parks and closed down in fear.
Obviously, what they want is to shut down the country, and that's exactly what they've done.
I mean, it's scary to think that something like this could happen in the United States. I mean, you feel safe here, and now you don't feel as safe.
The West's water and energy suppliers are taking no chances either. At Hoover Dam, boats and bomb-sniffing dogs are on patrol. Armed guards stand outside the San Onofre nuclear plant near San Diego. The Navy threw up barricades at its 32nd Street station, also in San Diego. Up the road, Marine Camp Pendleton went on Threat Condition D, the highest level of alert, meaning an attack is expected or imminent.
Right now, they are checking every car that's on base.
People wanting, even needing to do something lined up in San Diego and in Los Angeles to give blood. But with special edition headlines screaming terror, many other people are feeling helpless.
We are held hostage until we find out exactly who did it, and we don't know, and what measures should we take to do that and to prevent it. I don't think we're going to be safe for a while.
Even despite the best efforts of the best of us, Jim Laval is the brother-in-law of John Oganowski, pilot of American Flight 11, the first plane to slam into the World Trade Center. He says he's sure his brother-in-law pilot resisted any hijackers with all his strength.
I cannot even begin to fathom John Oganowski doing that. I mean, you know, he would walk through a fire with a suit made of gasoline for his passengers before he would do something like that.
One of the quietest places on the West Coast is Los Angeles International Airport, which is still closed. Vince Gonzalez is there with the latest. Vince, good morning to you.
Good morning, Julie. LAX can be quiet this time of the morning. It's normal usually, but this is an unnatural silence here. Except for the occasional military aircraft or police helicopter, the skies are totally empty. Dozens of jets sit on the tarmac here, silent. Inside the terminal, monitors display hash, automated messages occasionally still go out over the PA system, but there's no one here to hear it, no airport employees, no passengers, just security personnel. And we are told that while flights may resume later today, the big problem is going to be getting airports like LAX reopened again, getting the passengers here, and then getting the planes in the right place, getting them to key points and key hubs, and beginning the process of getting people home again. Julie?
And that is the big question this morning, when flights will resume. Thank you, Vince. You've been watching our special coverage of Attack on America on the CBS Morning News. Coverage will continue throughout the day on a special edition of The Early Show. I'm Julie Chen.
It's the morning after the worst terrorist attack in world history. The Twin Towers are down, Lower Manhattan is sealed off, and rescue workers are pouring through the rubble in search of survivors and victims that may number well into the thousands.
In Washington, too, fire and recovery operations are proceeding at the Pentagon, where a hole was rendered by one of the 4 hijacked planes used as missiles in a deadly attack on America.
It's early this Wednesday morning, the 12th of September, 2001. It's the morning after a Wednesday morning like no other. And this is a special edition of the early show. Here with Jane Clayson, I'm Bryant Gumbel. Those were live pictures we were looking at from Washington and New York. I guess you could describe both scenes as surreal.
Eerie. Eerie is the word that I used as I was walking around the city last night and this morning again as well. The task of accounting for the thousands of workers now begins, hoping that there are some survivors still in the wreckage.
New York City is a very strange place this morning. There are people who are hoarding food. If you tried to go to a line yesterday to try to buy milk or bread or butter or eggs, any perishables, they were hard to come by. The bridges and tunnel traffic, normally busy at this time of day, come to a complete halt. We were locked down yesterday. Some passings allowed now.
People walking around just with dazed looks in their eyes. Didn't know quite what to think of what had happened. Didn't know, hadn't settled in yet.
A lot of tears, and justifiably so. Here's the latest this morning. Now, keep in mind that operations in New York and Washington are still in their early stages, so there are no firm casualty figures. But President Bush said the unprecedented attack ended thousands of lives, and most experts concur with that. A New York City fire official estimates that as many as half of the 400 firefighters who first reached the scene at the World Trade Center may be dead. Establishing an accurate death toll for both attack sites may take weeks. We do know that 266 passengers and crew died on the 4 hijacked jets. The U.S. military this morning is on high alert worldwide, and security around government leaders remains tight. U.S. officials are beginning to tie the attack to the fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden. Communications from those associated with bin Laden detailing the attack's success have been intercepted. The Boston Herald is reporting Massachusetts officials have identified 5 Arab men as suspects. Arabic language flight training manuals were reportedly found in a car at Logan Airport. Investigators say at least 3 passengers called from the planes detailing knife-wielding hijackers. Although the federal government is open for business today, many businesses and services will be closed. For the first time in this nation's history, all airports and air travel are shut down. They have been since 9:30 yesterday morning. And they don't know when they'll be reopening. The air traffic system will remain closed until at least noon Eastern Time today. U.S. financial markets, including the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange, and the NASDAQ, they're also closed. For just how long remains uncertain. Mail collection in New York City has been suspended. All of the city schools are closed, as are most state and local government buildings. Like government and business, the worlds of sport and entertainment have also been brought to a halt. For the first time since D-Day, all Major League Baseball games were canceled on Tuesday, and the National Football League is considering canceling this weekend's schedule. Disneyland and the Hoover Dam have been closed to tourists. On Broadway, Wednesday matinees have been canceled, and the Emmy Awards, which were to have been held this Sunday, have been postponed. Jane?
Brian, as we mentioned earlier, the search continues this morning for survivors who may be beneath the rubble of what was the World Trade Center. John Frankel is in Lower Manhattan this morning. John, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. Well, we are situated at Canal Street and the West Side Highway, which is about 10 blocks north of where the World Trade Centers once stood before yesterday morning's accident. As for the rescue efforts right now, things have been hampered greatly because there are still fires that are burning. There is a great deal of heat. There is lots and lots of smoke, as you can see over my shoulder, and because things are still very unsettled at the site. So rescue workers were really unable to get moving into the area to Ground Zero till about 2 and 3 o'clock this morning. That's also about the same time that some big rig construction vehicles lined up along the West Side Highway here, made their way south to the site, and are trying to dig their way through the rubble to look for survivors. There have been reports of survivors, people using cell phones to reach loved ones, police radios, police officers that have been stuck and trapped under the rubble have gotten word out that there are survivors, but it may take many hours. We don't know how many people will have survived by the time rescue workers are able to get to them. About a mile north of us here, going up the West Side Highway, sitting right along the Henry Hudson and the West Side Highway here, is the Chelsea Piers area, which has been set up as a temporary morgue. Again, as you and Brian have said, No idea on numbers. Way too early to speculate on how many people have been injured right now. Jane?
John, we heard reports this morning and last night that people were calling from the rubble on their cell phones as we look at some of the pictures of yesterday's attack. Any truth to that?
Again, we have heard reports that there have been calls made by people that are in the rubble. Mayor Giuliani spoke to that issue, saying that they had received calls over 911 and that some police officers who still had access and use of their radios were making contact with people to say that they were inside the rubble, but people had not reached them yet. There was one report of a gentleman who was situated in the rubble and trapped with a couple of police officers and actually made the call out and cited names of police officers that he was trapped with.
Crews I know are coming in from out of town to replace some of the officials that have been there all night. Is that true as well?
Yeah, we're hearing reports of lots of volunteers that are coming from as far away as California, all over the country. A lot of them are construction and rig workers as well to help people remove the debris, but of course people in the medical field as well. Rescue and emergency people, physicians, all offering their services here in New York City.
John Franklin, Lower Manhattan. John, thank you. Although there are no official numbers yet, the fatalities from the attacks are believed to be in the thousands. Our Dr. Emily Sine is at Bellevue Hospital in New York, where many of the victims were rushed. Emily, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jane. That's right. I'm at New York University Bellevue Hospital. This is one of the major trauma centers in Manhattan. Right now, things are very quiet. Throughout the night, there was just a trickle of victims coming in from the site. Doctors and nurses here, however, are braced for what they hope will be a very busy day as increasing numbers of victims are brought up from the site. Jane?
Emily, hospitals, what was it like yesterday? I know hospitals were flooded with people, but many are expecting the heaviest wave of casualties after daybreak this morning. Isn't that true?
That's exactly correct. But in fact, the hospitals were very quickly prepared for what was to come in the morning yesterday. We know that here there were 270 people admitted. Across town at St. Vincent's, there was about 319 people admitted and treated there. Overall, the best number that we have so far is 1,100 people being admitted to area hospitals. But the hospitals are prepared and were prepared quite early on after this was reported. Jane?
All right, Emily Sine, thank you. In the wake of what's happened, New York is anticipating a blood supply shortage. For those who want to help, we want to give you a few phone numbers now to reach the American Red Cross. You can call 1-800-HELP-NOW. That's 1-800-435-7669. To donate blood in the greater New York area, call the New York Blood Center at 1-800-933-BLOOD for locations. In an address to the nation last night, President Bush vowed to help find those responsible for the attacks and bring them to justice. Bill Plant is in Washington with more on that. Bill, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Jane. The senior administration officials that we've talked to are now saying that there's pretty good information that Osama bin Laden is behind these terrorist attacks, although they can't be entirely sure. That means that President Bush now faces the task of determining how to respond, whether it's bin Laden or members of his networks, if they are shown, in fact, to be responsible for the attack. The president, who began yesterday in Florida, finally headed back to Washington under battle security conditions, a fighter escort plainly visible off each wing of Air Force One. Mr. Bush returned to the White House and from the Oval Office delivered a message to the nation.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
The president also had this warning to those responsible for the attack.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
A clear threat there to those who harbor terrorists. We have to say again that the information about Osama bin Laden's involvement, we are told, is tentative. They don't know whether he himself ordered these attacks or whether it was some members of his network. In any case, that will try to be sorted out. But one administration official was quick to say that they will not be looking just to bring the perpetrators of this to the bar of justice. They said that the answer from the U.S. will be decisive and punitive. Jane?
Bill Plant in Washington. Bill, thank you. It is 6:10 Eastern Time. Bryant?
All right, Jane, this whole tragic sequence of events began a little more than 21 hours ago when the first plane hit the World Trade Center. Yusef McKenzie was working at a nearby shop and saw the whole thing. Mr. McKenzie, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing is a better question.
Still a little nervous about everything yesterday. I think I'll never ever forget this in my life. I felt like I was at war, something that I'd never been to ever in my life before. It was just so scary. It was just really, really scary. I mean, a pregnant woman got trampled over, and I tried my best to help her and cooperate with the police. Like, in the matter, at the same token, try to help myself. I went into work. It was, I worked for like a little bit before it all happened. And I just went on like a quick break. I seen, like in the back of my store, I work at the Endo Cozies, and it was just total chaos.
Did you see the first plane hit or did you hear it and then look up?
No, actually, I seen it with my own eyes. I seen, explosion. It was just like a bomb just blew up. I mean, the noise was just
second jet line
terrible. The noise was, it was like something incredible. I just never seen it in my life before.
Was there immediate panic in the streets?
Oh, yeah, automatically. So many people just started running all over the place, trampling all over the place. Only thing I can do is, like, in my store, like, help people. Was just, like, running all over the place.
Were you still in the vicinity when the second plane hit?
Yes.
Did you see that one?
Yes. I was doing my best. I was trying to help people, like, as well as myself. And I just felt so sorry for the pregnant lady that got trampled over. It was really chaos.
What became of her?
She fell like.
She all right?
I'm not sure, but I hope she is. I really do.
How close in proximity were you to the towers?
Within just feet.
Could you see whether or not most of the people were able to get out of the buildings before they came down?
No way, impossible. I mean, when it first hit, there was no way, like, that people could just get out of that building that quick. There was no way. I didn't see anybody, like, I didn't see nobody exit that building. I seen from the beginning to the end. It was just something that no one wants to see or ever experience in their life.
We're talking about 50,000 people who worked in those Twin Towers. You're accustomed to the traffic down there. You didn't see a lot of those people exiting the building between the time the planes hit and the time when the towers came down?
All I know is I seen I just seen people like just scattered everywhere. I mean, I was trying to direct people that was running from all types of directions. I just seen a little bit. It wasn't that many people exiting the building. It was like totally, like, people were just stunned. They were just stuck. You know, it was something like people were just on halt for a second, and they was like in shock.
Did you see people leaping to their death?
Yes, that's the worst thing. I never seen nothing like that in my life. I mean, people just jumping. People, I mean, you can look up, you think it was like paper and stuff like that flying from the sky, and I seen it with my own eyes. I just can't believe that. I just can't believe, you know, so many bodies just, I mean, just, it's like, all I can just now is just see flashbacks of what happened, you know, and
You sound scared still?
Yeah, I really am. I mean, that's something that I never want to experience again, and I just hope that, you know, whoever's responsible for this, you know, really suffer tremendously, you know.
Yusuf McKenzie, thank you.
You're welcome.
Good luck to you.
Okay.
It's 6:15, Jane.
Right, it's not just those most affected in New York and Washington that are stunned this morning. Across the nation, all Americans are in horror and disbelief. Hattie Kaufman is in Los Angeles with reaction there. Hattie, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jane. This is one of those events that can turn an entire country into a small town. It was a shared experience. I'm sitting here at a diner in Burbank that's usually crowded with movie studio workers, but who knows how many people will show up today. The movie studios were closed yesterday, as were many businesses across the country. Those horrific images on the television screen captivated Americans and united them in shock, disbelief, fear, and anger.
Just the complete devastation that hate can cause, it's terrifying.
I think this shows that this is a world problem.
Yes.
Not just a regional problem, and that without us taking the role that we need to take, this will continue.
I hope that our president is going to have enough courage to do what he has to do.
I don't think we're going to be safe for a while until we know exactly what measures to take.
Many Americans felt helpless, but when they heard blood donations were needed, people across the country lined up to donate blood. And last night, prayer services in several cities were filled. Perhaps another way for Americans to feel they're doing something for the victims, if only to pray for them. A bit earlier, Bryant mentioned that Disneyland is closed. One man who was disappointed, he was trying to take his little boy to the theme park, said, if terrorists wanted to close down America, well, they succeeded if they can shut down Disneyland. Jane?
We know Disneyland's closed. Is it business as usual otherwise in Los Angeles today, Hattie?
A lot of places haven't opened to make their announcements about whether they will be open or not. Throughout the day across the television screen, there were announcements of whether schools would be open. Most of the federal buildings were closed. And I think that's another scene that Americans are going to have to get used to. There were a lot of police, FBI, federal marshals out on the streets with M16s, with their bulletproof vests and flak jackets. If we're going to have increased security, those are scenes we're going to see a lot more of. Jane?
You said the place where you are is typically crowded even at this hour. I mean, what are people talking about there right now, Hattie?
I overheard a couple of gentlemen at one of the tables say, even while we're sitting here now, they're probably plotting the next move.
The next move?
The terrorists. I mean, people are still in shock. I think the next thing will come venting of anger.
All right, Hattie Kaufman in Los Angeles. Hattie, thanks.
Sure.
All right. 6:18. Bryant?
All right, thanks very much, Jane. Overseas, the aftershocks of the attacks in the World Trade Center and the Pentagon are still reverberating. In Israel, a heightened security alert remains in effect. David Hawkins has a report from Tel Aviv.
In the Palestinian territories, some Palestinians danced in the streets. Many Arabs despise the U.S. for its staunch support of Israel. But most Palestinians, however, including Palestinian Authority President Yasser Arafat, appeared genuinely horrified at the news.
We are completely shocked. Completely shocked. Unbelievable.
Mr. Arafat condemned those few of his people who celebrated the tragedy and expressed his condolences to America and Americans. Israel's Prime Minister Ariel Sharon declared today a national day of mourning. Israelis are lining up to donate blood and are laying wreaths outside the U.S. Embassy here in Tel Aviv. Fearing copycat attacks, Israel has sealed its borders to non-Israelis for 24 hours, and all non-Israeli flights in and out of the country have been canceled. Many Israelis with friends and relatives in the United States found their usual roles reversed, making rather than receiving anxious telephone calls in the aftermath of a terrorist attack. David Hawkins, CBS News, Tel Aviv.
All right, David, thank you very much. Although no one has claimed responsibility for the attack, as we've noted, Osama bin Laden's name is being heard on the lips of most experts this morning. Abdel Bari Atwan is an expert on bin Laden and the editor of the Al-Quds Al-Arabi newspaper. He's in London. Mr. Atwan, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Does this attack have the signature of bin Laden all over it?
Well, it has the signature of Islamic fundamentalist groups, the same groups maybe who attacked the American embassies in Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, and also the same groups who attacked the American personnel in Al-Khobar in Saudi Arabia in 1996. Also, maybe the same group who attacked the American destroyer Cole on the seaport of Aden. So you can see Islamic fundamentalists are specialized in suicidal attacks against their enemies. So I'm not surprised if this, carry their stance and actually their style.
You make it sound as if there are a number of individuals or organizations that were capable of carrying out such a well-orchestrated and obviously well-financed attack.
I think it is a consortium of many organizations working together to carry out these attacks. I don't believe it is, a work of a single man or a few people. Definitely there is several organizations. They coordinated their attacks. They coordinated their efforts, and that's what happened. So we cannot say a single man is behind this. Definitely it is more than one organization.
Within the Arab world, were there rumblings that an attack like this was being planned, was imminent, was likely?
Yeah, it was likely. Many people felt that, these extremist organizations are about to attack. So the frustration is huge in the Arab world. The dissatisfaction of the American foreign policies in its peak. Anti-American feeling is very high. So they anticipated that extremist group will try to cultivate this, try to manipulate the masses in the street, and they try to strike against the American. And also there were a lot of calls in certain Arab media and the press to attack the American interests by means of boycott or maybe by means of military attacks. So maybe those extremists realize that this is their time to hit and this is their opportunity to show their strength and to have the upper hand on Middle East. But I believe, the majority of Middle Eastern people, they are not with these kind of attacks. They would like to see a peaceful dialogue with the United States in order to convince the American government that they should intervene and try to revive the peace process again.
Knowing what you do, are you surprised that American intelligence officials were caught so off guard by these attacks?
Well, I'm really astonished and shocked. The American intelligence organization supposed to be the most advanced in the world. So by taking by surprise, I'm really, astonished because, we knew in the Middle East that imminent attacks against American interests is imminent. So why, and also we heard that the American embassies in the Middle East issued several warnings before that, extremist group are about to strike. So why the intelligence service didn't take these kind of warnings seriously? Why, for example, they actually couldn't anticipate the attacks to take place in such wide scale? So I don't know, it's people in the Middle East are not really surprised with this. They expected some sort of a revenge against American interests. But, they didn't expect it to be in New York, in the heart of the financial center, and the Pentagon was supposed to be the safest place on earth. So, yes, you are right. I think there's some defects here.
We have about a minute left. President Bush has vowed to make no distinction between those who perpetrated these attacks and those who harbor the attackers. Does that frighten you?
Well, actually, I hope the American reprisal will be a civilized one. I hope they will look at the political roots of these problems. Sending cruise missiles like what happened 3 years ago, it wouldn't solve the problem. Maybe it will create more attacks or give those extremists more ammunition against the United States. So I hope it will be a civilized reaction. Look at the situation, what the American administration can do there.
All right. Abdul Bari Atwan, I thank you very much, sir. It's 6:24. Some viewers will now cut away for local news. Here we'll continue with a special edition of The Early Show covering the attack on America. 6:25, we are continuing our coverage of the attack on America, and we're continuing with Yusuf McKenzie, who so eloquently told us about what was going on down in Lower Manhattan yesterday. Yusuf, I got to ask, how'd you sleep last night?
I stayed up. I really didn't get no sleep at all, to be honest with you. I couldn't sleep. It was just horrible. I mean, just the flashbacks of everything that happened yesterday really got me shook. Like I said, it's something that I never experienced, and I never ever want to experience again, you know.
We're hearing, Yusuf, some horrific numbers, possible casualties among those who were first on the scene, among the police and fire department. Tell me about what you saw in terms of their involvement.
The police were cooperative. You know, I tried to save some people myself, as well as my life, and the police were like actually trying to get me to help like evacuate premises around where I work at and stuff like that. And I thought that was nice of the police to do that, you know.
Did you see a lot of firemen go into the building, the first tower?
Yeah, I seen, yeah, it was a lot of them rushing towards the building. And it was just, after that, it was just like total chaos. It was a lot of people just like rushing out, and they trying to get in. So it was a horrible thing to, you know, sight to see, you know.
Do you know whether or not, did you see a lot of them get trapped?
Yeah, it had to be. It had to be a lot of firemen, police that were still trying to get in, and get in the building, and I know it was just like a lot of firemen and a lot of people just, you know, just were trapped, especially during when the people just started rushing everywhere. People were just going everywhere.
Were there medical people, EMS people available on the scene fairly rapidly to help those who were injured?
Yeah, I did see a lot of like ambulance and stuff like that, and I thought that was good, you know. I felt sorry for the lady that I tried to help, where I seen her laying there and people like just like trampled all over her, and I at the same time saved my life. I tried to, you know, help her, you know, and knowing
Were you able to get her to her feet?
Yeah, until
and shield her?
Yeah, until a nearby police officer seen me, and he just grabbed her, and then that's when I ran back close, like nearby my store, to let, you know, see what else was going on. So.
Is your store gone now?
Yeah, I'm out of a job right now, you know. I'm just glad I lived through this whole thing, you know. I'll find a job somewhere else, but I'm just glad to be alive and, you know, to talk about it today, because no one in their life want to experience something like that, you know. I never thought I would.
Those who were in your store, did they make it out?
To my knowledge, yeah, everybody pretty much got out safe, yeah. Everybody got away. I mean, one of my coworkers, we were like side by side when I ran back into the store, and then after that, I split. I didn't see her again, and you know, I just made it safe. You know, there was a point of time where I was at the Chambers Street train station, and we had to wait inside. We were like stuck for like 20 minutes or so, and it's just horrible. Right now, as I speak, I just see flashbacks and stuff like that.
I can imagine that. You'll have nightmares for a while to come, I would assume.
Yeah.
Yusuf, thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. It's 6:29 Eastern Time. We've still got lots more ahead. Stay with us. You're watching The Early Show on CBS.
This is the News on 6. a special edition. Attack on America.
And then we heard the crash. We ran to the window.
Into the building. It went into the trade center.
And we hit the trade center. We saw the shrapnel fall, and then we said, "Get out!"
And I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up and I saw the second plane hit.
The plane crashed from the right side of the building, and impact blew the left side of the World Trade Center out on the second building.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
There are no words. You can see large pieces of the building falling. You can see the smoke rising.
It's going to continue to go on until we put a stop to it. And I'm not sure how you put a stop to it, but it's pretty upsetting.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for watching this special edition of the News on 6 Attack on America. I'm Leanne Taylor. We brought you coverage of this terrorist attack when it began yesterday morning. Here's a look at how the devastation unfolded. Shortly before 8 o'clock Central Time yesterday, a plane crashed into one of the World Trade Center's twin towers. You can see smoke billow into the sky more than 100 stories above the ground. We later learned that plane, American Airlines Flight 11, was on its way from Boston to Los Angeles with 92 people on board when it was hijacked. 18 minutes later, another hijacked aircraft, this time United Airlines Flight 175, slammed into the second tower. That plane was also en route from Boston to L.A. It had 65 people on board. Now you can see the plane pass around the first tower and into the one behind it, sending a fireball high above the streets of America's largest city. Then after 8:30, another plane, a 757 en route from Dulles Airport in Washington to Los Angeles, went down. American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon with 64 passengers and crew members on board. Shortly after 9 o'clock, one of the flaming twin towers buckled and collapsed, sending the entire building crashing down on the streets of Manhattan. And then at 9 o'clock Central Time, word came that a fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93, had crashed in western Pennsylvania. It was on its way from New Jersey to San Francisco with 45 people on board. Not long after, the destruction continued with the collapse of the World Trade Center's second tower. Officials in New York say the number of people killed or injured could well be into the thousands. The government believes the catastrophe was an organized attack on America, and while officials have their suspicions, it's not known yet who is responsible. The search for survivors went on through the night and continues this morning. Crews are combing through debris covering the streets of Manhattan. Help is coming from several surrounding states, and heavy machinery is being moved in to aid in the search for victims. There are reports that 2 police officers and a civilian were rescued, and other victims are trying to call for help on their cell phones. An estimated 200 firefighters and 70 police officers are believed dead, caught in the collapse of the second commercial aircraft. President Bush addressed the nation last night and asked everyone to join in the war against terrorism. He assured the American people those who are responsible for this attack will be found and punished.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
The search for clues leading to those responsible prompted the arrest of 3 men last night in New Jersey. The FBI and Port Authority took the men into custody. They are said to be ages 18 to 24. Officers also took possession of a white van they were driving. There are conflicting reports about whether the van contained explosives, but reports made to the local CBS station indicate the men were possibly on their way to do some damage to the George Washington Bridge. One of the most troubling aspects of this attack is that the terrorists used U.S. commercial airplanes filled with people to wreak such widespread devastation. To protect against other aircraft being used as weapons, the federal government took swift action, closing down airports across the country. News on 6 Tammy Marler was at Tulsa International for the lockdown.
The pilot came on in the airplane and said all flights have been grounded for the day, that the World Trade Center was on fire, and that's all he knew at the time, and then asked everybody to leave the plane.
That's how the Maslowski family found out they wouldn't be going on vacation.
But given the circumstances, they felt a little safer with the delay.
Probably today, yes. I would say so for today. I feel better at home.
After investigation revealed the weapons used in the terrorist attacks were commercial aircraft, the FAA grounded flights across the nation. For the first time in aviation history, not a single airplane took to America's skies. Even in Tulsa, it's a matter of national security.
All the security personnel for Tulsa International are deployed. That includes both airport officers, Tulsa Police Department, and our K-9 dogs.
As the threat levels become higher, as they have in this case, we deploy extra measures such as the bomb dogs and what have you, more container searches, whatever it may take.
We're essentially on the same heightened alert as we were during Desert Storm, so we've had this kind of heightened alert before, but not to the dimension that it's affecting the nation, I'm sure, as a whole today.
Our attention is focused here at the airport to ensure that any flight diverted here lands safely. So far, 11 have, and that we assist those traveling passengers to the fullest extent possible.
When the FAA shut down flight operations, thousands of passengers had to make other plans. Every rental car agency in Tulsa ran out of cars. Many area hotels and restaurants offered free meals to those who weren't lucky enough to make other travel plans. But officials are putting safety first, so not many are complaining.
I've rescheduled everything for tomorrow, and we're still going to try this again.
Tammy Marler, the News on 6.
Besides grounding commercial flights, the FAA also grounded all express mail aircraft as well as airplanes that transport seriously ill patients. One of the planes at Flight Concepts went to pick up a transplant patient in Minneapolis on Monday. The crew and the patient are waiting for word from the FAA on when they can return to Tulsa. Mike Paston says he's never seen anything like this before.
I mean, we're standing right here next to the terminal, and we always hear jet engines running, just the power units running, or you see contrails flying over here and planes take off, and it's just dead quiet out here, and that's very eerie out here.
The earliest flights could resume today is noon Eastern time. Tulsa International says travelers should plan way ahead if you're scheduled to fly out today because security will be unprecedented. They suggest arriving at least 2 hours before your flight to check in with the airlines. And you should also know there will be no curbside parking or check-in. The Oklahoma National Guard is standing on alert this morning. The Tulsa-based headquarters is under lockdown with cement blocks barricading the entrance to the base. Guards spent most of the day yesterday moving all unauthorized vehicles away from base buildings and removing suspicious packages and containers in and around the vicinity. Other units of the Guard are on the move as well, driving much-needed blood and plasma to victims in New York. The Oklahoma Guard has units stationed in Kuwait. They're supposed to come back to Tulsa next week, but a base commander says it is possible that could change in light of the attack on America. The American Airlines jet that took off from Dulles International Airport bound for L.A. had a total of 64 people on board, including a woman who used to work for Oklahoma Senator Don Nichols. That was the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. Barbara Olson, who went on to a career as a TV commentator and private attorney, was on board that flight. She even managed to call her husband twice on her cell phone to tell him that the plane was being hijacked. People who knew her say she would have done anything to get the truth out.
When I found out it was Barbara, I was shocked and horrified, but then I wasn't surprised. She was doing what she was always doing, trying to get the word out, trying to tell it like it was, being honest, and probably pretty feisty about it, too.
Olson's husband, Ted, is the U.S. Solicitor General. She also leaves behind stepchildren and legions of friends here in Tulsa, as well as around the country. The News on 6 spoke briefly with Oklahoma Senator Jim Inhofe yesterday. He said this tragedy shows us how ill-prepared the country is to deal with such attacks. He told us about a bill that passed in Congress just last week limiting money for U.S. defense based on the fact that there is no real threat out there. Obviously, yesterday's acts proved otherwise, and Inhofe feels this may be just the beginning.
Be aware that this may not be the end. What are most likely targets right now? Right now, that's what we're concerned with, because obviously the Capitol or the White House could be logical targets. That's what we can do now. As far as what citizens can do right now is, I guess, pray for the families of all of these people of the victims.
Until yesterday, the worst attack on American soil, of course, was here in Oklahoma. Now, a state so familiar with terrorism is praying and in some cases remembering and reliving. News on 6, Scott Thompson is at the Oklahoma City National Memorial this morning and has more. Scott?
Leanne, until yesterday, this site at 6th and Harvey in Oklahoma City was the site of the worst terrorist attack on American soil. Now that the Murrah building site has been supplanted in terms of deadly numbers, I must tell you the handful of people who walked through here yesterday weren't really concerned about numbers.
These attacks, and on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences.
As dusk settled over the Oklahoma City National Memorial, 2 police officers stood outside their cruiser and listened to the president vow to seek justice. At the same time, the Farrells from Arkansas read poetry that's fastened to the memorial's chain link fence.
Certainly, especially today, but any day would be a deep meaning to be here, but especially today. The whole nation is hurting today.
Only a handful of visitors passed through the memorial this evening to remind themselves of the cost of madness.
On this day especially, why not see such a special place and kind of take a moment to put this day into perspective, and I think a place like this helps you to do that.
Now, the memorial here remains open 24 hours a day. It's open right now. There's no one here, of course, at this early hour. The museum that talks about the site here and also about terrorism closed yesterday just after word of the bombings, the airplane crashes reached here. We'll have to wait until about 9 o'clock to see if it reopens today. Leanne?
Scott, I was curious yesterday, any visible sign of heightened security around the memorial?
Just last evening they had a police cruiser parked across the street from us here, but no, not really. They had a street closed off on the other side of this memorial, but by early evening it had been reopened.
Scott Thompson reporting live from Oklahoma City. Thank you. The victims and survivors of the 95 Oklahoma City bombing were especially shaken, as you can imagine, by yesterday's attack because of the painful memories of their own losses come flooding back. Many of the victims say they would like to go to New York to be with the families there as they wait for word on their loved ones. The Oklahoma victims say they know the horror of waiting on rescuers to recover bodies from the rubble.
I just want the American people that stood behind us to stand up and say that we cannot tolerate this, but to lend their hand, to put their hands out and help these families and to pray for them because they're going to need it.
Some Oklahoma City victims have already talked to the U.S. Attorney about going to New York in the days ahead to give emotional support to those victims there. Shocked with disbelief, Americans were glued to televisions throughout the day yesterday to learn more about the attacks. Whether they were at home or at work, they were thirsty for information. Hundreds of employees at Williams in downtown Tulsa crowded around their control center with its huge TV screens and monitors. They were going to kick off their United Way fund drive yesterday, but said it was impossible to get up for the event with tragedy all around. Now, the downtown library opened its media viewing room to anyone who wanted to stop in and watch the events unfold. Employees and citizens drifted in and out of the room trying to understand the magnitude of the destruction. And one of Tulsa's most popular hair salons completely silent except for the voice of the television correspondent bringing the latest news. A feeling of sadness hung in the air.
Praying for all the people that are there going through it. It's awful. It doesn't seem like a terrorist attack. It seems like a war has started. It's awful.
As you can well imagine, those sentiments are being felt across the country. In the wake of this attack on America, Governor Frank Keating has ordered that all American flags on state property fly at half-staff in mourning of the many victims of this deadly terrorist attack. The governor released a statement saying the events of the day are on a front to civilization, a day of agony and infamy in America.
I would encourage all Oklahomans tomorrow to attend the church or synagogue of their choice if there is a memorial service, a prayer service, so that we can stand with our brothers and sisters, our fellow American citizens in New York and Washington who lost their lives in this tragedy.
Feeling the need to come together as a nation, hundreds of people from across the country flocked to churches to mourn the tragedies in New York and Washington and pray for the victims and healing. A special service is scheduled today at noon on the plaza in downtown. We'll be bringing you more about that later this morning. When we come back, we continue our coverage of the attack on America, and we'll also have a look at the forecast.
This segment of the News on 6 has been sponsored by Clear Tone, where right now you can save up to 50% on the new Clear Tone 100% digital hearing instruments.
This is a complete broadband solution with a nitro-powered on switch. This is igniting your mission-critical applications on the fattest optical IP pipe on the planet. This is your business, screaming 1,000 times faster than yesterday. This is moving beyond connected. This is riding the light. This is the technology that makes it happen. Quest, ride the light.
What are you revving up for?
S&K's Hog Wild sale. You'll go hog wild too, because S&K is giving away a brand new Harley-Davidson motorcycle.
Plus, S&K has hog wild savings on over 80,000 suits.
Handsome 2- and 3-button style, sale price under $150.
Or buy 2 for $200.
Plus, all leather jackets are now 40% off.
You know what would look great with your new leather jacket?
Yeah, a new Harley. Win a new Harley at the S&K Hog Wild sale.
When you see news happening, call the News on 6 News Tip line at 583-1502 or dial pound 06 on your U.S. cellular phone.
Sutherland's Preferred Cut Lumber. What else would you expect from a team that's been selling lumber since 1917? Less bark, fewer knots, and less wane saves you time and money. But lumber's just the beginning. Sutherland stocks all the top quality building materials to make your project a success. Don't spend a single dollar on building material until you visited the family that cares. Sutherland's. Warehouse prices. Hometown service.
Get your hour-by-hour forecast with Future View on the News on 6.
Future View calculates a visual forecast. It shows us in pictures what time it will rain or snow, what the temperatures will be, even how much rain or snow will fall. We take that information, add our own experience with Oklahoma weather, and give you a custom forecast that gives you more information than any other local weather forecast.
Your Future View weathercast is only on the News on 6, Oklahoma's weather leader. Meteorologist James Adelot has the American Meteorological Society's seal of approval.
Well, the weather today, expect to see lots of sunshine, a few high thin clouds floating by. Currently, we've got 60 in Tulsa. Some of those high clouds from Tulsa south toward McAllister and Dallas right now. 59 in McAllister, 62 in Ponca City. A lot of folks catching up on some travel today. 70 in Atlanta right now. We are still seeing thunderstorms along the east coast of Florida as well. Orlando and in Miami, temperatures are in the 70s. High pressure in the northeast. And if you're traveling into the Pacific Northwest, starting to see some more clouds. Another storm system will move into Seattle by late this afternoon. It's 58 right now in Seattle. And the southwest looks fairly quiet. We pick up some clouds around Los Angeles, up over the Great Basin, but things still very quiet weather-wise there. 89 degrees in Phoenix now. Future View for us, a little closer to home. Again, some of those high clouds will persist through most of the day today. We'll see a high temperature of 86 degrees. The wind will be a little stronger out of the south, 5 to 10, maybe at times 15 miles per hour. Overnight tonight, again, we'll see cloud cover. Most of it will stay to the west. We'll see a low temperature of 58 degrees. Trough line will continue to set out to the west through the day tomorrow, too. Wind will pick up a little bit, 10 to 15 miles per hour. High tomorrow, a little cooler because we could see a little bit of a wind shift to more of a southeasterly direction. And you can see we start to build up some moisture southeast of us in the form of some isolated afternoon and evening showers. Expect also to see lots of rain activity over the Midwest, curving back over the mountains, again on a scattered basis. So for the rest of your Wednesday, southeast winds today, 86 degrees for the high. We'll see south winds overnight. They'll be on the light side, 58 degrees. The next 6 days, temperatures running in the 80s. Perhaps a little bit cooler as we head towards Sunday and into Monday, with that 20% chance of a shower back in the forecast by Sunday and Monday. So the weather looks pretty quiet as we head right on through and into the weekend.
We need some calm in our lives.
Yes,
thank you. When we come back, we'll take a look at yesterday's terrorist attack and how it affected gas prices here in Tulsa.
In just a minute, I'll be back to tell you how you can get more information about individual health care coverage, but at group rates. So if you've been looking for a way to get health coverage for you, for a family member, or for the entire family, be sure to have a pencil handy. You won't want to miss this opportunity to find out more about this remarkable coverage.
Now there's an insurance plan that offers Oklahomans more choices and more flexibility. And it's offered only by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma. Blue Cross and Blue Shield Health Check Select Care offers individual coverage just for dad, or maybe just mom needs coverage. And children's major medical covers one or all of the kids. And here's big news. Now everybody can get dental insurance with the new Blue Cross and Blue Shield individual dental insurance plan. So look to Blue Cross and Blue Shield for health and dental coverage for individual family members or for the entire family. Sorry, Rags.
With Health Check Select Care and Children's Major Medical from Blue Cross and Blue Shield, you can custom design health insurance coverage to fit your needs. Rates start as low as $25 a month, and you get $1 million in lifetime benefits. And since maternity benefits are optional, you don't pay for coverage you don't need. And now, for the first time ever, there's individual dental insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed. So if you've been looking for flexible, affordable health insurance coverage to protect you and your family, you've found the answer. For an information packet that will answer your questions, call this number and ask for me. My operator number is shown below. With the high cost of health care, you can't afford the risk of not being protected. I hope you'll call today.
James Jeter does business a little different than most mechanics. He knows it's hard to find a good, honest mechanic with reasonable rates. James Jeter believes in honest pay for good, honest work. That's why he's been serving Tulsa for over 17 years. Stop by Southern Hills Auto Service's new location and say hi to James and his friendly, knowledgeable staff. Southern Hills Auto Service, where you'll always find James Jeter, a good, honest mechanic with reasonable rates. Southern Hills Auto Service. New location, 25th and Sheridan.
The attack on America yesterday morning sparked rumors of rising gas prices throughout Tulsa, and that quickly led to long lines at gas stations across the city. Consumer reporter Diane White was monitoring local prices. She has more.
Long lines of cars poured into the streets.
I saw there was a huge line. I was like, what's going on, with the gas line?
What was going on is drivers were responding to rumors that gas prices could soar.
I decided to just top it off, actually, before all the prices go up. Everybody says $4 or $5.
The word was spreading. Prices could soon double.
It seems today that we've all been so very busy that the only exercise that many people have had is jumping to conclusions.
Conclusions that oil companies could close refineries and shut down pipelines.
I just would like to ask you as members of the media to help us quell those rumors, none of which are true. No one has asked us to cut back. If anything, we are doing the opposite. We are running full out.
But some stations did raise prices temporarily. A KOTV employee shot video of this station in Coweta, where prices jumped to $2.50 a gallon this afternoon, but they're back down this evening. And as dusk settled in, area drivers found the price remained the same at most stations, about $1.55 a gallon.
Diane White, the News on 6.
We understand Governor Keating as well as Attorney General Drew Edmondson are warning stations not to take advantage of Oklahomans during this tragedy by raising prices. If there is word of price gouging anywhere, you're asked to call the Attorney General's office and he will investigate. The BOK Tower at One Williams Center here in Tulsa is a near replica of the two World Trade Center towers that crumbled yesterday. That's because both were designed by the same architect, a man by the name of Minoru Yamasaki. Here in Tulsa, the Bank of Oklahoma Tower was built shortly after the World Trade Center towers. Both complexes were built as symbols of economic prosperity. Tulsa's Bank of Oklahoma Tower opened in 1975. It's a skyscraper for Oklahoma, but even at 52 stories, it is less than half as tall as the World Trade Center towers. The Bank of Oklahoma Tower is 667 feet tall, 52 stories. Each of the two World Trade Center towers were 1,300 feet tall, 110 stories. The floors of the Trade Center towers are also much larger. Each floor was 50,000 square feet, enough room to house in total 50,000 employees. Well, just how can you help those affected by the terrorist attacks in New York and in Washington? We'll have details right after this.
Thank you. Hey, where's she going with that delicious rib crib barbecue?
Home, Ed. She got the family pack to go.
Rib crib to go? Dinners, parties, office lunches. I gotta spread the news.
Rib crib to go. Rib crib to go. Say it with me, everybody.
That's great, Ed. But remember, you can always eat it here, too.
I know.
Passionate about his barbecue. Rib crib.
Local public schools,
They're an important extension of who we are as a community. That's why RCB Bank has supported education in Oklahoma for more than 65 years. From raising money for supplies, to instituting kids' clubs accounts, to helping create innovative school foundations. RCB Bank is proud to be working to build a more perfect union school system as a corporate citizen and through individual volunteers. Find out what you can do. RCB Bank.
Prayers often help at a time like this, and so do donations of blood and money for all the people wounded in the tragedy. We here at KOTV have teamed up with the Red Cross for the Spirit of Oklahoma Crisis Relief Fund. People are already helping, but News on 6 anchor Paul Sorrell shows us there's a long way to go.
When the first cries for help went out, Oklahomans rushed to the Red Cross to give the gift of life. The Red Cross says probably 300 people in Tulsa alone donated blood after seeing the tragedy on the news. This man was one of them.
I just felt a need to help in some way, any way that I could.
A Red Cross spokeswoman says some people waited almost 3 hours for the chance to donate, and you can help by joining with KOTV and the American Red Cross.
We hope to be able to sustain this wonderful spirit of giving that we have experienced. We want to encourage people to both donate blood and to make financial contributions.
Paul Sorrell, the News on 6.
The Spirit of Oklahoma Crisis Relief Fund and blood drive starts here in just a few minutes at 6 o'clock. Rick Wells will collect cash donations out in our KOTV parking lot. Now, we'd like to let you know where we're located at 302 South Frankfort. That's at 3rd and Frankfort, there on the corner in downtown Tulsa. The Red Cross headquarters at Highway 169 and 11th Street will also open at 6 this morning to accept money. And then beginning at 8 o'clock this morning, you can donate blood at both Red Cross locations in Tulsa. The address is there, Highway 169 and 11th, and at 77th and Memorial. If you don't have time to donate blood, consider giving some cash on your way to work this morning. Our coverage of the attack on America continues with a special edition of 6 in the Morning next.
A Consumer's Digest Best Buy. 5-star government crash test rating. No wonder 1 million have switched to Dodge trucks. And with low 0.9 financing or $2,000 cash allowance on Dakota, this switch thing is really going to catch on. See, compare, drive, Dodge during the Team Dodge sales event.
It's interesting what a man will do to avoid buying a new suit, like convincing himself that he's still a 32-inch waist, or that no one will notice. Well, people notice, which is why we offer the kinds of styles and advice that'll feel as comfortable as your favorite chair. After all, if people are going to notice, it should be for the right reasons. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
The Men's Warehouse.
Tulsa's weather professionals, only on the News on 6. This is the News on 6, a special edition. Attack on America.
And then we heard the crash. We ran through the window. Into the building. It went into the Trade Center. And we hit the Trade Center. We saw the shrapnel fall. And then we said, get out.
And I heard a roar, and I looked around thinking that it had to be a helicopter, and I looked up, and I saw the second plane hit.
The plane crashed from the right side of the building, and impact blew the left side of the World Trade Center out on the second building.
Don't worry.
Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
There are no words. You can see large pieces of the building falling. You can see the smoke rising.
It's going to continue to go on until we put a stop to it. And I'm not sure how you put a stop to it, but pretty upsetting.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this special edition of 6 in the Morning. I'm Leanne Taylor. Over the next 3 hours, we will have complete coverage on the attack on America, the local angles. It is the day after, and the reality of what happened yesterday in New York City is just now beginning to sink in. We will have live coverage and the latest on the attacks throughout the morning, including what you can do to help here in Tulsa. Rick Wells is outside of our studios with more on that. Rick?
Yeah, hi. I'm on the corner of 3rd and Frankfort, and that's where we are at 302 South Frankfort. And we have teamed up with the Red Cross because even though we don't know how high the death toll will be in New York City, we do know that the extensive devastation and the number of injured people will require blood and cash donations to support the Red Cross's relief efforts. So we've teamed up with the Red Cross, and all morning long during this program and all day long at the Red Cross, we are going to have some folks down here with us at 3rd and Frankfort downtown, and we've got cans for cash donations. That's what we're hoping you'll do this morning. And the blood centers, the two of them, the one at 11th and Highway 169, the one on South Memorial, will be open at 8 o'clock for blood donations. There is a significant shortage of blood and, of course, cash for the relief effort, and we're trying to support both this morning, Leanne. So we will be out here on the corner all morning long with lots of volunteers from the American Red Cross.
All right. Thank you very much, Rick. We'll have more from you in a moment. It is, as we mentioned, the morning after. Rescue workers are digging through the rubble that was once the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center and parts of the crumbled Pentagon in Washington, D.C. Thousands are feared dead in yesterday's attack on America. Jennifer Jones reports.
This is the scene as crews continue to search for survivors and victims. A thick coating of dust covers the wasteland of twisted steel and rubble, the remains of what was once a shining symbol of America. Just yesterday, the screams of panic and faces of horror were like scenes from a movie. Real-life terror as two hijacked airliners carrying scores of passengers slammed into the Twin Towers of New York's World Trade Center.
Chaos. It's chaos out here. It really is. So the Twin Towers fall. It's amazing. It's crazy.
Meanwhile, in Washington, the Pentagon also came under attack when a third hijacked plane crashed into the sprawling military complex, killing as many as 800 people. And yet, a fourth hijacked passenger plane was reduced to rubble after it crashed south of Pittsburgh, a final blow that may have spared the presidential retreat of Camp David, the alleged target. In the aftermath, President Bush made it clear that justice will prevail for those who are responsible.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
Back in New York, emergency crews are working at their grim task, while the full extent of the damage and loss of life remains unknown. The heart of America has been changed forever. Rescue workers have set up a makeshift morgue outside of the Pentagon as they pull bodies from the debris. Meanwhile, sources say the FBI is searching sites in Central and South Florida, where information has turned up, placing supporters of terrorist fugitive Osama bin Laden aboard the crashed jets. Jennifer Jones, CBS News, Washington.
One of the first signs that something was terribly wrong yesterday was when the FAA closed airports across the country. That included the one here in Tulsa. Officials say the airport, though, will reopen later today. News on 6 reporter Tammy Marler has been following this story throughout the day yesterday. She is back there for us this morning live. Good morning, Tammy.
Good morning, Leanne. We have actually seen a few passengers walking around here checking on the status of their flights. We're told that some of them are being told by airlines to go on home and not to return until tomorrow. Still, we understand that flights could resume as early as noon today. Airport officials are having a briefing here later on this morning. One thing is certain, they will be on unprecedented, that's what they call it, unprecedented security, which means you will not be able to park along the concourses, you will not be able to check in your baggage from the curb, and you will not be able to leave your vehicles at all along the concourses here. They're also going to be checking all carry-on baggage, and there will be many, many more security measures that I'm sure passengers are not accustomed to. And Leanne, they're saying that you should plan at least 2 hours ahead of your flight and check with the airline to make sure that your flight is going to run today.
Tammy, can you imagine what this is going to be like trying to get across the nation flights? Not only, we have how many flights that were unscheduled to be in Tulsa yesterday now needing to get to their destination?
Well, there were 13 flights yesterday. We've heard figures between 11 and 13 flights yesterday who were supposed to go to other destinations but ended up in Tulsa because at the time the FAA called the order, those flights were closest to Tulsa, so they did land here. But there were 60 other flights that were supposed to go to other destinations yesterday, so it's not yet clear how they're going to squeeze those flights into today's schedule if, in fact, they do allow flight operations to resume today. What they are predicting is nationwide gridlock once flights do resume.
And Tammy, we also want to check, I believe it's noon Eastern time, which would technically be, I guess, 11 here in Tulsa.
Actually, what they were saying here in Tulsa is that it would be noon here in Tulsa.
Okay.
But still, the FAA has not confirmed that. We waited all night for confirmation from the FAA, still have not heard. So we're hoping to hear later on this morning.
Tammy Marler reporting live from the airport. We'll be checking back with you throughout the morning, and I understand there's a news conference scheduled at 7:30 as well, so we'll get more information then. Oklahoma City, of course, knows the cost of terrorism, and people are praying, remembering, and in some cases reliving the experience. News on 6 anchor Scott Thompson is at the National Memorial this morning. He was there throughout the day yesterday. He has more now for us live. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Leanne. It's a lovely, beautiful morning about to break here in Oklahoma City. There's a lovely crescent moon hanging above the Oklahoma City National Memorial. Of course, that belies what this place stands for. Until yesterday, the site of the worst domestic terrorism in the history of the nation. Now, there weren't very many people here yesterday. I imagine most folks were home watching all that horrific coverage from New York and Washington on television. The few who did come here said they got a great sense of peace from walking through, despite the fact, of course, now that the Murrah building has been supplanted in terms of deadly numbers. The people who came here yesterday say they weren't really interested in those kinds of numbers.
Tax. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences.
As dusk settled over the Oklahoma City National Memorial, 2 police officers stood outside their cruiser and listened to the president vow to seek justice. At the same time, the Farrells from Arkansas read poetry that's fastened to the memorial's chain link fence.
Certainly, especially today, but any day would be a deep meaning to be here, but especially today. The whole nation is hurting today.
Only a handful of visitors passed through the memorial this evening to remind themselves of the cost of madness.
On this day especially, why not see such a special place and kind of take a moment to put this day into perspective, and I think a place like this helps you to do that.
And the memorial remains open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The museum here associated with the memorial closed yesterday just after 9 o'clock, and we'll have to see if it reopens again today at 9 o'clock. Elsewhere in Oklahoma City, Tinker Air Force Base remains on the highest alert, and every car going into Tinker today is being hand-searched. And so the traffic backups at Tinker Air Force Base are very, very long today. But our sister station, KWTV here in Oklahoma City, says most people seem to be appreciative of the effort and understanding of a long, long wait to get into work. Everyone is being called back to work at Tinker Air Force Base today. Just a long, long time in getting in there. Leanne.
All right, Scott Thompson reporting live. We'll have more from him throughout the morning as well. The victims and survivors of the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing were especially shaken by the attack as it brought back some painful memories of their own losses. Many of the victims say they would like to go to New York to be with the families there as they wait for word on their loved ones. The Oklahoma victims say they know the horror of waiting on rescuers to recover bodies from rubble.
I just want the American people that stood behind us to stand up and say that we cannot tolerate this, but to lend their hand, to put their hands out and help these families and to pray for them because they're going to need it.
Some Oklahoma City victims have already talked to the U.S. Attorney about going to New York in the days ahead to give emotional support to the victims there. As you know, Americans were glued to the televisions throughout the day and evening to learn more about the attack on America. Whether they were at home or at work, there was a thirst for information. Hundreds of employees at Williams in downtown Tulsa crowded around their control center with some huge TV screens and monitors. They were going to kick off their United Way fund drive, but said it was really impossible to get up for an event with such tragedy all around. At the downtown library, they opened a media center, the viewing room, to anyone who wanted to stop in and watch the events unfold. Employees and citizens drifted in and out of the room trying to understand the magnitude of the destruction. And one of Tulsa's most popular hair salons completely silent except for the voice of the television correspondents bringing the latest news. A feeling of sadness hung in the air.
Praying for all the people that are there going through it. It's awful. It doesn't seem like a terrorist attack. It seems like a war has started. It's awful.
As you can imagine, similar sentiments were expressed throughout the day as we talked with other people. The attack on America sparked rumors about rising gas prices throughout the Tulsa area, and that quickly led to long lines at gas stations across the city. Consumer reporter Diane White has details.
Long lines of cars poured into the streets.
I saw that there was a huge line. I was like, what's going on, with the gas line?
What was going on is drivers were responding to rumors that gas prices could soar.
I decided to just top it off, actually, before all the prices go up. Everybody saves $4 or $5.
The word was spreading. Prices could soon double.
It seems today that we've all been so very busy that the only exercise that many people have had is jumping to conclusions.
Conclusions that oil companies could close refineries and shut down pipelines.
I just would like to ask you as members of the media to help us quell those rumors, none of which are true. No one has asked us to cut back. If anything, we are doing the opposite. We are running full out.
But some stations did raise prices temporarily. A KOTV employee shot video of this station in Coweta, where prices jumped to $2.50 a gallon this afternoon, but they're back down this evening. And as dusk settled in, area drivers found the price remained the same at most stations, about $1.55 a gallon. Diane White, the News on 6.
Governor Keating and Attorney General Drew Edmondson warn retailers not to take advantage of this national crisis by raising prices. Edmondson says his office will be investigating all reports of possible price gouging. As we mentioned, the Spirit of Oklahoma Crisis Relief Fund and blood drive is underway this morning. Rick Wells joins us now live from outside of our studios here with more. Rick?
Yep. Hi. Hey, what we're going to do today, we're at 3rd and Frankfort, downtown. That's where we are. And we've got some volunteers waiting for you, really, right over here. And each one of them has a little can. And on the can it says, support your Red Cross chapter. And what we're asking for is some assistance. Red Cross is going to need considerable assistance because the relief effort in New York City and in Washington, D.C., for that matter, is going to be considerable, not to mention the blood drive, which we will talk about here later on. This is for cash donations, cash or checks, on your way to work this morning, or if you're out driving around. Stop by the station. We're at 3rd and Frankfort, and if you want to know how to get to where we are, we have a map that will help you. We're down near the BOK Tower, down near the bus station, 3rd and Frankfort, downtown. Frankfort, runs north and south, and of course 3rd Street now a two-way street, so you can get to us several different ways. But we're going to be here all morning long throughout the program, and as we say, the blood centers open at 8 o'clock, 2 of them, and you know where they are, 11th and 169 and out on South Memorial, each one of them accepting donations of blood today, as well as cash donations there as well. But as we don't know the extent of the relief effort in New York, we know there's a blood shortage. We know there's going to be a need for cash as well, and that's what we're about today. So stop by and see us. We got plenty of volunteers. We won't hold you up at all, and come by and see us. We're going to be here all morning, Leanne.
Yeah, Rick, we might also mention many people making plans for today can stop by and make those donations. And also today at noon in downtown Tulsa, the Interfaith Service, Tulsa Metropolitan Ministry, the National Conference of Community Justice, and the Jewish Federation of Tulsa, as well as the Islamic Society of Tulsa, will be holding that inter-service prayer, interfaith service going on between noon and 1 today at 5th and Denver. We have much more ahead, but of course we want to check in with the weather for today, find out the situation. Meteorologist James Adelot has the latest.
Well, the weather looks mostly sunny today. We've had a few high clouds move up. You can see on the current map. Area of cloud cover mostly south of Tulsa, back through McAllister, down toward the Dallas area. 60 in Tulsa right now. As we check things around the country, for the folks heading back out of Tulsa, catching up on some travel, expect to see some thunderstorms in the southeast. That's what we're seeing right now. Orlando and Miami both in the 70s right now. The northeast looks pretty quiet. High pressure in control there. Starting to see some showers around the Great Lakes. Those are staying north of Chicago, though, through the day today. 59 degrees Seattle, Portland at 64 degrees, and in the southwest things look fairly quiet as well. A few more clouds have moved into parts of the Intermountain West. Future view a little closer to home, 86 degrees in Tulsa for the expected high today. A few patches of high clouds around. It will be windy across the high plains of Kansas, Oklahoma, and West Texas. As we head through the overnight period, again, a few more clouds possible out to the west. Even an isolated shower is not out of the question, but that'll stay in northwest Oklahoma during the overnight period. 58 degrees for the overnight low. And as we go through the day on Thursday, expect to see continued south winds, 10 to 15 miles per hour. High tomorrow, a little cooler at 83 degrees. The shower activity, though, building up even more across parts of the Intermountain West and the northern plains. 86 degrees for your afternoon high temperature in Tulsa for your Wednesday, 58 for the overnight low temperature. In the next 6 days, we'll keep temperatures in the 80s. Again, a little bit cooler for Thursday into Friday. By Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, another front gets a little closer to us, and that's going to give us a 20% chance of showers, but likely not until the end of the weekend. Leanne?
All right, thank you, James. President Bush took his message about the attack on America to the American people last night. In a nationally televised address, he mourned those who died and vowed to avenge their killings.
A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining.
The president went on to say that our military is powerful and will work to protect American citizens from further attacks. Many people across the country turn to the church to help them deal with the tragedy. We visited local churches hosting prayer services. As News on 6 reporter Heather Brooker reports, many people found comfort in a familiar place.
With heads bowed and eyes closed, people all over Tulsa prayed for those affected by the tragedies on the East Coast. Moments of silence and prayer started early this morning.
Saw it on television this morning on Channel 6. Said, we need to do something about this.
So pastors, elders, and parishioners began opening the doors and lighting candles in churches all over the city.
Once we heard the news, we gathered our staff about 9:30 for a time of prayer, and then just try to get the word out that other folks could come and be welcome to join us in prayer today.
And as the sun started to go down on this unforgettable day, churches once again welcomed people for prayer. Sherry Fennick doesn't even attend All Souls Unitarian Church, but was compelled to join other believers in prayer.
It just seemed important to be with friends. It seemed important to join together and hear uplifting messages and reassurances of God's love.
I think that this is a moment when we rise above our differences, our political differences, our religious differences. We come together just as human beings.
As the choir sang, many people listened intently to the message. Not so much the message of the preacher or minister, but the message their own heart was telling them.
A reminder that people are good and care about each other, and that we'll get through all of this.
Heather Brooker, the News on 6.
Many churches that were not open yesterday will be open today for services. As we mentioned, the interfaith service at noon in downtown. If you'd like a complete listing of the dozens of services and prayer times, you can check our website at KOTV.com for the very latest. Of course, the News on 6 talked to many people about the attack on America, among them 2 Tulsans who were in New York City. Kim Graham reports.
The terrifying pictures describe what words cannot. A towering inferno, thousands of people trapped inside, while others on the outside watched in horror. One of them was Tulsan Jera Holder, who's vacationing 5 blocks away from the World Trade Center. She heard the first blast just before 9.
We went and looked out the windows, and you could see people gathering in the street. And so we ran out into the street, and it's amazing. We're so close to it here that you could look up, you could see parts of the plane out the, you could see people in the windows. The fire burning, and then I came back inside to watch the news. My husband remained outside, and he was there when the first building fell, and you literally had to run because it was almost like a tidal wave coming through the streets.
Moments later, the federal government made the history-making decision to shut down the nation's airlines. A KOTV business associate was traveling from Portland to Tulsa when his pilot gave the order.
We were about 50 minutes into the flight, and
he came on and said, my company has ordered us to return to Portland. He said, it's the first time, I've never, in over 20 years of flying, had a order like this. They ordered to return to Portland. He said it was not mechanical. He came on a few minutes later, and then he said, ladies and gentlemen, he said, the Pentagon has ordered all United States flights return to their place of origin.
And while the airlines were shutting down, leaving thousands of worried flyers stranded across the country, the scene in New York continued to unfold, and yet another Tulsan was there to witness it. Tulsa Girl Scout Administrator Bonnie Brewster was on the way to a 9 a.m. meeting only blocks away from the World Trade Center.
And as we were approaching it, we were seeing these plumes of smoke, and we came upstairs to the 11th floor, and I'm looking out right now at the Empire State Building. It's right in front of me, and the huge plumes of smoke are boiling up behind the Empire State Building. This has been going on since we arrived up here at 9 o'clock.
Just 30 minutes later, miles away in the nation's capital, a third explosion at 9:30 a.m., this time at the Pentagon. Former Tulsan Steve Cloud felt the blast at his office 10 miles away.
I looked out my window, because I'm in Alexandria, Virginia, which is about 10 miles south of the Pentagon. And I looked out my window and I saw a huge amount of smoke in the air, and we didn't know what it was, so I went back to the TV and noticed that a plane had flown into the Pentagon.
Airline pilots across the nation are speculating just what happened. Bartlesville pilot Captain John C. Popkis is a veteran pilot for Delta.
I would state only one thing categorically, and that is it's my opinion that none of the airline pilots involved in any of these hijackings were at the controls of their aircraft at the time they were used as weapons. No airline pilot I know would permit, regardless of what gun was pointed at his head or how many passengers were threatened, no airline pilot in America would intentionally do what was done with these aircraft today.
Kim Graham, the News on 6.
Very powerful words. Tulsa area schools responded to the word of the attack by reassuring students and parents and maintaining as normal a routine as possible. Most districts canceled after-school and evening activities, but will hold classes today as usual. News on 6 reporter Glenda Silvey visited a Sapulpa classroom where students reacted to the stunning news.
In a free society such as we live in, that is as open as our society is this one of the prices you have to pay?
Sapulpa High School American history classes recently discussed anti-American sentiment around the globe, never dreaming they'd soon face such a devastating example. Like many teachers all over America, Kay Shibley opened the class to discussion about the tragedy, ranging from immigration policy to intelligence gathering to security.
We had talked about the feeling of Middle Eastern countries toward the United States, particularly some of the more extremist fundamentalist organizations. And so they understand fully well that in a lot of areas of the world, we're just not very well liked.
Shibley asked students to name a word describing their feelings. Responses included scared, devastation, and World War III. A Vietnam veteran, Shibley said he and many colleagues were also shaken.
It's ranged all the way from anger to just devastation. Some of the female members of the faculty have just been totally shattered.
Shibley said his main concern was helping students remain calm and feel safe. They were quiet and, like thousands of their fellow Americans, wanted to know who would do such a thing and why.
I'm just in disbelief. I couldn't believe that something like this would happen. When they first showed it on TV earlier this morning, I couldn't believe when I saw that they showed the picture of the plane hitting the building. It was unreal looking.
I'm in absolute shock. I just can't understand why. Of course, there's no logical explanation for blowing up a building with 50,000 people, but just shocked.
Many students thought of the victims.
If it was my parents working in a building like that, how, I would feel. It's just, I don't understand how anybody could plan that out in their head.
Nor can most of us, as we prepare to end an unimaginable day in American history. In Sapulpa, Glenda Sylvie, the News on 6.
Millions of Americans are struggling with fear, anger, a variety of emotions following the attack. University of Tulsa psychologist Dr. Alana Newman specializes in how people cope with traumatic events. She says Oklahomans may have more intense reaction in light of the Oklahoma City bombing. She urges people to stay calm, not give in to their fears, and try to follow a normal routine.
I think we need to talk with one another, to take time. I encourage everybody who exercises to continue to exercise, to do the kinds of things that they do for stress relief.
Dr. Newman offers additional advice for getting through the difficult days ahead. Avoid the use of alcohol. Expect that people with mental health problems may experience more difficulty with those problems. Parents should reassure children that they'll keep them as safe as possible and do something to help, such as donate blood or money to the victims. And in that vein, the Spirit of Oklahoma blood drive is underway, and Rick Wells is outside of our studios on how everyone can help. Rick?
Yeah, and we've already had some people drive by, and what we're asking people to do today is come by 3rd and Frankfurt. We've got full 6, 7, 8, 10 volunteers here with cans just like this one, and we're asking you just to stop by. We had a man just stop by and hold his hand out the window and drop a check for $100 in one of these cans. It's certainly not necessary to do that, but we'll accept checks made out to the American Red Cross or cash in any amount, and we're trying to build a little fund to help the Red Cross relief effort in New York. It's going to be extensive, and later on, at 8 o'clock, the blood centers of the American Red Cross, both of them, will be open, and standing by out at 11th and Highway 169 at the Red Cross office. Maggie Jewell is out there. Maggie, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Well, and you all are set to open at 8 o'clock, and I guess people can call for appointments or just come by and get in line. Is that the way it's going to work?
That's correct. We're going to do our very, very best to honor the appointments that were made yesterday. However, we know we'll have a lot of walk-ins. Too, you're welcome to come. Yesterday, we had probably more than 250 donors who came to the 11th Street Center, and it was just overwhelming. People waited as long as 3 hours and very happily did it to give the gift of life.
Yeah, now the people who are standing behind you this morning are volunteers ready for the center to open so they can get help the donors, make them more comfortable, get the cookies and the juice and all of that stuff for them.
You bet. And they're also here to start taking your financial contributions if you'd like to drive by the 11th and 169 location. We've got 2 Boy Scout troops from Tulsa. We've got Troop 821 and Troop 1. And we also have some of our Red Cross youth volunteers and some volunteers from Kappa Alpha Theta sorority at the University of Tulsa.
Now, will the cash collection volunteers, are they going to be out at 77th and South Memorial as well, or is that just...
Actually, they're just down at your location and here at the main center.
All right. So, but both blood centers open at 8 o'clock, right?
8 will be open 8 to 6 through the remainder of the week.
All right. Maggie Jewell at the American Red Cross, thanks very much. And as we have been saying all morning long and yesterday as well, there is going to be a considerable blood shortage already in New York, and they're shipping blood that direction. Were yesterday and will today. So stop by the American Red Cross. If you have an appointment, that's great. If you don't, just get in line and they'll get to you as quickly as they can. And if you can't donate blood for one reason or another, stop by here or out there and put a little money in the can for the cash assistance drive as well. Leanne?
All right, Rick, of course we will continue to bring you local reaction to the attack on America. Obviously, newspapers already out. The Tulsa World putting out a special extra edition late yesterday afternoon about the attack on America. And then, of course, this morning's edition, A Day of Infamy. And, of course, in Oklahoma City, the Daily Oklahoman reporting our nation saw evil. And even the USA Today, act of war, terrorist strike, death toll, horrendous. The pictures speak volumes, and we will continue to bring you the local coverage. We're going to send it back to network and continue to monitor the situation from there.
And that is probably their weakest link. The Taliban government felt the need yesterday to go on the air and sort of explain itself. The Pakistani government, the Iranian government, the Iraqi government, all of these governments are much more vulnerable, especially if the rest of the world unites to pressure, and that can make a huge difference. So we have to look for the pressure points and the weak points, and It's, as I say, it's a totally different kind of thing, but I believe that the one thing, as long as we have will and resolution, we will solve this problem.
All right.
But we can't do it in 3-month spurts and then go back to business as usual.
We'll talk again. Senator Charles Schumer, always a pleasure. Thank you. It's 29 past. We're back. There's still more ahead on a special edition of The Early Show on CBS. Back now, 7:30 on this morning after. It's a Wednesday morning. It's September the 12th of 2001, and you're looking at a live picture on the southern tip of Manhattan, an area that is normally quite congested at this hour with people heading to work, much of them in the financial markets, but the financial markets are closed, and the World Trade Center, where many of them were going to work, is gone this morning, victimized by terror attack of immense proportions yesterday morning. Hard to believe the attack is still less than 24 hours old, that in just 24 hours our world has changed so much.
It's a bit of good news this morning. A press conference held by the fire department in New York City saying that they're pulling people out of the rubble of the World Trade Center alive.
Well, that's good. That's good. You know, go ahead, I'm sorry.
We're going to ask Mayor Rudy Giuliani about that in just a moment.
There were also, Jane, a lot of questions about how those structures could have come down. Why couldn't they withstand the impact they took? As we understand it, it wasn't just the impact. It was that all of those planes, and all 4 of them, you should keep in mind, were bound for the West Coast. They were loaded with fuel. All 4 of those planes, when they crashed in there, created such a fireball that we're talking about temperatures that exceeded 1,000 degrees.
1,000 to 2,000 degrees,
And it literally melted the steel buttresses that held this up. It melted them like plastic, and in the wake of all of that, the buildings just crumbled.
Let's get the very latest this morning. Establishing the death toll from Tuesday's highly coordinated attack could take weeks, but it's expected to reach into the thousands. 157 people were on board the 2 planes that slammed into the World Trade Center. 64 people were on the jet that hit the Pentagon. And 45 people lost their lives when a 4th plane crashed into Pennsylvania. The federal government is open for business, and the U.S. military remains on high alert. Financial markets in this country are closed this morning. President Bush promises to find and punish those who are responsible and those who harbor them. Afghanistan says bin Laden is not involved, but fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden is the primary suspect. U.S. officials believe they have evidence tying him to bin Laden's followers to the attack. Big oil companies are freezing prices in an effort to keep gasoline distribution steady. Major League Baseball was canceled on Tuesday night for the first time since D-Day. A decision on today's game is pending, and the NFL is considering rescheduling Sunday's games. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani is facing one of the most difficult tasks of his administration. After the World Trade Center attacks yesterday, he's in New York. Mayor Giuliani, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell us about these reports that firefighters are pulling people out of the rubble alive this morning?
Well, we recovered 2 people, and there's a 3rd one that we're in voice contact with, and hopefully there are others with him, but we're not sure of that right now.
Can you update us generally on the rescue efforts, Mayor?
Yeah, about 2,000 people worked throughout the night to try and recover as many people as possible, and also clear away the debris to allow a lot of the equipment to get in there that has to get in there. And we have also people from Verizon and Con Edison that have to deal with our utilities, our power, our electricity, and our telephone service. They've all worked throughout the night. And right now we have 1,000 firefighters that are part of the rescue effort. Many of them are looking for people that they know and have worked with side by side for years.
Yes, because there are about as many as 300 firefighters that are not accounted for this morning.
Yeah,
is that number accurate?
Well, the number now, that was correct last night. The number now is 202 firefighters that are unaccounted for, and about 56 or 57 police officers, New York City and Port Authority police officers that we're also searching for.
You spoke with many of those people before they went in the building to help evacuate the building before it collapsed.
Sure. I mean, I know them for years, and some of them I appointed, and I talked to some of them right before, maybe 10, 15 minutes before the building collapsed, and we lost them, and then had to talk to their families last night and explain it to them, which, of course, you can't explain, except to tell them what brave police officers and firefighters we have in New York City, which is really true. I mean, unbelievably brave and dedicated people.
Let's talk about the numbers overall, Mayor Giuliani. What are your worst fears this morning?
Well, worst fears are that the numbers are going to be in the thousands. In addition to the police officers and firefighters, at the time that this attack took place, the building has typically thousands and thousands of people in it. The only thing that we don't know is how many people in the 1 hour window approximately that they had to leave the building. How many of them were able to get out. We know thousands did. We also know that there were a lot that were left behind, and I don't think we're going to know that number until the relief and rescue efforts take place over the next 2, 3, 4 days. We're ready for casualties in the thousands, meaning the medical examiner and the police and the support personnel that we have organized for this effort. So let's hope it's less than that, but that's what we're ready for.
And isn't it true that hospitals are expecting the largest wave of casualties this morning?
Well, sure, yeah. The hospitals yesterday performed magnificently. I mean, the ones very close to the zone, St. Vincent's Hospital, for example, really did unbelievable work. But all the hospitals in New York City, we have 170 of them, assisted and helped. And they're ready again today to do the same thing. So, and we got a lot of help from Governor Pataki and from the state. And President Bush made certain that there was a military deployment, including from the Navy, that hopefully is going to give the people of the city a kind of a sense of protection, that as they wake up this morning and as they focus on what happened, I think they're going to find that they're going to need that, and it'll be very comforting.
As mayor of New York, Mr. Giuliani, can you tell us how this has affected you?
Well, I don't think I know. I mean, I lost some very, very good friends from the police department, the fire department. Barbara Olson and Ted Olson are very close friends of mine. It's going to affect me, I think, the way it'll affect thousands of other New Yorkers who will find that they lost people that they knew there. So the thing that we have to do is demonstrate that the spirit of New York City is not just buildings. The buildings are important to us, but the spirit of New York is about the spirit of its people, that we're a free people, that we're dedicated to democracy, and that we're not going to allow these cowards to stop New York from being the greatest city in the world, because it is, and it's going to continue to be.
Amen. Rudy Giuliani, thank you this morning. We'll be speaking again. Good luck today.
Thank you.
It is 7:36. Brian.
All right. In Wilmington, Delaware, James Kallstrom is a former FBI agent who was the assistant director of the Bureau's New York field office. Mr. Kallstrom, good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
We spoke, I guess, about 22 hours ago when this first started going down. Is this far, far worse than you ever imagined at the time?
Well, I think it's sinking into the psyche of America and the world. In 23 hours, we've seen the absolute worst of humanity, the cowards, the terrorists, the crazy people that did this horrendous act. And at the same time, we've seen the best of humanity, the brave firemen, police officers, rescue workers, civilians that have been so steadfast in their spirit, their support for this country. We heard a great speech from the president last night, and I think we'll have a very determined nation, and we'll get out of this tremendous tragedy.
You were involved following the attack in 93 on the bomb that was set off there that killed 6 at the World Trade Center. Did you ever believe that these structures could be brought down by terrorists?
You know, I don't know if we actually believed it. We hoped it would never happen. We thought it would never happen. But on the other hand, you know, we thought the chances of some major terrorist event someday, we hope not on our watch, we hoped not in our lifetime or our children's lifetime, but we knew there was a possibility.
What does this change about our future, particularly as it concerns structures like the World Trade Center? What kind of a future do we face now? I mean, can people work in a skyscraper with any degree of security?
No, I think so. I think we shouldn't think about dramatic changes to our way of life. I think what it does is it focuses us on, you know, the importance of things that maybe heretofore we didn't focus on to the extent that we should as a country, as a civilization, as a individual human being. But, you know, this is not going to make us change our way of life. I hope it doesn't. I don't think it needs to. This is a strong country. We'll rebound. I think the terrorists made a tremendous mistake. At the same time, they did this dastardly, cowardly, stupid thing. and that is they galvanize us to actually do something, I think, across the board with our allies and with the peace-loving people of the world. I think it will galvanize some action that will be effective.
Mr. Kelsman, I spoke about this with you yesterday when we talked about how sophisticated the plan of evacuation was in existence at the World Trade Center. Knowing that building as you do, based on your experience with it in '93, the buildings came down, 2 World Trade Center came down about an hour and a half after it was attacked. The other one came down shortly thereafterwards. Could they have evacuated most of the people in those buildings in that time?
Boy, I don't know, Bryant. You know, you had 2 jumbo jet type airplanes full of fuel, or almost full of fuel, ready to go to the West Coast. You know, the fire did probably more damage than the actual craft itself hitting the buildings. What impact that had on the ability of the elevators, you know, how crowded and panicked the stairwells were. I think to the best of the ability of the system, after the initial attack in '93, I think the plans were as efficient and effective as they possibly could be.
Well, we hope for the best. James Kallstrom, second time in 24 hours. I thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
In the wake of the attack, Secretary of State Colin Powell cut short a trip in Latin America to return to the States. He's at the State Department. Mr. Secretary, good morning.
Good morning, Brian.
What are your marching orders this morning, sir? What's on your to-do list?
The first thing I'm doing this morning, Brian, is one, making sure that all of our embassies around the world are safe and taking necessary precautionary actions. And we have about 25% of our embassies on suspended operation, but they'll all be coming back up in the course of the day, I'm quite sure. Next, the President has directed me to work with international organizations and our friends around the world to make the point that this is an assault against the civilized world, not just against the United States, and to mobilize them to respond to this assault, diplomatically, militarily, with police actions, intelligence actions, and to make sure that those nations, as the President said last night, who might be harboring or providing comfort to these kinds of terrorist organizations, understand that we will be holding them accountable. And once this trail leads us to who is responsible, if there are nations that bear responsibility in that regard for hosting them, then we will be doing something about that as well.
We heard the President's words last night. I don't expect a specific timetable, but in general terms, how quickly can or will we respond?
We'll respond as soon as we can, and in the diplomatic
sense... Are we talking
sense,
weeks? Are we talking months?
We just don't know, Brian, and it would be, I don't think it would be proper for me to speculate without knowing exactly who the perpetrators are and whether there is something to respond to. Diplomatically and in other ways, we can respond immediately. And I've been on the phone already with Kofi Annan at the UN, with Lord Robertson at NATO, and with Javier Solana at the European Union to get an international response to this, condemnation, consideration of other actions that the international community might take. Now, that just might sound like diplomatic speak, but it's important diplomatic speak because we want the entire world to come down and not only condemn this kind of activity, but together, united, to go after those who continue to believe that by killing innocent civilians, they can achieve political purposes. That has to be the response of the international community to kill that idea and root these organizations up once and for all.
Mr. Secretary, besides being a diplomat, you're also a military man. You know the topography, you know the landscape, both diplomatic and otherwise. How realistic is it to think we could track down the individuals who did this?
I think it is realistic. I think we have demonstrated in the past our ability to find people who have committed these sorts of terrorist acts. We have very, very competent people who know how to follow leads. Sometimes it takes a few weeks, sometimes it takes years. But we won't give up. We will find them, and they will be dealt with.
The question being asked often this morning, Mr. Secretary, is this, that ours is the most sophisticated defense system in the entire world, certainly the most expensive. To that question of how could we not have seen this coming, what do you say?
I say that we do have the best intelligence system, we have the best military in the face of the earth, but as has been demonstrated many times in the past, if you are a determined enemy and if you are prepared to go after soft targets and if you're prepared to do it in ways that are rather different from anything we've seen before, unless we get something that cues us, something that gives us some indication that this kind of asymmetric attack is coming. We are always at risk. We can't defend against every single possibility short of shutting ourselves up into some kind of blockhouse. We're an open society. And so we have thwarted many terrorist attacks over the years, and some have been successful. But I can assure you that we have competent people working on this. We do have the best people working on it, but it is impossible to stop every potential attack that's coming our way.
Final note. Are we at war, Mr. Secretary?
I think the American people are not confused about the legalisms of this. When you saw those scenes coming out of New York and Washington today, the American people made a judgment. We are at war, and they want a comprehensive response. They want us to act as if we are at war, and we're going to do that diplomatically, militarily, picking options that will respond to this, searching out those who are responsible, those who harbored them. And so as we go through the legalisms of all of this and determine how to respond in the international community, the American people know what they saw yesterday. What they believe they saw clearly was an act of war, not only against America, but against the international community, the community of peace. But they didn't hurt our spirit. They didn't hurt our resilience as a society. And we'll come back firmly. We are still very much intact as a society, as a nation, and we know how to respond.
Secretary of State Colin Powell, you're a busy man. Thank you for spending some time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, coming up on 746. Jane?
Bryant, rescue workers finally have some good news this morning. We have word that crews have found 6 people in the rubble of the World Trade Center, 5 firefighters and 1 police officer. And the search goes on for those who are still living in the rubble. There's no doubt that Tuesday's acts of terrorism will for a long time be etched in the minds of Americans. Hattie Kaufman is in Los Angeles with more on reaction. Hattie, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. I'm at the original Bob's Big Boy all the way across the country, 3,000 miles from New York. But here, as everywhere else, there is only one topic of conversation this morning, the terror that struck America.
The television images stopped Americans in their tracks.
It's scary. It's very scary.
People got information however they could. Suddenly, America was a small town, everyone having the same conversation. Detroit.
This is like someone declared war on us.
Minneapolis.
This is crazy. It's insanity.
Chicago.
I sat and watched the news in basic horror.
Nowhere was life normal. From coast to coast, tourist attractions shut down.
Disneyland is closed.
Why?
Because someone did some bad things.
America's favorite pastime was canceled. No professional baseball across the country. It was as if America stood still. Worried about shortages, drivers in the Midwest lined up, overwhelming gas stations. Many of those trying to go to work were turned back.
The building's closed now.
There were evacuations in downtown Minneapolis, the state capitol building in Iowa, a bank building in Charlotte, and federal buildings everywhere. In military bases across the country, new barriers and the highest state of alert.
Right now, they are checking every car that's on base.
Drivers stuck in traffic remained tuned to talk radio, where the shock turned to anger when one station invited Muslim guests.
Oh, God, I wish you guys were dead.
In reaction to the violence, Kmart stores removed all guns and ammunition from their shelves. Anger brought some to the street, but grief brought many more to places of worship. From a candlelight vigil in Seattle to a prayer service in Chicago to a synagogue in Los Angeles, people prayed for the victims and for America. Across the country, flags remained at half-staff as Americans came to terms with a new reality.
Do you think the world changed today? Absolutely. Here in Los Angeles, the Latin Grammys were supposed to be held last night. They were canceled. A Madonna concert was canceled. The primetime Emmys, which were scheduled for next week, have been postponed. And Jane, in Salt Lake City, officials planning for the Winter Olympics will announce today that the $200 million they budgeted for security may not be enough. Jane?
Hattie Kaufman in Los Angeles. Hattie, thank you. Congress is vowing to support President Bush in efforts to find and punish those responsible for the attacks. Connecticut Senator Joseph Lieberman is a member of the Armed Services Committee. He is in Washington this morning. Senator Lieberman, good morning.
Good morning.
What's the process now, Senator, of finding those who are responsible for this?
Well, that's up to the law enforcement agencies, and they have the full support of the Congress of the United States. But the point is, what more are we going to do to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And I feel very strongly that we're at war. An act of war was committed against us. It's more than a crime. It's certainly at least a war crime. And I think Congress has to effectively declare war against terrorism. And that means concentrating our efforts consistently until we win. And that also means that our allies in Europe and throughout the world have to join us in this war against terrorism, just as we joined them during the Second World War when they were attacked. And that means that all of us have to act together against some of the countries that harbor terrorists, that are now our declared enemies.
So it would be fair to say if Osama bin Laden is pinned to this, which it increasingly seems he is, action wouldn't just be taken against him, but against the government that's harboring him.
I think we have to take action against whoever was responsible for this horrific act, particularly if it is Osama bin Laden. He's the natural suspect, although not conclusively now, but the natural suspect because of his capacity, his warnings, what he's done in the past. But we also then have to act very persistently against governments, not just Afghanistan, but Iraq, Iran, Syria, which we know are harboring terrorists. We have to focus in on the cells of terrorists that we know are in the United States, potential terrorists, let's say, and protect ourselves. We're at war.
Because clearly an organization of terrorism of this sort took more than just a few people to perpetuate.
This was a coordinated, sophisticated attack against the United States. And when you combine the kind of zealotry that leads people to take their own lives and not care about the lives of anyone else, and you put that together with the kind of money and resources that these people had, they threaten us and our way of life. And we've got to respond. We have to look at some of the ideas that have been talked about creating a Department of Homeland Defense, an agency of Homeland Defense. We never had to do that before because we felt we were protected by the oceans, but this is the beginning of a new age in American security and American life.
Indeed it is. Life has changed forever. Senator Joseph Lieberman, thank you.
Thank you.
On Capitol Hill this morning, Arizona Senator John McCain, who serves on the Senate Armed Services Committee, is with us. Senator McCain, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. We've heard many people say this morning that we're at war. Would you concur?
Absolutely, and there is no doubt that this is going to require, as Senator Lieberman said, diplomatic, economic, and military action, and it will not be easy, nor will it be short. Our message is, we're coming, and God may have mercy on you, but we won't.
To what extent militarily, Senator, are we prepared for this?
I think we have the capacity. I think, obviously, we're going to have to improve our intelligence capabilities, particularly human intelligence, which we basically dismantled in the late 1970s. But we have the military capability, and Americans have the will. So I'm confident that we will uncover this network, which is spread throughout a number of countries. And as the President, in his excellent statement last night, said, those countries that shelter or allow these organizations to participate are just as culpable as those organizations that committed these atrocities.
A lot of people, Senator, this morning are asking the question, how could there have been lapses as significant as there were to allow this to happen in the first place?
Well, I think those questions are going to need to be answered, and clearly they will be. We have thwarted other efforts in the past. We did not succeed this time. I am convinced that we will undergo fundamental changes, and we will make sure that this will never be repeated. And there is no doubt that their effort is to destroy our society as we know it. America will survive. We're a strong and great nation.
Is there talk of how the U.S. must change security-wise to deal with the future?
I think our lives will be different, at airports particularly. I think we're going to have to discomfort Americans to some degree, but at the same time, we're not going to allow these threats to destroy a free and open society, and we're going to have to maintain a careful balance. But there's no doubt that there will be added, quote, inconveniences to American lives, in American life, and that obviously is a small price to pay.
Congress is convening this morning, Senator. Is this an effort to show solidarity at this moment in our history?
Absolutely, and it's to show the American people that we will return to a normal activities and a normal life, and we will not allow this tragedy to permanently damage America.
What specifically will you be doing today?
Well, we'll be having a debate and discussion, not much debate, but discussion over a resolution condemning these activities to start with, and then I think we'll go back to a lot of our normal work.
Senator John McCain, I appreciate your time. If you'd stay with us for just a moment.
Thank you.
It's 7:54. Some viewers will cut away now for local news, and we'll continue with our special edition of The Early Show, covering the attack on America. Back now with Senator John McCain in Washington. Senator, are you there?
Yes, I am, Jane.
Can you confirm reports this morning that there was a transmission that was intercepted that acknowledges to Osama bin Laden, that acknowledges that a couple of targets were hit in the United States?
I cannot confirm that. I heard it, but I did not hear it from an official source, so I cannot. But clearly, information has been leaked that the signs point to Mr. bin Laden. And I think that that's good that we're starting to identify. But we also, as I mentioned before, need to identify those countries that have been involved in this as well. And unfortunately, that's going to be the hard part.
Senator Lieberman, are you there with us as well?
I am.
Senator Lieberman, there's been so much talk about Osama bin Laden for so many years. Why is he so elusive?
Well, that's the question that's going to gnaw at all of us, and it should gnaw at all of us. I mean, his statements have been public, his hatred of the United States, his commitment to try to destroy our society. He's been linked to the previous World Trade Center bombing, to the U.S. Cole attack. That's why I said before that it's time to declare war against terrorism. This should not again be a situation where we're attacked, we respond once, and that's it. We've got to declare war, and that means continue it until we achieve a victory. And that's why I said earlier, we need the cooperation of our allies. They can't continue to do business as normal economically or diplomatically with countries like Afghanistan, or more to the point, Iran, Iraq, Syria, who harbor terrorists. That's just not going to go anymore.
So it's safe to say, Senator McCain, that retaliation for this will not be limited to mere missile strikes.
Absolutely, and I believe that these will be a long struggle. This is not going to be something that's going to be resolved in a short time. These networks are well embedded in some of these countries. We're going to have to prove to them that we are very serious, and the price that they will pay will not only be for punishment, but also deterrence from other countries harboring these terrorist organizations or these organizations being formed.
There was an unprecedented show of support, senators, last night by congressmen, Democrat and Republican, who joined together, even broke out in song at one point. How would you characterize the level of solidarity there on Capitol Hill this morning?
Total and complete.
Absolutely. Yesterday, I think members of Congress reacted just like the American people did. We were stunned, we were angry, we were heartbroken, and then we just came together with a deep and, I believe, lasting resolve that we're going to do everything humanly possible to make sure this doesn't happen again.
And on both sides, there seems to be a feeling of full support. We continue to monitor the situation from CBS. Good morning, everyone. We want to take a moment to update you on the local angle of the attack on America. Officials at Tulsa International Airport are preparing for a news conference later this morning. We believe they will let us know precisely when the airport will reopen. News on 6 reporter Tammy Marler has been following the story, and she joins us now live from TIA. Tammy?
Good morning, Leanne. Well, the activity has picked up just a little bit here at the airport as people begin to show up for work. A few passengers have also begun to show up, checking on the status of their flights. However, we learned yesterday that it could be as early as noon that flight operations could resume, but we're having a very difficult time getting that confirmed by the FAA, as are airport officials. They are holding a news conference later on this morning, but we believe that news conference to be about security procedures just in case the airport does reopen. We are told that some passengers are actually being sent home. They're being sent home and told don't come back until tomorrow. So we're not certain when the airport will reopen. We are only certain that there will be very, very stringent security procedures here at the Tulsa International Airport. Leanne?
Of course, Tammy will carry that news conference live coming up here in about a half an hour, and Tammy will remain on the scene for us with the very latest. Immediately following the terrorist attacks, the Nordam Group crisis team in Tulsa was activated. This morning, security checks are underway at their location at 5th and Lansing to protect the facility and customers' property. At this time, Nordam officials do not expect business to be affected today. It's just as a precaution. The Spirit of Oklahoma Crisis Relief Fund and blood drive is underway this morning. Our Rick Wells is now outside the studios collecting money from folks. Rick?
Hey, how are you? And we are at 3rd and Frankfurt, and we've got volunteers. And in fact, here in the minute we've got or so, let's kind of wander over this way and we'll show you. It's kind of like the MDA Fill the Boot drive, and these are our firemen this morning, and they're, stopping people, and folks want to stop and drop something in the can. They're certainly welcome to do that, and we encourage them to. And we've had nickels, dimes, quarters, dollars, and big dollars this morning, folks stopping by, and we're encouraging you to do that. It's supporting the Red Cross's financial relief obligations. They just don't know how big that's going to be. Later on today at about 8 o'clock, the blood centers will open up at Highway 11 and 169, and also over on South Memorial. And you can walk in there and give blood or call and get an appointment. We'll talk more about that later on this morning. But we've got volunteers out collecting your money as you head to work. So we encourage you to stop. We're at 3rd and Frankfurt downtown. We'll be here all morning long. Leanne?
All donations, whether they be cash or blood, will certainly be appreciated today in this time of tragedy. Check of the weather today for this Wednesday. Here's James.
Yeah, and the weather looks like it will cooperate. We've got sunshine around. Temperatures should make it up into the 80s. Here's where we stand now. 60 in Tulsa, 61 in McAllister. A few clouds around, but over the next 6 days, we'll keep those highs in the 80s, lows in the 50s to near 60 degrees. Next chance of showers comes our way Sunday into Monday, Leanne, so it looks like a dry period shaping up for us through the week.
All right. We return you now to CBS News coverage of the attack on America. We will continue our coverage here every half an hour with local updates as well.
Are being pulled from the World Trade Center wreckage this morning. Mika Brzezinski is on the scene in Lower Manhattan. Mika, good morning.
Good morning. I'm just back from the scene, actually the sight line of Tower 1, where I do have new information from doctors and firefighters who were on the scene all night long. These people are hardened already by what they see in New York City's ERs and on the streets, and this can categorically be said that this is the hardest thing they've ever had to do. Jane touched on it earlier. We have new information. Not only 2 Port Authority cops pulled out, but a crew of 5 firefighters as well as another cop pulled out of the wreckage, pulled out to safety. Now this is what is keeping crews going and what is got to be the most emotionally difficult thing that they've had to deal with. They are trying to get to survivors, trying to get to many of their own, and knowing that hundreds of their own, when I'm talking about firefighters, have already perished in this catastrophe. Now, methodically, there are crews from every angle trying to get this situation under control. They are plugging gas lines, concerned about gas leaks. Con Ed on the scene. They're plugging water lines, worried about water main breaks and other leaks, and trying to get water located into the right direction. What they need to do is cool this scene down quickly. There are hot spots on smaller fires, building fires, house fires, usually can get put out in a matter of hours, maybe 24 hours. This is the World Trade Center. This is the Twin Towers, 110 floors, 2 buildings, 50,000 people inside those buildings at peak periods. This is going to take a while to cool down. So this is a scene that is tremendously difficult for rescuers. There are more crews going in right now, getting ready for the next day, and it will be another long one.
Mika, a couple of questions. Number one, we're hearing reports there are cell phone conversations coming from inside the rubble. Is that true?
Yes, it is. The firefighter that I spoke with earlier, and we'll hear from him more a little later on, did hear about cell phone conversations coming from a cop and from some other people who are around him. I don't know, though, if those conversations led to the release, to the safety of the few that were reported, the 5 firefighters and the officer that is coming with the new information. But there are cell phone contacts that's being made from inside the building. And with the hot spots there and the water being poured in, this is a very difficult situation. It is indeed a race against time.
And as you know, there are fire operations, there are rescue operations, and there are recovery operations. Which is this being characterized as right now?
Well, actually, it's still very dangerous on the scene, but I think there's a lot of chaos, and because of how big it is, There are some that are trying to coordinate the making the scene safe, making it safe to go in. But from talking to firefighters and from cops who've been in there, talking about how desperate they are to get to their men, to get to their brothers, and to get to anyone else who is alive. There is also a mad scramble happening in there, safe or not safe. They want people out. They're going to try and find them.
All right, Nika Brzezinski, thanks very much. Coming up on 8:05, Jane.
Brian, officials have only begun to count the casualties of Tuesday's attacks. Tracy Smith is at Bellevue Hospital in New York, where many of the victims are being treated. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning, Jane. You know, there are already hundreds confirmed dead, but for every grieving family member, there are still thousands who are going through the agony of not knowing.
There's another one. Another plane just hit.
In the hijacked aircraft alone, more than 250 people were killed when the jets crashed in New York, at the Pentagon, and in Pennsylvania. The New York Fire Department says that entire companies who answered the call to the World Trade Center, as many as 300 firefighters, may have perished there in the rubble and debris. The toll from the collapsed buildings themselves will remain a mystery until rescue workers can complete a search of the devastation. Some families already know the grim news.
They called me. I woke up to it. And it was the same. He's taken that fight 100 times. I've taken that fight. I've traveled back there to visit him. And, yeah, I figured it was this fight. I mean, I'm just waiting for the confirmation, but we got it.
But many more family members who feared the worst went from hospital to hospital for news about their loved ones. Hours after the disaster, most came away empty-handed. Pedro's father worked at the top of the Trade Center.
My younger brother, he's really running around all over the place in the hospitals trying to find any information. And
so both of you guys are out?
Yeah, and we haven't had any luck yet.
No one I talked to fared any better.
And we're going to be bouncing around from hospital to hospital, you know, in hopes of finding them. It's a bad nightmare. I'm still in this bad dream right now.
My brother-in-law's name wasn't on the list, and I didn't ask about the status of other people. I also heard, though, that there was a window of time that many people were successfully evacuated in. I've met people who said their families or colleagues or people they know were evacuated from as high as 96 and 80. There is reason for hope. But nobody knows who's qualifying for that hope, you know.
14-year-old Isaiah Lopez was hurt by flying glass looking for his cousin. He's all but lost hope.
I seen a piece of the building fall on the guy's shoulder. I seen people jumping off the building on the top floor, hit the ground.
What are you thinking about your cousin right now?
I was like, that's it, nobody's surviving, he's dead, that's it.
You think that's it? You don't have any hope that maybe he's at one of the other hospitals?
I do, but I'm saying how did it just collapse? It's like nobody survived.
Several top firefighters were lost, including Special Operations Chief Ray Downey, who is considered to be an expert in these situations. He actually led a team of New York City firefighters into Oklahoma City after the bombing there in '85.
Tracy, where are people being sent this morning for good, reliable information if they need it?
A lot of them are returning to the hospitals. They've set up information centers. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of information available. They have very limited lists of just the patients who were checked into those particular hospitals. So people are still left wondering.
People are going back to ground zero often as well this morning, aren't they?
That's right. I've talked to several people. In fact, some people, like Isaiah in the piece, who were injured when they went back to ground zero. So I'm not sure whether that's the best idea. I think go to the hospitals or stay at home and wait for word.
All right, Tracy Smith, thank you. 8:08, Brian.
All right, Jane. Still impossible to determine just how many people died in the plane crash at the Pentagon on Tuesday. National Security Correspondent David Martin has the latest from there. David, good morning.
Good morning, Brian. There is still no reliable estimate here on the loss of life, although as many as 850 people were believed to work in the area of the building where the plane hit. But the building is just too unstable right now to permit a real search for bodies. Parts of the Pentagon are functioning, but there is smoke throughout the building, and as you can see behind me, smoke is pouring from parts of the building far removed from where the plane actually hit. Now, on the military front, all U.S. military bases remain on the highest state of alert, although that may be relaxed as the day goes on. Fighter aircraft and AWACS radar planes are patrolling both coasts of the United States, looking for any signs of incoming planes. As for retaliation, I think heard in his interview with you, Secretary of State Powell say, we are at war and we're going to act like we are at war, both militarily and diplomatically. The primary suspect remains Osama bin Laden, and as one senior official put it to me, the noose is tightening. The aircraft carrier Enterprise, which had just left the Persian Gulf, headed for home, has been ordered to stay in the area. That gives the U.S. 2 aircraft carrier battle groups in and around the Persian Gulf. And at NATO headquarters in Belgium, today the U.S. will be pushing for a resolution that would invoke the NATO clause that an attack on one is an attack on all. That would give the U.S. some very important allies in whatever military retaliation it takes. The more support the U.S. has, the greater the freedom it has for military action. Brian?
David, you deal with these military people on an ongoing basis. You know them. Are they anxious to act?
Yes. For the first time. Usually they are not anxious to act because they know there are limits to what you can do, and they are always fearful of taking casualties themselves and causing casualties among civilians on the other side as well. This time there is none of that reluctance, and as soon as they can identify the targets and come up with a sound military plan, you can count on it.
And David, let me talk about this figure that we were talking of, 850 earlier, and I'm not going to try to pin you down because I know nobody knows the numbers. Yeah. You said 850 worked in the area. Did I not hear yesterday that they had asked everyone in the area to call in? Are the 850 those who didn't call in, or should we reduce the number from that 850?
I think the number is definitely going to come down from 850. 850 is the notional number of the people who could have been in that area because they were assigned to that area. Each of the services is taking musters, asking people to call in, and as they call in, that number is going to be reduced. The problem is you don't know how many people out there are safe, but just haven't found out that they're supposed to call a particular number and have themselves counted.
All right, David, we'll keep watching it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
On Tuesday morning, Mike Walter was driving to work on a Virginia highway next to the Pentagon when he witnessed the plane crashing into the Pentagon. He's in Washington this morning. Mr. Walter, good morning again.
Good morning, Brian.
I know we spoke earlier, but obviously some folks are just joining us. Take us through what you saw yesterday morning.
Well, as we pointed out earlier, Brian, I was on an elevated area of Highway 27, and I had a very good view. I was stuck in traffic. We weren't moving, and I could see over in the distance the American Airlines jet as it kind of banked around, pivoted, and then took a steep dive right into the Pentagon. There was no doubt in my mind watching this that whoever was at the controls knew exactly what he was doing. It was full impact, a huge fireball, thick column of smoke, and, you know, pandemonium after that. I mean, bedlam. Everyone was trying to escape the area. People very, very frightened.
Did you see it hit the Pentagon? Was the plane coming in horizontally, or did it, in fact, go on its wing as it impacted the building?
You know, there were trees there that kind of obstructed it, so I saw it go in. I'm not sure if it turned at an angle. I've heard some people say that's what it did. All I know is it created a huge explosion and massive fireball, and you knew instantaneously that everybody on that plane was dead. It was completely eviscerated.
How would you characterize the attitude down there where you are this morning?
You know, it was strange coming here this morning because the rush hour was in full swing. Everybody was about their business, which I felt kind of odd, but I guess you have to get back to some sorts of normalcy. But it just seemed kind of eerie and strange. You know, you can probably see over my shoulder, you can see the smoke all over the place. We're about 3 miles away from the Pentagon. The drive in, we went through